bloody and September. Which is golden dreamer, it's magical golden shell. I got a beast in fire, oh let's go breathing out.
In a blowing panic, so very, very sweet.
Musical breaking the darkness, chosen breeze.
You're master crazy, the everything.
In a war, I feel it.
My broken under show.
Your witch is golden prayer from Maria's born the tree. You got a beast in fire, los labios de December. You know it is golden prayer for Maria's born the way. Rocking on the creature,
The medical Florica. It's a town breaking a garbage, show me land.
you must have crazy, the everything.
All the way, you're breaking my broken under show.
Oh, which is golden breaker, oh practical golden wing. Rocking on the creature, los labios de September. Which is golden breaker, it's magical golden shell. I got a beast in fire, oh magical breathing heart.
In a blowing panic, so very, very sweet.
Musical breaking the darkness, chosen breeze.
You're master crazy, the everything.
In a war, I feel it.
My broken under show. Oh, which is golden rosa from Maria's born the free. You gonna be steam fire, the final October. In a witch's golden rosa for Maria's born the way. Blessing on the creature, the medical story go. Killing silent, the broken lonely witch. It is come breaking a garbage, show me land. Your master crazy, the everything. On the way, you're breaking my broken under show.
My witch is golden dreamer, on practical golden wing.
Rocking on the creature,
Los labios de September. Which is golden dreamer, it's magical golden shell. I got a beast in fire, oh let's go breathing out.
in a blowing panic, so very, very sweet.
Musical breaking the darkness, chosen breeze.
You're master crazy, the everything.
In a war, I feel it.
My broken under show.
Your witch is golden prayer from Maria's born the tree. You got a beast in fire, los labios de December. You know it is golden prayer for Maria's born the way. Rocking on the creature,
The medical Florica. It's a town breaking a garbage, show me land.
you must have crazy, the everything.
All the way, you're breaking my broken under show.
Oh, which is golden breaker, oh practical golden wing. Rocking on the creature, los labios de September. Which is golden breaker, it's magical golden shell. I got a beast in fire, oh magical breathing heart.
In a blowing panic, so very, very sweet.
Musical breaking the darkness, chosen breeze.
You're master crazy, the everything.
In a war, I feel it.
My broken under show. Oh, which is golden
I hope you've enjoyed the dulcet tones of Happy Maria as you're coming in. Hello! Thank you! Oh man! So, welcome in. I just started, but we are playing the end of the Umineko When They Cry question arcs, which means I will probably have to change my went a little longer just for me. That's so sweet of you, because you're expecting me to come on. Tao! Ah! Aww. Oh, doing more progress whenever time. Oh yeah, no, perfectly. And so that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Anyway, if you don't know me, I'm Katie. I'm a felted gumi, and I do other felty stuff, including working on a Beatrice. But I love to stream story-driven games, and so I've been doing Umineko every Thursday, and we shall be officially halfway through it, even though I feel in word count we're probably already slightly more than halfway. But you'll have that kind of stuff to expect. Halfway! Yes! I've done this for months! And I'm halfway through. That's why I only do this once a week, because I knew I would be on this forever. Yeah, longer than you'd think. Yes, this is a long game. This is the One Piece of video games. Like, it has a word count longer than Tolstoy's War and Peace. So, and I'm about halfway through. Yeah, that kind of stuff's really easy to Google. Oh, let me move my desk a little bit. All right. Yes. And this episode is poised to get a little epic. So you guys are probably in for something fun. You know what? Let's just get right into it. The world whitened. Ooh, the music. It wasn't white. It was the blindingly bright color of gold. Skip the game? This is the whole game. See, I've already gone. Look. 199 hours. I will have crossed 200 hours today. It takes longer for me because I'm reading everything out loud and also discussing stuff with everybody. So it'll take me like 400 hours or something, but yeah. That place was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the roses were all gold. Only 98 hours on Baldur's Gate 3? Oh no, for streaming a game, yeah, it is a lot. That's why I'm only doing this once a week. Like I know. However, the roses were all gold. The nectar was also golden. The butterflies gathering there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Mariage Sorcière will ultimately be guided to. There, all wishes come true, and all magic and dreams come into being. In that garden of gold roses were two, and only two, witches. At my uninvited appearance, the atmosphere trembled with unrest. What was to them an ominous wind shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattering in the wind was, without a doubt, something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk through the golden roses noticed me and reacted in surprise.
エンジェベアとエンジェだ
Ange? Beato! It's Ange!
どうやってここへ
How did you get here?
引き取られよ
Leave us alone.
わらわはもはやここへは誰も招かぬのだ
I no longer invite anyone here. Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria One-chan. You got a little more respect for visual novel writers. You only just finished the rough track for your VN's prologue and that already has 15,000 words. Ooh, that's so cool though. I hope that project goes well, but yeah, I can't imagine. Like we can make fun of Ryukishi, like the writer for this game, all we want, but the amount of thinking he has to do to make these scripts is like insane. I don't know how he does it. A world where she could always be alone with friendly Maria One-chan. Those are pretty golden roses, aren't they? Conversing about magic while drinking tea. No one to hurry them, and nothing to hold them back. He just never fucking stops. I think we've established that. Yeah. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, that was a small and complete universe.
悪いわね
Sorry.
あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ
I can't have you shutting yourself up in here.
私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの
The game won't move on unless you come back.
わらわは飽きたからやめたと
I said I was tired of it and I'm done with it.
言うもうゲームには戻らない
I will not return to the game anymore.
ベアとはねずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの
Beato is going to be here all the time with me.
ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでねいろいろな遊びを考えるの
We'll drink tea here together and think lots of fun ways to play.
エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ
You can play with us too, Ange.
マリアそれはならぬと言ったはず
Maria, we decided against that.
わらわにはそなただけがいればよ
As long as I have you, I'm satisfied.
いだからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと
Tell me that you too are satisfied as long as you have me. Yeah,
ありがとう
thank you.
マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアとだけだよ
The only person who needs me that much is you, Beato. No! Sakutaro! Sakutaro too! You have the power to bring him back.
ならベアとと一緒にいる
So I'll be with you.
二人きりでいい
Just us is enough.
マリアすまん
Maria. Thank you.
ありがとう
I am grateful. Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe within their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world which a pair who needed each other could create. No matter how small it was, that world was complete. But I have to tear it apart. Sorry,
そういうわけにはいかないの
but I can't let things be that way.
私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ
I came here to smash this golden land of Mariage Sorcière.
なぜわらわの世界を壊すのか。
Why would you break my world?
この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
Who has this world inconvenienced outside Maria and myself?
あんたが初めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームで
This game that you started and then walked away from without
お
finishing
兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。
is keeping Oni-chan waiting forever.
あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。
I can rock your world, baby. Whoa. If you don't return to your seat, the match will never end.
あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。
There is no longer even a single player in that game.
バトルは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。
Battler vanished, and I came here and vanished as well. Oh, I wonder if she's also using, like, locking herself up in here with Maria to also avoid Lambda Delta. Because I'm sure Lambda Delta is very not happy with her.
あのゲームはもはや終わったの。
That game is already over.
終わってない。
It is not over! We're only halfway through!
あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。
You started that game, didn't you?
最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。
Take proper responsibility and see it through to the very end.
バトラーを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか。
Either defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wished
あ
for,
なたが打ち負かされ、あなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか。
or be defeated and release everything swallowed up by your magic.
しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
Take responsibility until the very end.
ダメだよエンジ。
Don't, Ange.
ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。
Beato will spend her time in this world with me, just the two of us together for eternity.
マリアもベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。
And I don't need anything else either, as long as I have Beato.
ここでは全ての願いが叶う。
All wishes come true here. Maria, are you aware? She had you baked into a pie before? And had goat monsters kill you?
全てがある。
Everything is here. This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Maria One-chan. Water under the bridge. Hello. Oh, YouTube swapped over to a new layout? Damn. I haven't really noticed because I usually just watch YouTube on my TV. But, I'll have to look later. This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Maria One-chan and Beatrice's thoughts and feelings. To drag Beato out of this world, I have to destroy it. Destroy this golden land, which must be the final world of peace for Beatrice.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。
One-chan, that's wrong.
この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。
This golden land is a liar.
お姉ちゃんは本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
It hasn't granted the one wish you truly wanted to come true.
そんなことないよ。
That's not
ここ
true!
では何でも叶うの。
Everything is granted here. Then where's Softaro?
見て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Look, there's even a nice mama here. Oh god, really? Yeah, but where's Softaro? Oh my god, Maria. Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly, smiling Aunt Rosa. And after smiling sweetly at me, she softly became golden petals and crumbled. Instead of having a description and comments under the video that are on the side, video suggestions place where comments used to be. They gotta go full streamer and algorithm. That's totally against the classic feel. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Ugh. I mean, I guess the format I've been using on TV already kind of worked that way. But I mean, I was just putting up with it because TV UI stuff is always bad. But, aw, man. Anything can be created here.
エンジだって生み出せるよ。バトラだってジョージお兄ちゃんだってジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。
Even you can be, and Battler, and George Onichan, and Jessica Onechan. But what about Sakutaro, Maria?
いくらでも呼び出せ
Somebody
る
you're
よ。
not adding.
みんな優しくしてくれるよ。
You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is
エン
nice.
ジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
You come too, Ange. Let's play together. Sorry, Onichan.
サク太郎
Thank you, Ange. That's what I was thinking. And what about Sakutaro? Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, Onechan's face looked like she was choking.
よせ
Stop it.
その名を口にするな
Do not speak that name. Ayato's expression changed as well. She put her arm around Maria, hugging her as if to protect her. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの
Why can't I say it?
マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ
It's the name of Maria One-chan's best friend.
どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの
Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land?
どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡ではサク太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの
Why, in this golden land where all wishes come true, is Sakutaro the only one you can't summon?
それは
That's because...
良いのだぞマリ
It's alright,
ア
Maria.
サク太郎のことを思い出さなくても
You don't have to remember Sakutaro.
サク太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Sakutaro was killed by Mama! Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies flew up throughout the garden, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals.
知ってる
Yes, I know.
ローザおばさんが大切なサク太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ
Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal Sakutaro and tore him apart. Maria's scream became a storm and violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It was truly a storm of gold.
やめよ
Stop!
やめよやめよやめよ
Stop, stop, stop!
なぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか
Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart?
わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな
Don't defile the sleep of a dear friend precious to both Maria and myself.
ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの
In that case, why won't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic?
それができるものならやっている
I would have if I could.
しかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りをし
That stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself.
そのたった一つが引き裂かれば魔法的
The magical meaning of that unique object being torn apart is
ごまかさないで
you aren't fooling anyone.
どうしてサク太郎が蘇らせられない
Why can't you revive Sakutaro?
答えは一つだ
There's only one answer.
あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ
It's because you aren't a real witch. Oh!
蘇らせられるとも
I most certainly can revive him. Wow, that's not what you said just a second ago.
我らは魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられると。
With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want. Like this.
サク太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
I could even bury this garden in Saktaro's.
ええ、できるでしょうね。あなたの魔法では。
Yeah, I'll bet you could. With your magic.
でも、あなたの生み出したサク太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。
But One-chan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Saktaros you create.
どうしてか分かってるでしょ
You know why, right?
う。もう一度言うわ。
I'll say it
あな
again.
たが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
It's because you aren't a real witch.
やめて
Stop it!
どうしてエンジはそんなひどいことばかり言うの
Why do you keep saying such mean things, Ange?
ベアとはたくさん魔法が使えるよ
Beato can use a lot of magic.
とても素敵な魔女なんだよ
She's a very wonderful witch.
サクタロだけは蘇らせられなかったけど他のことなら何だってできるの
Saktaro was the one thing she couldn't revive, but she can do anything
だ
else.
からサクタロだけは我慢できるの
So I can put up with not having Saktaro.
お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。
No, Nei-chan, that's wrong.
魔女にできないことなんてないの。
There's nothing a witch can't do.
それができない時点で、
As soon as she couldn't do that,
ベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
Beatrice was not a real witch.
それは違うよ
That's wrong!
サクタロのよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから
It's because Saktaro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made by hand herself,
だから蘇らせられないの。
and that's why she can't revive him.
ベアトリーチェも、あなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの。
Is your magic that inconvenient?
ならば、そなたならサク太郎を蘇らせられるというのか。
In that case, do you claim that you can revive Saktaro?
そなたの魔法ならば、それができるというのか。
Can you do that with your magic?
できるわ。
I can.
なんだと。
What?
マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。
Mario Nechan, I'll show you some real
私
magic.
がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
I'll revive Saktaro for you.
本当
Really?
ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ
Even Beatrice couldn't do it, you know?
本当に
Can you really?
ええ、できるわ。
Yes, I can.
その代わり約束して、
In exchange, promise me.
私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら、
Once I've revived Saktaro. Yes,
この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。
leave this golden land.
そん
I
なことは許さぬ。
will not permit that.
ここはわらわとマリアの世界。
This world is Maria's and mine
マ
together.
リアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
If Maria leaves, it will break. The minimum amount of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Oh, what a sentence, man. The minimum amount of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. If that breaks down, the world is destroyed. To drag out the witch who shut herself away in the Golden Land, I have to destroy this world.
そう。それこそ
Yes,
あなたが魔女でない証拠よ。
and that is the proof that you are not a
本
witch.
当の魔女なのね。宇宙を一人で生み出せるのよ。
A real witch can create a universe alone.
マリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟。
The Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches.
この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
The very existence of this alliance proves that you are not a witch.
嫌だ
Oh my god, a new sprite! No,
マリアは渡さぬ
I will not give up Maria.
そなたは嫌いだ今すぐに帰る
I hate you. Leave right now.
ここから出て行け
Get out of here!
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり
Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes.
なんて自分勝手なの
How selfish can you be?
見なさいベアトリーチェ
Watch and learn,
そ
Beatrice.
してマリアお姉ちゃん
And you, Maria
こ
One-chan.
れが本当の魔法なのよ
This is true magic.
本当にサクタロウを蘇らせられるの？
Can you really revive Subtaro? Oh my god, these new Beatrice
で
sprites.
きるわけがない
There's no way.
ここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡
This is a golden land for Maria and me alone. Oh, she didn't say the witch named Maria.
部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない
There is not a single piece of magic that an outsider like you could use here.
今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえ叶わぬわ
As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly.
静かにしてベアト。
Be quiet, Beto.
ヘンジお邪魔しないで。
Don't get in Henry's way. When Maria yelled, the storm abruptly stopped, and the area returned to silence. Wait, is this a without love it cannot be seen thing? Since Beato couldn't like feel love, she couldn't make Sakutaro manifest. But Ange can because she's learned to empathize and loves Maria and Sakutaro. When Maria yelled, the storm abruptly stopped and the area returned to silence. As the massive amount of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, that scene looked so fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only, miracle, unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato's heart raced as she watched Maria do this. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would... But it's inconceivable. An absolute impossibility. That stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world, was torn apart and thrown away. Not a thread remained. Reviving it is an absolutely certain impossibility. Oh. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものならやってみろ後ろ宮エンジ
Go right ahead. I defy you to do it. Ushinomiya Ange! At Beato's scream, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい
Come, try to remember
マリアの親友のサクタロ
Maria's close friend, Sakutaro.
あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか 思い出してごらんなさい。
Try to remember what form you had.
あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか
Try to
思い
remember
出してごらんなさい。
what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Then, she threw her arms around him and me both.
大丈夫。
It's all right.
作太郎は消えないよ。
Soktaro won't disappear.
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。
Uryu, Maria, I'm back.
サクタロウ、サクタロウ。サクタロウ、会いたかったよ。
I missed you so much. It was unmistakably that lion, that Soktaro stuffed animal. Maria had forgotten its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. But the instant she hugged the stuffed animal, everything came back to her vividly.
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。
Uryu, Maria, I'm back.
サクタロウ、サクタロウ。体は平気なの？
Soktaro, is your body alright?
どこも痛くない？
You weren't hurting anywhere?
あんなにひどいことされたのにどこも平気なの？
Even though something so horrible was done to you, you're alright everywhere?
ウリュウ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。
Uryu, Ange revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine.
よかった、よかった。
I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
おかえり、サクタロウ。
Welcome back, Soktaro.
もうマリアといつまでも一緒だよ。
I'll always be with you from now on, Maria.
永遠に一緒だよ。
Together, forever.
だから僕を
So don't
離さないでね。
let go of me, okay?
離さないよ。
Yeah, won't let go.
永遠に。
Never ever. Then, still hugging Soktaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとう、エンジェ。
Thank you,
エンジェの魔法はす
Ange. Your magic is amazing.
ごい。どうして
Why?
どうしてサクタロウを蘇らせることができたの？
Why were you able to revive Soktaro?
ベアトにもできなかったのに。
Even Beato couldn't do it. Snacko! You got me crying. Hello, how are you? Ah, impossible. It's sad, but also happy. Also, hoi, how are you doing? Impossible. How?
どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。
How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? Well, my thought is, you're Beatrice and Ange is also Beatrice because she inherited the title.
こんなことは断じてありえぬ。
This is completely impossible.
何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。
What are you so flustered about, Beatrice?
これが魔法でしょ。
This is magic, right? Everyone is Beatrice. You're Beatrice. I'm Beatrice. Your dog's Beatrice. It cannot possibly be magic.
ここはわらわの黄金鏡。
This is my golden land.
わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。
A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. Pointing, all your pointing emotes are cute. You're Beatrice. No, I'm Beatrice.
This was not my intention.
そしてわらわの魔法で作太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。
And my magic was not able to revive Saktaro. And yet it
はずが
happened.
ないのだ。
There's no way it could.
そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。
That stuffed animal was a special stuffed animal.
ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの。
Oh, she got caught up on some red. Oh man, her face. Rosa made it for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, only one of its kind. There's another one. Oh, I should do a pointing emote where it's just a stare. Oh yeah. I should do something like that. Oh, you know what? I've needle felted a Pyukumuku before, and you know, like they can throw up their guts in a hand shape. I should have a pointing emote like that. Although I guess I'd have to decide whether to like felt the hand or draw it. How's the needle felting coming along? I was resting a little bit, and now I've got my medications back in order. I've got alarms set, so I'm like really gonna start going through my backlog. I guess that's what you'd call it. At like 11 a.m. every day before I stream. So I'm going for it.
Ne?
See?
魔法でしょ。
It's magic, right? Beatrice, yeah. With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. And she looked at Maria and Saktaro innocently frolicking about, looked at me, and then fell to her knees with even her hands pressed to the ground and cried.
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。
Beatrice, this is really magic, right?
魔法なんだよね。
It's magic, right?
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice!
魔法。
We've seen like 8 new Beatrice sprites in this scene alone. It is magic.
それこそが本当の魔法であるさ。
That is true magic.
どうしてペアトにもできない魔法をエンジが使えるの？
How can Ange use magic that even Banto can't
ど
do?
うして？
How?
どうして？
How?
エンジすごい。エンジはすごい魔女。
Ange is awesome! Ange is an awesome witch!
マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい。
Yeah, she really is going through it. I think in more ways than we can possibly comprehend at the moment. There's some stuff she's not talking about.
A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me!
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。
Yes, that's right, One-chan.
私は反言の魔女ヘンジ。
I am the Witch of Resurrection, Ange. But can she resurrect her own family?
私に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
There is nothing that cannot be revived by me, including your family.
すごいよすごい。
Oh wow! Oh
黄
wow!
金の魔法って一番難しいってペアトも言ってたのに。
Even Banto said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest.
エンジはすごい。
Ange, you're awesome!
本当の大魔女なんだ。
A real, real great witch!
At that moment, Maria and Saktaro's forms flashed gold, and the two became golden flower petals and crumbled away. Are they okay? As the two became a golden wind and swirled together. No, that's what she was about to do to Kinzo. Maybe. Did she get magic cucked? Like, as the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other place of peace. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Oh yeah, that's right.
Sayonara, Maria お姉ちゃん。
Goodbye, Maria One-chan. Hide yo witches, Ange is in town, for real. How did you get... Did Banto just empty yard and immediately gift a sub to Magic Cuck Bus? Either way, thank you so much for the gift sub. Tap. You just have that kind of timing. Thank you. Goodbye, Maria One-chan.
そしていつまでもお幸せに。
And be happy forever. Tao was just waiting for the moment Katie said cuck. I guess so. You're prepared with everything. Beep beep bitch. You're prepared with everything. Thank you.
大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなた
It's all right.
はいるわ。
I'm sure you exist in One-chan's world as well.
でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。
But that doesn't refer to you.
よかったな、マリ
Oh, is she saying like there's more than one Beatrice, like that was being inferred last time? I am happy for you, Maria.
ア。わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会
As your close
を心より
friend,
祝福するぞ。
I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Beato's face, was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It really is, isn't it? That expression. Her reaction screams cucked, TBH. You know what? You're not wrong. That expression. It was joy. It was anger. Oh, she's into it then? No, it was sadness.
それが魔法の根源よね。
Both happy for and in pain for Maria. Yeah. That is the basis of magic, isn't it?
愛がなけれ
Without love,
ば、悲しみがなけれ
without sadness,
ば、怒りがなければ、
without anger,
魔法は見えない。
magic cannot be seen. The ground shook. An earthquake. It gradually caused greater and greater fissures and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. That's sadomasochism for you. Damn! Magic is kinky, question mark? Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. Nor for Beatrice. The golden land began to crumble away. The earth gave way like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet black darkness. Then, she was mercilessly slammed against the jet black floor. It was a small, nondescript, and very dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there were windows, they let no light into this place, Beatrice's smoking room. Opening holes, shattering veils, and piercing shields magic is kinky. Whoa, when you put it like that. Even as Beato moaned from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor. Beato, you're just making it worse. She shakily rose to her feet. A seat was there. And the game table, still just as it had been when she had left it. Battler naked JPEG! You know, this... The timing of everything is so funny. Oh my god. The bots are into it, I know, right? But what I was saying is like... You can look back at all the CGs and videos in this game, so I could summon battler_naked.png if I really wanted to. And the game table, still just as it had been when she had left it. The game board, too, was preserved in the same state in which Beato had abandoned it.
そこがあなたの席よ。
That is your seat.
座りなさい。
Sit.
わらわに座るべき席はここしかない。
So,
ということなのか。
this is the only seat for me to sit in. Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか負けるか。
Win or lose.
あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。
That is all you were given.
それに行き着く過程でも引き分けは許されるでしょう。
A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted.
でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。
But the one thing I will not allow is for you to suspend the game and throw it away.
勝って生き残るか負けて消え去るか
Either win and survive or lose and disappear.
そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。
Until one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair.
それが魔女のゲームのホスト
But
である
Ange,
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
what if she really needs to go to the bathroom? Does she wear the dunce cap now or when she sits down? Oh my god, probably when she sits down. Isn't that your only duty as the host of a witch's game? As the Golden Witch Beatrice? Laughing weakly, Beato sat down. Then she rested her elbows on the table, covered her face with both hands, and managed to put together a smile with just her mouth. Has anyone taken a shit this entire time? Have we ever seen a bathroom on Rokkenjima? Okay, we saw a shower. We've seen a shower. That's the closest we've gotten. There she rested her elbows on the table. Oh no, there was a toilet at the beginning! At the very beginning of the game! Because Battler was like practicing some lines in the toilet stall, right? But that was at the airport. That wasn't even on Rokkenjima. I still don't think we have any confirmed toilets on Rokkenjima. Schrodinger's butt business. Then she rested her elbows on the table, covered her face with both hands, and managed to put together a smile with just her mouth.
勝てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬ。
Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Oh, if only Dan was here. If only Dan was here. Dan said, like, from when he first started watching me play this, that Battler is guaranteed to win, and he just hasn't realized it yet. And now here's Beato saying, not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Ooh. Ooh. So there's only one toilet in the airport, nowhere else. Yeah. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game.
ならばよかろう。
Battler wins by just constantly saying magic is bullshit, but he's too stupid to even follow through with that. Very well then.
わらわが負けるまで。繰り返そうではないか。
Why don't I repeat this until I lose?
何よ気弱な。
Spare me the pity show.
勝ちなさいよ。
Win!
あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。
Use the very best moves you have.
あなたが始めたゲーム。
You started this game.
あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。
You have a duty to make the best moves possible.
いい加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
Enough with all this indecisive fooling around. Just then, there was a heavy sound. Beato felt a cold and pitiful sensation on her leg. Oh no, a shackle?
捕まえた。
Oh, god damn it, Lambda Delta. And just talking to Beatrice, but then here's Lambda Delta. Or do you mean that in a more mysterious way, Tan? So, if you have not met her yet, this is Lambda Delta. She is, yandere for the witch that brought Ange into the game. And so, on, like, the highest level of this game is a game not just between Beatrice and Battler, but Beatrice and Burncastle, who's another witch. Because Burncastle is backing Battler, even if Battler doesn't know it, and is like doing what she can to see if she can defeat Beato. And Lambda Delta is like obsessed with Burn Castle. So she saw an opportunity here to tie Burn Castle to one place. And for Beato to keep Burn Castle locked in this game for an eternity, so it breaks Burn Castle's will, and Lambda Delta can take over her whole life because she's yandere, right? So that's, yeah, layers, exactly. So that's where we're at. And Lambda Delta, I think, has been a bit pissed at Beatrice because she was going to just throw out the game, and Burn Castle's like, okay, I'm out then. And Lambda Delta wants to keep Burn Castle engaged with the game for like eternity until she loses it. Anyway, Stella, don't step on the keyboard. Gotcha!
やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアと。
I finally got you, Beato! Hey, didn't I say she was in that golden land also to hide from Lambda Delta?
おや大ラムダデルタ教ではないか
Oh, if it isn't the great lady Lambda Delta.
まだおられたとは
To think that you were still here. Beato's foot was locked in an ice-cold steel shackle. I was right. Fastening her to the chair she sat in. Stella, stop rubbing the mic stand and making noise. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat. Right, because she's the Witch of Certainty, so that lock will certainly hold on.
もう逃げられないんだからね。
You won't be able to escape anymore, got it?
私こう見えてしつこいの。意外でしょ？
I'm more persistent than I look. Surprising, huh?
自覚がなかった方が意外である
I'm more surprised that you weren't already aware of it.
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。
You are not permitted to leave early or suspend the game.
永遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。
You'll fight for all eternity, in order to win, of course.
負けたくはないでしょ？
You don't want to lose, right?
負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけの
Uh-oh.
覗いてみたい。
You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose?
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry.
勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ教があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
You can win. Until you do, I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will stick right by you and look after you for all eternity.
しかし戦いたくともわらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬぞ
But even if I wish to fight, I have no opponent across from me, correct?
大丈夫よバトラを見つけてきた
There she is! It's alright, I found Battler. Let's go Burn Castle. When Burn Castle appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Oof! Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll. Without the one pillar that established his soul, he had fallen into the very depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. Oh no! He's like, if I'm not who I think I am, who am I? When he never thought... Yes! New Umineko stream! I can't believe he got himself this depressed when he never even thought to try to say in red, I am Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandson, or I am Rudolph Ushinomiya's son. By rights, he should have dispersed and vanished like mist. Burn Castle had managed to scrape him together. It was surprising that she had managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his body had returned, his soul had not. It was blown away when his existence was denied by Beatrice. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラーもこの戦いを逃げないのよ。
Battler won't run from this fight
あ
either.
んたに勝つまで
Not until he beats you.
は勝ち目がなくなってきたから全て投げ出して逃げるなんてそんな無粋を許しはしない。
We won't permit such boorishness as to throw everything away and run just because the chances of winning have grown slim.
彼だってそんなことを望んではいないの。
Not even he himself wants that.
でしょ。後ろ宮バトル。
Right, Ushinomiya Battler. Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラー、しっかり。
Battler, get a hold of yourself.
あなたはここにいるわよ。
You are here,
そして敵は目の前にいる。
and the enemy is before your eyes.
戦って
Fight!
勝つために。
Fight to win! Battler lazily and incoherently parroted her words. He was back, but the trauma inflicted on his soul was no small thing. Wow, Beato, you really fucked him up. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he had respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後ろ宮バトラでない。
I am not Ushinomiya Battler. Yeah, they stun like Battler. You know, Battler, you were able to say in red that you are Ushinomiya Battler. So that's actually not true.
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。
Don't talk stupid.
あんたは他の誰でもない後ろ宮バトラよ。
You are Ushinomiya Battler and no one else.
誰が認めようと否定しようとあなたがそれを信じなさい。
No matter who else admits that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself.
あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。
You are the only one who can create your own world, you know.
あなたが後ろ宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
Don't lose the world where you are Ushinomiya Battler.
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
Then who am I?
おふくろの子じゃないんだぜ。
I'm not Mom's kid.
俺はどこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Where was I born from? Battler asked while gazing lazily up at the ceiling with eyes that still hadn't regained their sparkle. Of course, she answered right away.
ええ、そうね。
Yes, that's true.
ベアトが赤き真実で宣言したんだ。
Beato declared it with the red truth.
だから私の宣言
Uh-oh. So, I'll declare it too.
後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮アスムの息子ではないわ。
Ushinomiya Battler is not Ushinomiya Asumu's son.
なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないではないか。
Oh, the thing is that, I have a friend who is way too smart. And in the scene last week when Battler, got deleted, he was like, oh my god, he's Kirie's son, that Rudolph was a fucking asshole and had the baby switched and they're both named Battler. And the baby that died was Asumu's son, but Rudolph just pretended that it was Kirie's son was the one that died. And so, he never told Battler or Kirie because he's an asshole and didn't want to get in trouble. So, So he can say in red that he is Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandson, or he can say in red that he's Ushinomiya Rudolph's son. But he never tried it. It broke his brain too much to hear that he wasn't born from Ushinomiya Asumu. So, that sounds like the truth to me. But, that was just because I had a really smart chatter. So, we were just talking about you. We were just talking about you. We're about to have your theory confirmed. Also, Dan, there was this line earlier where Beato said, where is it? Yeah, yeah, you missed Magic Cuck Bus. Yeah, that too. So, Dan, Ange, like, broke Beatrice's, little dream world she was sealing herself away in. And, was like, alright, sit down. You're not gonna leave this seat until you win or lose the game. And so then Beato's like, not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Very well then. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? And so that's what you were saying from the beginning, right? That it's not a game she can win. She just said it. In that case, he is not qualified to be the opponent in my game, is he? Repetition request for Beatrice. Oh, here we go! Man, Ange was mean about it too. She's just gonna make her choke. She could have just said, say it in red, Ushinomiya Battler is Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandson. And instead, Ange is just gonna choke. I mean, Beatrice is just gonna choke on that. Alright. Repetition request for Beatrice. Ushinomiya Battler is not Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild. As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a pained smile rose to her face. No, it's just the truth. It's just like hard truths. Angelique Battler, you daft brother of mine. And you can't say things in red that aren't true. But wording can be, like, messed around with. Like, you could say a half-truth in red, you know. If nothing you say in red is, like, objectively wrong, you can still say it in red. Declining to repeat, I see. Beato declared 2 red truths. Can you keep key smashing and saying random stuff until something is correct? I guess you can attempt to do so, but it might be a bit painful because apparently people start choking if they try to say something in red that isn't true. You might run out of air. Declining to repeat, I see. Beato declared 2 red truths. You are not Asumu's son. And... no one except Kinzo's grandchild, Battler, is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory will see you accepted as qualified without any contradictions. Ooh, her blue truth. I forgot to add... The dress was blue and black. Red truth. Yes. I think that pretty much is the red truth. Because it's the lighting that made it look either way, right? All right, I forgot to add wow to my soundboard, so I'm just gonna get it again for the blue truth. Okay. This is my blue truth. Listen to this.
ベアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後宮
It's
バ
fun
トラ
because
ーだ。
and speaking in red is also something you can say, so why bother with blue in this context? I don't know, maybe she just wants to be fancy? That people could ever think different, like it was very clearly that color. No, I agree. I always thought it was blue and black, and I was confused why there was confusion. Speaking of blue and black, the one who is qualified to be Beato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. And whether that person is Asumu's son or
アスム
not,
の息子であるか否かは問題ではない。
and whether that person is Asumu's son or not is not an issue.
すなわち、あなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。
In other words, you can be Kinzo's grandchild even if you are not Asumu's son,
ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば、
as long as you are Rudolph's son.
くだらない言葉遊びよね。
I know how adoption works. No, he's still blood related, I'm sure. What a stupid word game.
青き真実、有効よ。
Blue truth. Valid. You're just saying that because you're blue, Burncastle.
ベアと、赤き真実での反論は
Beato, your counter argument with the red truth.
赤き真実で受けられないなら、バトラの対戦資格
It's really out here defending Veggie Battler. There is no problem with Battler's qualification. If you cannot counter it with the red truth, there's no problem with Battler's qualifications as an opponent. Red truth, it's Umi Thursday. That's right, Bedwards! Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back bit by bit.
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
I'm so glad, like, Ushinomiya Rudolph being a whore is, like, coming back in our favor. Then, who am I? That really is just so fucking stupid. Blue truth, D's nuts. Wow! Bedwards! Ah, thank you for subscribing for 4 months! Then, who am I?
しっかりなさい。
Get a hold of yourself! Us in the chat too, like, same and
あんたは後宮
you are Ushinomiya Battler!
バトラー。確かに、アスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。
Yeah, maybe Asumu Okasan didn't give birth to
で
you.
も、だから何？
But so what?
あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ？
I really need to mess with Automod. Battler would be like, man, my dad is a whore. He even got another girl pregnant who wasn't his wife. Yeah, and yet he never thought he might have been a product of such a thing. Say it in red. Rudolph is a man whore. But so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right?
例えば、あなたにとって
Oh, Ange! You poor
後
baby!
宮エンジェは何？
For example, what is Ushinomiya Ange to you?
血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ？
You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right?
血じゃないでしょ？絆でしょ？
It's not about blood, it's about bonds, isn't it?
そりゃそうさ。
Well, yeah.
エンジェは
You
血
do!
が繋がってなくても妹だ。
Battler, you're full siblings, if Dan's theory is right. Well, yeah. Even though we don't share the same blood, Ange is my little sister.
赤で言って
Say it in red!
エンジェは妹だって言って
Say that Ange is your little sister!
エンジェは俺の妹だ。
Ange is my little sister. Also, Battler, if I'm not my dad's wife's son, then who could I possibly be? There's no prior information that I have that could explain this. Get him. Oh, it worked. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So strongly that it hurt.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。
Battler isn't really Yoshimiya Battler. His real name is Bob Smith. I don't know why Asumu Okasan wasn't your birth
で
mother.
もあなたは今日までそして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ
But still, until today you believed that she was your mother, and you still do, right?
世の中にはね母親さえ家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ
In this world, there are plenty of people without even a mother, without even a family.
アスムお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある
Did Asumu Okasan ever let you feel
ない
lonely?
でしょ
Never, right?
あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで
Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily.
あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ
Your family bonds have gotten way too thin after leaving your family for 6 years.
もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて
You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly.
思い出して
Remember,
アスムお母さんのためにもこんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで
Angie's crying face says that didn't get McDonald's for her 6th birthday vibes. Fuck. It's clashing so much with the mood right now. For Asumu Okasan's sake, don't lose your affection because of some stupid ravings from a witch. Oh, she made Battler cry. Don't apologize, it's really funny.
そうさ。
You're right.
おふくろはいつだって俺の味方。
Eva didn't take her, instead they went to a Wendy's. I mean, I wouldn't have minded that, but Ange probably just lost her whole family on her 6th birthday and was like, fuck. You're right. Mom was always on my side.
ここはどこだよ。
Where is this place?
くれよ、帰りてえよ。
It's dark. I want to go home.
俺の家族はみんなはどこなんだよ。
Where's all of my family? The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears formed there.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ
Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back.
せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと
Hey kid, sorry our whole family died. Do you want to get a burger? She needs you to at least come back, or she'll be all alone forever.
妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って
For your little sister's sake, if nothing else, please win this witch's game.
エンジ、俺の妹。
Ange, my little sister.
でもよ、わからねえんだ。
But the thing is, I don't know anymore.
どうして俺はベアトと
And I want
こんなわけのわ
McDonald's.
かんね
I want
え残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ
Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Banto forever?
もうやだ
Eva looks at the bags of Burger King she has behind her. Never mind. I've had enough.
早くこんなゲームに決着をつけて
In that case, hurry up and finish off this game and go back home.
後宮バトラーいつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの
Ushimiya Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this?
妹が帰りを待ってるわよ
Your little sister is waiting for you to come home. Oh, Snacko here with the burgers. That's right. Battler was caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. And unable to understand what he was fighting for, he was taken along at the witch's pace, toyed with and made to fight for a very long time. 200 hours worth of Umineko Thursdays. Oh, wait, I think I can confirm that now. Look at that, 200 hours, 46 minutes. She really is pouring everything out now. A lot of stuff's culminating. That should have been the simplest and first question. Not understanding that is why he loses his purpose for fighting. Godfather! Thank you for sending out. We did it, Goober. Goober still gets me. Thank you, Godfather! God damn it, brother. For fuck's sake, please come back, dog. We gotta play that crane game again. Yeah. Hello! We're having a time today. Hello, thank you. It's why my voice doesn't reach his ears. What he needs is not some vague purpose like winning against the witch or because she's unforgivable. He needs to become aware of a purpose for which he must win. The grimace shake has changed her forever. Oh no! Ange wanted the grimace shake and then her whole family was dead on the ground like those vines. That's right. Yeah, Battler is still... he doesn't even realize that Ange is the one appealing to him right now. He still needs to get his brain in order. That's right. I want to go home to Mom and Dad and Ange. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murders. Enough. Enough.
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる
Ange repeatedly referring to Asuma's mom. Battler like, weird choice of words, but okay. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how he'll be brought back. Yeah, I'm wondering too. Battler's soul is starting to come back.
あとちょっとが届いて
But it can't quite reach.
もう嫌でしょ
You've had enough, right?
なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦って
Then fight! So you can return to your family!
ベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて
Destroy Beatrice and come home! No. No more witches. Battler, you sound like a little kid. I'm gonna twist your nose.
ヤトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。
Enough of Beato, enough of everything, and you too, you're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I'm gonna kick this guy's ass. Well, Angie tried. This is the same dude who could game over for Battler now? This is the same dude who could realize his aunt suspected Eva just because of a cigarette butt in her pocket. But when it comes to stuff like this, he's like, there's no way.
いつまた裏切るかもわからない。
I could be betrayed again at any time.
何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用で。
Oh, so damn. You were right. She should have just started in red from the beginning. I can't trust anything. I can't trust any words that aren't red.
俺に構うな。構うな。
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind so tightly that it hurt.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。
Hurry up and come home, Oni-chan!
私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
Don't leave me all alone! Huh?
お前。誰？
Huh? Who are you?
私よ。エンジェよ。
She's saying it! She's saying it! It's me! It's Ange!
お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。
No one's coming back home! Oni-chan! Not you! Not mom! Not dad!
寂しいよ。
I'm so lonely!
お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
Please hurry up and come home!
エンジ。
Ange.
お前。エンジだったのか。
So you were Ange. Yeah, finally.
そうよ。エンジェよ。
That's right! I'm Ange!
誰も帰ってこない世界の後ろ宮エンジェ。
You should know me an Ange of a world where no one comes home.
私の家族はすべてあの日の六軒島から帰ってこない。
My entire family never came home from Rokenjima that
目
day.
の前のあの魔女が家族をすべてお兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。
The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you.
お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。
Only you can finish her, Oni-chan.
あいつをやっつけて、
Finish her!
そして家族を取り戻して、
And take your family back!
そして私のところに帰ってきて。
And then come home to me!
やだな、俺の家族。
Finish her! I've been crying in the corner. Yo, dog, I kinda came home though. Yeah. Damn. Poor Eva. The girl uses language to describe someone that literally only one person would use and doesn't even think it's weird. Yeah, he's like... His priorities are so effed, and I think this is highlighting that a bit to fix his priorities a little bit. Like, why are you so much more focused on mystery novel shit than, like, the shit that's actually happening to you? Beato stole my family.
そうとも
As she says,
逃げも隠れもせぬ
I will not run away or hide from it.
わらわが後ろ宮エンジェル家族を奪った
I stole Ushinomiya Anja's family away from her. He became too trusting of the red truth. Yeah.
バトラはわらわの玩具よ。
Oh, so is this like she switched back to the other Beatrice? Because apparently, like the way she behaved for most of episode 2, and then they're like this face Beatrice. Oh come on. I have no lock on. Is it this face Beatrice? Like they're trying to present them as two different Beatrices, so she just switched back. I can tell because of the face sprites they use, and now it just flashed white, so it's like she's switching back. Should he even trust the red truth? I mean, I thought that, and then people in my chat were like, oh no, red truth is like true. It's like the only thing you can trust, and so that what makes the murder mysteries solvable. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's what I gotta do. Battler is my toy.
その父親も母親もすべて玩具。
His father and mother too. All of them are my toys.
そなたには返さない。
I won't give them back to you.
永遠に一人ぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいい。
To me, what exactly is the red truth? I kept thinking of it as objective fact, but now that more emotional statements are becoming red truth, it's a little, I don't know. I'm just trusting my friends when they say, believe it. You may continue to wander alone forever, awaiting the return of your family that is never to be. From Anja's arms that held him, the very painful, sad, and lonely days that his little sister, left all alone, had gone through, flowed into Battler. You can believe it, yeah. Well, thank you for your reassurance too. Because he had been playing around in a place like this. His little sister had been left all alone and had been forced to endure such painful days.
エンジエンジくそ俺は何をやってた
Ange! Shit! What have I been doing?
ありがとうなエンジ
Thanks a bunch, Ange.
お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた
Oni-chan has been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Ange was clutching his head with incredible force, so he couldn't. Sweat? Is she wrenching his head off? Hot drop splashed the back of Battler's neck. I'm hoping that's just her tears. What they were, he discovered by holding Ange's arm as she clung to him. Because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers, red. What? Blood.
エンジ
Ange?
大丈夫か
Are you okay?
おい
Hey! It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler couldn't tell for sure because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops staining his entire back were surely blood.
お兄ちゃんを助けるためにここに来るために
Oh, right, she promised not to tell him. Right, I forgot. In order to save you, Oni-chan. In order to come here.
唯一守らなきゃいけないルールが
That's right! God damn it!
Please, no! No!
Me right now! No! In order to save you, Oni-chan. In order to come here. There was a single rule that I wasn't allowed to break.
それがこれ
This was it.
お兄ちゃんに私が
Letting you
エン
find
ジだ
out
と知られてしまうこと
that I was Ange.
辛かったよ
It was so hard.
お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんて
My Oni-chan was right before my eyes, and I couldn't even tell him.
このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった
If I'd just followed the rule, I would have been able to stay by your side forever.
お兄ちゃんと一緒に魔女と戦うゲームを永遠
You
に
and
遊べ
me
るはずだった
together, playing the game against the witch for eternity.
でもそれじゃダメ
That's no good.
お兄
It's no goddamn good at all.
帰らなきゃ
Oni, Chan, you have to go back.
お家であなたの妹が待っているもの
This was not my intention.
Back home. Your sister is waiting for you.
父親は私のことではないけれどそれであなたの妹は救われる
That person isn't me. But this way, your sister will find her salvation.
エンジエンジこんなに血が
Ange, Ange! There's so much blood.
こんなに
So much! So much! He wanted to turn around, but he couldn't because of how tightly Ange was gripping his head. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Ange's pained breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
しないで
Don't worry.
私は所詮駒だから
I am just a piece.
あのねチェスではねサクリファイスって言うんだって
You know, in chess, they have this thing called a sacrifice. Oh, Battler, if only you didn't need red shirts for confirmation. God! More reasons to call Battler an idiot. God damn it.
サークリなんだって
What?
そんなことはどうでもいい
Yeah, figure it out for yourself. God damn it, you're right. Let's all bully Battler some more. Who cares about that?
早く手当てを
Let's get you some first aid, quickly!
この手を一度離すんだエンジ
Let go for a second, Ange. If only Battler was smart enough to think about literally anything, yeah.
サクリファイス捨て駒の
Battler got en passant at the very beginning of the game. En passanted. Now let's not bully fighting man. And again, if he was smart, Burn wouldn't have needed to invite Ange. This is true. Beato already bullies him daily, that's true. A sacrifice is a thrown piece.
戦略的展望のためにわざと損をし駒を見捨てること
For the sake of the strategic vision, you intentionally let a piece go, in full awareness of the loss. The ultimate goal in chess is victory against the opponent. So sacrificing a few individual pieces is no problem if that can bring you to victory in the end. Ange had made a level-headed decision. She had been told over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler right now, she herself needed to become a sacrificial piece. Battler had to be made aware. His purpose in playing this witch's game must not be something abstract like finishing off the witch. He needs to win the game. He needs to release himself, and he needs to bring his family back home. Why? Because he has family, a little sister, waiting for him to come home. A being created to bring Ushinomiya Ange's voice to him. That is who Ange Beatrice is, who I am. I will use the piece I am as a sacrifice. To give Oni-chan the will to fight, to give him purpose. Oni-chan, my purpose is not to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushinomiya Ange's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
Ange!
No, our burger girl.
Ange!
The white, skinny arm holding Battler was pale and transparent, almost like wax. But it was stained so cruelly with fresh blood.
私はもう消えちゃうけれど
I'm going to disappear now, but
お兄ちゃんは頑張って戦ってきっと私のところへ帰ってきてね
you fight with all you've got and make sure you come back to me, okay?
待ってるよずっと
I'll be waiting. Always.
お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに何もできなかった
I planned on helping you out a whole lot more than this. And I couldn't do anything.
ごめんね
Sorry.
いいんだ
Don't worry about that.
お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか
You taught me, didn't you?
どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか
You taught me why I have to win.
そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところに帰ってやらなくちゃって
And that I absolutely have to win and come back to you.
俺は何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ
What if I am doing like about playing in a place like this?
ああもうこんなところで遊んでなんかいないぞ
Yeah, I'm not playing around here anymore.
帰るからな帰るからな
I'm gonna come back. You better believe I'll come back.
お土産持ってきっと帰るからな約束する
I'm definitely gonna come back bringing a souvenir. I promise.
いらないから一つだけ約束して
I don't need one. So just promise me one thing.
なんだよ何でも約束する
What is it? I'll promise anything.
この手を今から離すね
In a second, I'm going to take my hand away.
痛かったでしょ
It must have hurt, right?
ギュッとしててごめんね
I held you so tightly. Sorry.
私は大丈夫だから
I'm alright.
帰らなくていいから
You don't have to turn around, so
だから最後にお兄ちゃんの一番かっこいいところを見せて
So before I go, show me you at your coolest.
席を立って目の前の魔女を指さしてゲームの再開を
Rise from your seat. Point at the witch before your eyes. Like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney and declare that the game will recommence. Trivia time, in Japanese, up that objection. Yeah, time to redeem your objections now, because my trivia is that in Japanese, objection is igiari. So that's what they're all yelling in the Japanese version of the game, and Kurai is take that, which is like, eat this. And then, igiari literally means, there is a different, let me do a little G-show thing. There is a different thought. That's what igiari literally means. A different thought exists. There's the objection. Ange's hand slid. Your Honor, I plead nuh-uh, and disappeared behind me. The stark marks of her fingers were left behind in the blood that had been oozing from her fingernails. No! Ange! But I turned around right away to take care of Ange's wounds. You're gonna break your promise to her. You don't look cool right now.
Ange.
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
Fuck. God damn it, Battler. Oh, and you even promised that you wouldn't turn around.
Ange. どこへ
Ange, changed the game. My final message, goodbye, changed the world. He didn't even say he wouldn't though, this is true. But he did promise to look cool. And he didn't. Ange, where's she? She will never have her chicken nuggets, Rip Ange Burger. Behind my chair. To be fair, he can't look cool if he keeps not thinking. As though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had all been smashed. There was a sticky, pulpy mountain, and around that mountain of blood and minced meat. No, Ange is literally burger. No! The clothes and shoes Ange had been wearing. She got turned into burger! He's his absolute coolest if he keeps his mouth shut. Damn! The tea party is like 2 hours long, just a heads up. You know what? I wouldn't expect anything different. But thank you for the warning. The clothes and shoes Ange had been wearing lay crumpled as though they had been thrown off. As though a human's insides alone had been pulverized and discarded. Jumps off a building in the real world equals becomes burger in meta world. Damn. As though Ange, who had been standing there until just a second ago, had been crushed. The price for bringing back your brother from being a veggie becoming a burger.
Ange.
Is certainly resembling something close to a patty.
エンジはどこだよ。
Ange? Where is Ange? At home, stupid. You gotta get home.
エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
Where did Ange disappear to?
おい
Hey!
エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
Where did Ange disappear to? The two young-looking witches said nothing and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. Please do not eat at Ange Burger. I did not want to accept it.
わらわ
Golden Slaughterer, let's
そなた
fucking
の正
go.
面だ
I was right in front of you,
ずっと見てい
watching the whole time,
たそなたの後ろでエンジェ
watching
が
what
どうなって
happened
いくか
to Ange behind you.
お前知ってるのか。
Do you know?
エンジはどこへ行ったんだ。
Where did Ange go? Battler, Golden Slaughterer is playing. There's no way Banto's gonna say something you want to hear.
生きなが
While she still lived.
ら焼けたでっかいペンチで一つは一つは親指大の大きさが全身の肉を引きちぎって捨てていくんだ
While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pincers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off of her and threw them away.
わらわは見てい
I was watching.
た魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍な行為エンジェの後ろから
I watched as countless cruel tools, red hot from the witch's furnace, approached Ange from behind.
一つまみ一つまみ肉をついば
All the food keeps blowing up.
細切れにするのを見てい
And one bit at a time, pecked at her flesh, twisted it off, ripped it off in chunks, and tore her to pieces. No!
たエンジェは誇っていい
Ange should be proud.
兄と最後の言葉を交わすためその苦痛の喘ぎ最後まで耐えたこと誇っていい
In order to exchange her last words with her brother, she withstood the gasps of pain until the very end. She should be proud of that. Like hell that happened, but rolling there on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes was, without a doubt, what she had been wearing on her head. Those pink bead hair ornaments. You gave those to her! Do you remember? You better take them! To be honest, I was thinking they were a bit too childish and didn't really suit her. So I remembered them well. Oh, do you remember where they came from? Why has Ange been wearing these cheap hair ornaments all this time? Because it's her only thing that she had left from you! No, no. This can't be Ange. It couldn't be.
ベアトに正直に
That was honest, Beato.
バトルには見えてなかったんだけど
Battler didn't see it.
蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに
So you could have just said that she turned into butterflies and flew away or something.
お前らもそれを見ていたのか。
You guys also saw that happen?
エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。
You watched Ange get torn into little bits?
見てて
You were watching?
そんな
And
平
yet
然とした顔を知ってたのかよ
you kept your faces that calm? Without answering, Berncastle, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice looked at me. Some in pity, others in derision. She was calling herself Gretel. So after what happened with Virgilia in the last game, I was thinking up until now that she might be Beato's underling. Battler! I swear to God. His trust got broken a little too much. And I was making sure not to trust her even though she was on my side. And then, just as I learned that it was actually Ange, I'm not permitted to see her face. And when I turn around, I find something like this. Ah!
良いではないか。
What does it matter
妹のことなど
about your little sister?
だと
What did you say?
どうせそなた永遠にここから帰れなどせぬ。
You will never return from this place in any case.
そなたが帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろうが。
Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you.
そなたがここで遊んでいる限り無数の世界のエンジェが孤独となる。
As long as you play here, the Anges of countless worlds will live in isolation.
今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。
And the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon them, diluted over a period of more than a decade. Ah, she was emotionally torn into little bits. Ah!
そんなことはどうでもいいことではない。
However, that is of no importance, correct?
ここにいるそなたには見えない。
It cannot be seen by you from here.
観測できない。
You cannot observe it.
観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。
An unobservable truth cannot be proven except by the red truth.
だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。
Therefore, your anxiety over Ange's future unhappiness might well be an ungrounded fear.
案外ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
She might, surprisingly enough, have an easy life ahead of her, never needing to work, thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right? That was a lie from Ange's arm. Every part of the sad world that follows had poured into me in an instant. It's all because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I have to defeat her. I have to take back my family and come back to Ange, who's waiting for me as soon as humanly possible. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Ange's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Yeah, we saw how that easy life went. Yeah. Endless 9?
エンジェお前が
Ange,
見たかったのはこれだよな
is this what you wanted me to see? Towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Ange's brutal last moments slowly. And yet, with all my might, I pointed. Oh, get your objections ready!
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice!
ゲーム再開だ
Resume this game.
もう俺は逃げねえし、お前も逃がさない。
I won't run away anymore. And I won't let you get away either.
望むところ
As I like it.
わらわはもはや逃げも隠れもできる。
I can no longer escape or hide.
わらわとそなたの決着確実につけよう。
Let us settle this between us for certain.
どちらかが
One will win,
勝つ。どちらかが敗れて滅ぶ。
one will lose and be destroyed.
それ以外の結末は
No
存在しない。
other resolution exists.
俺は勝つ。
I will win,
どれほど時間をかけようと。
no matter how long it
俺は
takes.
打ち破る。
I will definitely defeat you.
この勝負にもう妥協も中断も不先輩もない。
In this match, there will no longer be any compromise, interruptions, or losing by default.
俺は逃げない。
I won't run away.
逃がさない。
You won't get away.
俺を本気で倒しに来いよ。
Come take me down with everything you've got.
くだらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も慣れ合いも一切必要ない。
There's no need for any stupid tricks or deceptions. No need for interacting with each other weirdly or acting all friendly. Oh, but that part was fun, Battler. Come
お
on.
前と俺は敵同士。
You and I are enemies.
1秒でも早く決着をつけて。俺はエンジのところへ家族を連れ帰らなきゃならない。
I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Ange.
揺るぎなき決
Unwavering purpose.
絶対の意志。
Absolute certain willpower.
人間の絶対なる意志。絶対の魔力と
A human's certain willpower becomes certain magical power. Just like Kinzo, right?
それは奇跡に通じそれを約束する。
That acts as a miracle and makes it a promise.
これは約束された絶対の奇跡。
Yes, this is a promised certain miracle.
わらわの価値は100億に一つ。ひとかけらの奇跡も絶対になありえぬということ。
Is there not even a 1 in 10 billion chance? No. Is it certain that there is not even a fragment of a miracle that could make my victory happen?
わらわの足にはいつの間にか音もなもう片方の足には
Before I knew it,
頑丈な鎖が絡みつき
a cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound,
この椅子に縛り付けて
fastening me to the chair.
わらわに残されたる運命をバトラに殺され敗北すること
All that is left to me is either to be killed by Battler and be defeated,
それを拒み永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことの
or resist that and repeatedly tie for all eternity.
殺されるための心の整理がつくの引き分けを繰り返すの間違い
I guess that's repeatedly tie until I prepare my heart for death.
いずれにせ
Either way,
よ敗れるためだけに戦わねばならない
I must now fight only to lose.
もう永遠
Ah!
に鎖がわらわを縛り付け
I have already been bound in eternal chains,
そしてバトラもま
and Battler won't let me escape either.
たみっともなく許しを請うか
Should I pathetically beg for his forgiveness?
同情を請うか哀れみの心に訴えかけるか
Should I ask for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart?
なりふり構わず土下座して
Should I disregard appearances and prostrate myself?
鎖のせいでそれも叶わぬ
Because of the chains, even that will not be granted me.
チェックメイ
Checkmate.
トこれは完全なる爪だ
The perfect endgame.
だが
However, It might be. I didn't realize it was Microsoft Sam, but there is a dude speaking. There is like a little bit of soft speaking in the background of the song. Yeah. However,
わらは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice,
黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔
the demon lord of gold who reigns over the Golden Land.
王敗れるための戦いであってもわらはふさわしき態度
It may be a losing battle, but there still exists an attitude befitting my stature.
そしてわらわにふさわしき散り際を飾る権利
And I have the right to beautify my death in a manner fitting for me.
わらわと
And I
同じそな
likewise.
たに我が魔法存在を認めさせてこの島に黄金鏡の扉を開く
I will make you accept the existence of my magic and open the door to the Golden Land on this
そ
island.
なたはその最初の茶会の主賓となるだろう
You shall become the guest of honor at the very first tea party.
そなた以外は全員がすでに揃っているぞ
Everyone besides you has already gathered, you see?
主賓の到着が遅れているいつまでも茶会が開けない
Because the arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin.
そなたの父親母親いとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれている
Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival.
ああ上等だぜまったくにもって上等だ
Yeah, suits me. Suits me absolutely perfect.
何が魔法だ何が魔女だ
Magic and witches, what a load of bullshit.
お前との遊びはこれまでだ
I'm done playing games with you.
行くぞベアトリーチェ
Here we go, Beatrice.
存分に来るがよい妥協も中断も不先輩もない
I suggest you hold nothing back, for there will be no compromise, interruptions, or losing by
ど
default.
ちらかの勝ちどちらかが滅ぶ
One will win, and one will be destroyed.
お前に負ける意志がないというのわらわを倒すしかない殺すしかない
If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me. Kill me.
しかしわらわは無ざまざ殺されるし
However, I will not go down without a fight. Ooh, we got one person cheering for Battler in the audience. You're the only one now that Anja's gone, Rep.
わらわにふさわしき最後のそなたが用意できるのだ抵抗を繰り返すことができる
I can resist repeatedly until you prepare a fitting end for me.
そなたにそれができる
Are you capable of doing that?
できる
Yes, I'm sure you
必
can.
ずできるさ
I know you can.
恋殺し
Now, come kill me.
やりにくいか
Am I making you uncomfortable?
ならばいつもの調子でいく
Then let's go with something more familiar. Are you gonna start cackling? Are you gonna start doing the face again? You can't win and yet still fights? How interesting. Yep. I knew that was gonna happen.
殺されるかよせめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ
Like hell I'll be killed. Even if I can't win, I can still frustrate the hell out of you by not giving you the victory, right? Oh, now he's crying. Fuck.
面構え
That's a good look on your face.
殺してみろ殺
Oh my god, that's a new face. Oh my god, that's a new face. Try and kill me. Just try and kill me. Ushinomiya Battler! Ah! 1 second, please let me go to the I'm never going to you to let me die instead. Whoa, what was all that? Are we hitting the credits? I tried. Oh, is this the credits? Stella! New elements added. Oh! No credits. Oh. All right, well, good timing because I really need to feed Stella. She is acting up. Notice the color? Red? It was all red? So it was all truths? All right. I'll be right back. I need to feed Stella. right. Hello, I'm back. I got some snacks. Probably appropriate to have some snacks because we're about to have a tea party, right? Sweet Melancholy D, thank you so much for following. Hope you enjoy. All right. Let's fucking go. Please pull up a chair and wind down. Hydrate, I shall. Oh, was it that engrossing? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much for the raid, Tao. If you need to sleep, I absolutely understand. Go right ahead. Thank you so much. Please pull up a chair and wind down. Was your sojourn on Rokinjima a pleasant one? The Golden Witch has gifted you an invitation to her tea party. I hope that you will participate. The Magic Cook Bus has me by the nuts every time. It's so fucking funny. Thank you. The second day, October 5th. That's right. We never got to the second fucking day. And wait, we're still there? During the tea party? Episode 4 is off the rails. This is the tea party. Oh my god, we're fucking going through the whole day. We're 10 minutes till midnight on the second day. Good night, Tao! I don't have a clue what to make of all this. Me too. Oh, stretch, I shall. Thank you. I'm stretching. Please, someone understand what happened yesterday in a way that I can understand. It's so real. Same. I continued helping myself to the food in the mansion's kitchen. Oh. What happened to Ange? She told... Well, first she brought Sakutaro back to life, which made me cry. So she brought Beato out of hiding, and Maria got to move on with Sakutaro, and then, she told Battler and Red that she was Ange. So, she died because she broke the rule, and she was picked into pieces behind... She got Thanos snapped. She became Burger. She started the Ange Burger business. She got torn into little pieces behind his back, but she was like not allowing him to turn his head for a long time. There was a pile of Ange Burger on the ground with her clothes. I continued helping myself to the food in the mansion's kitchen. That massive commercial refrigerator had everything. I could eat and drink as much as I liked. I'd have more than enough time to eat, even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week. The bottle in one hand, half of which I'd already drunk, I helped myself to some sliced ham. Oh my gosh, is the commissioner at the door? Aurora Borealis at this time of the year in this part of the country? No. She just turned to dust? Oh, so they didn't go that hard with it. I wonder just how expensive this stuff is. Man. You ingredients are out of luck. Oni-chan, I don't feel so good. Yes. Man, you ingredients are out of luck. You should have saved the Peter Parker joke for Ange. No, that clip with Soktaro was still really good. If only you'd had Goda-san cook you, you could have been reborn as a much more incredible food. Because he is, don't forget, a magical Goda chef. I looked at the clock. I didn't notice piss and fire, but now that you say that, I think I can probably tell what part of the song that is. It was great. I opened the stream with it. Oh, you're trying to parse all of the tooltips and stuff? Are you gonna like get the picture of the tooltips, like cut them up in Photoshop and then arrange them in like a button order? But it's true, that's always made me like have a hard time telling what's going on with jobs I'm trying for the first time and stuff like that. Medical stuff. I'm glad you enjoyed the best joke in Umineko. Oh, yes, I did. The rock version is pretty good. The album art scares me though. Oh my god. Hey, there's 9 different buttons called Motif and Muse. What do they do? How do you use them? Oh! They explained it pretty well in the live letter, I think. We will not organize them together and make them easier to parse. Oh. Well, I think it'll work out once we actually have our hands on Pictomancer. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day, would end. Oh! I don't know, I guess you could put it in the meme channel in Discord. I guess it's not really a meme, but we're kind of there for the humor, right? October 5th, the second day, would end. The insanity of yesterday's October 4th didn't seem real. Yeah, I know what you mean. That was how little had happened after my so-called test. Nothing was happening. No phone calls, no letters. Yeah, because the game stopped dead in its tracks. So yeah, where does that leave Battler, the game piece? No one coming to see me, no one coming to attack me. Not a goddamn thing. Except, apparently the doors got unlocked. You couldn't get into the mansion at one point. Give me back all the time and energy I wasted being on edge. Entire day, a full 24 hours. And absolutely nothing happened. Ooh, thank you for dropping that in there. What? What the hell? That is truly one of the album arts of all time. What the fuck? Golden Syndrome? What the fuck? and absolutely nothing happened. Wait, let me see. Virgilia in the back? Oh, it's a little hard to tell. Oh, is that Virgilia? I kept thinking that was Burncastle. No, that makes more sense if it's Virgilia. I didn't recognize her out of a big hat and frilly dress. Yeah, I straight up thought that was Burncastle for a bit. Oh! What do you mean questioning, Rowan? A lot of stuff happened. Oh, and that's Jessica. With the guitar, I assume. Yes, we're still in the question arc, but we're on the tea party of the last episode. The episode's over, but we're at the tea party now. No, Maria is so questionable. That's why it's cursed. Oh, could it be Beato? Oh no, you're right, it is Beato. What the fuck? With the bangs and the little hair thingies? And it would make sense with the other witches and demons. That is so fucked up. I don't want to see Beato with that ponytail ever again. Where is her tattoo? Another reason why this album cover is fucked up. Either that or the guitar is hiding it. Or I forget if it was the left or right leg. No, I think it's the right leg. No, this album art's just fucked up in 500 different ways. Jeez. Gone because of because of magic. There we go. And absolutely nothing happened. And I'm sure that nothing will continue to happen as well. No, it is scary. A full 24 hours ago, I was called to the front of the mansion by Beatrice. There, I was given some kind of weird test to do with determining the successor to the head or something. He just took one glance at it, was like, thumbs up. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but unfortunately, we just didn't seem to be getting each other. Oh? Oh? Suspicious. Beatrice got bent out of shape for no reason and stopped talking to me. I yelled at her to say something, but she wouldn't say a word. Then I asked where Maria was, and she just told me to go to the chapel and went away. What an astounding anticlimax. Stupid as it was still a test, so at least tell me whether I passed or failed, for hell's sake. What, is she trying to say, good work, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Annoying bitch. In any case, I then headed to the chapel. My thought about what his sin was that, was that 6 years ago he and the cousins tried to solve the epitaph, and that yeah, he didn't smash the like button, but I was told that the epitaph was really recent, like 2 years ago or something, and so it's not possible. So I'm like, damn, what? But yeah, my line of thinking was yeah, his sin is clearly not coming back on that white horse and taking Shannon away. Yeah. But yeah, my line of thinking was, Beato said in red that the sin has nothing to do with Battler and Beatrice, and yet it's clearly personal, and she was like devastated when he couldn't remember. like a without love it cannot be seen sort of thing. So I was trying to think, like, what would I see if I was empathizing with her? But it's still, the only thing I could come up with that still fit the red was that he was trying to solve the epitaph and had gotten really close, but in a 12-year-old kind of way, he got bored and just put it down and gave up and did something else. And that if he would have solved the epitaph, he would have freed Beato. And since, and then he left for 6 years and couldn't just come back and finish it. But I was told that's not possible because apparently the epitaph wasn't around 6 years ago. Is that true? But that was my thought. Anyway, both George, Aniki, and Jessica had been killed after failing their tests. Yeah, because it doesn't have to do with. She said it's not between Battler and Beatrice. The sin is not between them. I think that was specifically the wording she was saying. And just simply solving the epitaph doesn't necessarily have anything to do with her, nor anything personal between Beatrice and Battler, right? The incentive to do so is like headship and gold and stuff like that. Nobody's thinking to do that for the witch. That's just Kinzo's thing. And also to just solve the puzzle, right? I can think of it later. Next scenes will probably help me more. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you guys seem to be hyped for something. Both George, Aniki, and Jessica had been killed after failing their tests. I couldn't let Maria be killed too. Besides, I thought this could be a chance to catch whoever it was while they were in the process of trying to kill Maria. When I was young, Jessica often told me that I'd get in trouble if I went near the chapel. Yeah, I thought so. The chapel was the thing in the picture Kumasawa took that had the, like, there's a 1 in a quadrillion chance to open this door, right? I knew that was the chapel. Everything is solvable after episode 4, but still very hard. When I was young, Jessica often told me that I'd get in trouble if I went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but at least knew where it was. I couldn't sense anyone there, but there was a bundle of keys lying in front of the door. I thought this might be a message to open the door to the chapel, but after trying all of the keys, I found that none of them fit. Yeah, because there's not 4 quadrillion keys there, you know? 1 quadrillion keys. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in pitch black with just a flashlight. If you can figure it out, Katie? Oh, thank you. Apparently, my answer is wrong. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could possibly open the door to the mansion. Oh! So that's how he got into the mansion. Finding no sign of Maria, I returned to the mansion. But could you find any of the bodies, Battler? The mansion was wrapped in silence. And in a horrible stench. Still, it's pretty amazing how good humans are at adapting. You don't even smell it anymore. You didn't have to stay in the corpse house, Battler. Technically, that smell was still pervading the entire mansion. But I'd grown completely used to it and stopped minding it by this point. Bro, you can just take the food and go back to the guest house where it probably smells less like ass. It didn't feel like anything more than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. Ah! That's so gross! So he's smelling Kinzo, probably. The stench knocked me back on first entering, but I ignored it and decided to head to the dining hall. He won't, he's just built different, goddamn. Looks like ass. He's those burnt corpse in the corner, yeah. Where I found all those corpses that were in such a sorry state that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san had hesitated to speak of them in any detail. It's fucking crazy that we didn't get the characters updated until the tea party. That's so fucked up. Until the tea party. Until the fucking tea party. Kizo hasn't taken a shower in years. Oh no. Genji let him go like that? Alright. We read the George one, I'm pretty sure. Natsuhi. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. However, the witnesses don't believe that she was killed with a gun. Same. Same with Eva. Same with Rudolph. His head doesn't seem half destroyed though. His face is... That's not half his face. Maybe Rudolph is still alive and that's somebody else. Poor Genji. And then, yeah. That's what we got. Nice face tattoos. Where I found all those corpses that were in such a sorry state that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san had hesitated to speak of them in detail. They were the remains of the very first victims, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest, including your father? You didn't want to say, and Dad? Each of them had half of their head dramatically splattered out. And it was such a gruesome sight that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could pronounce them as 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining half of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. They'd really pulled out all the stops for these corpses. And finally, the bodies here weren't just the 6 of the first Twilight. They had grown in number, now included one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Oh, shit. Don't be a dick butt battler being able to eat and drink with literally soupy brains everywhere. Yeah, he's certainly built different, isn't he? The 7th corpse was Maria. Damn. Corpse discovered in the dining hall, unable to locate any external wounds. Cousin! Thank you for 21 months! Oh my god! How are you doing? Battler speculated that it may have been some type of poisoning, the most peaceful method of inviting a person to the Golden Land. Huh, mysterious. Huff puffin'? I'm glad you're doing okay. Like, the thought of brains and gore making me hungry for ham. That's right, he did go get some ham. The 7th corpse was Maria. She was lying next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. And Golden Slaughterer played in the background at the death of an innocent young girl. And at the cruel way my dad and the others had died. Finally, he mentions his dad. Hydrate. Thank you. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I was, purposefully staying out of the heat today, and I was really excited because the
Such
embargo
devastation! This was not my intention!
the embargo on the Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail media tour got lifted, so I was excited. I'd already in a good mood reading all the media tour stuff earlier, and then coming into the end of episode 4 of Umineko. So yeah, I'm having a good day. Well, you've still got some time. Dawn Trail's not coming out for a few more weeks, like three-ish more weeks. Beato has a boombox that plays Golden Slaughter every time Battler cries. Yes! 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 I love that. She's got some sunglasses. She's got Ray-Bans that she puts on every time. She holds the boombox on her shoulder. You need things for the house? I understand. I understand. Yeah, I know you've been working on the house for a while. I hope it gets to where you want it to be real soon. I ran about the mansion swinging my hat stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, you bastard!" But there was absolutely no sign of anyone else. Thinking that they might be hiding somewhere and scheming to attack me from behind, I went around searching for possible hiding places. Sometimes being cautious. Sometimes intentionally letting my guard down, trying all kinds of things, but in the end, not so much as a kitten appeared. You want to do a lot to it? Completely redo the upstairs when you can get the funds to do it? Oh, wow. That's what you get for buying a house built in the year 1900? I mean, yeah. For sure. Oh my gosh. Well, I wish you all the luck. Then morning came. My tension and fatigue mixed together with my drowsiness made for the worst kind of dawn. Was the study locked? I know it has an automatic lock, and that only Genji has the key to it, but... You would still take this over living in a city. Ah, I understand. Only around 3,000 people. Nice. Well, as long as you're like, it's worth it. That's awesome. I hope you can get it to more cows than people. That's awesome. Oh no, we were talking so much about burgers, including like a character who got reduced to a pile of meat. Man, I'm glad it's peaceful, and I hope you get the, I guess, fun situation and having things the way you want situation happening soon. Your neighbor's Amish? Oh, that's so cool. I hope you have, like, I bet they make nice stuff. Like, my mom had this Amish popcorn at one point, and they just, they were like the whitest white when they would pop. And it was so good. Yeah, the Amish food is so good in Furniture and All Break. I know, right? Yes. That's so cool. Humans are pretty incredible. Even though I didn't know where the hell the murderer was hiding, I was prioritizing drowsiness and fatigue over worrying for my own life. Yeah, what the fuck, Battler? By this time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. I'd walked around the mansion for a full 6 hours until dawn broke, yelling at them to show themselves. I had done a painstaking search, tired myself out, and even let my guard down. Still, no one was coming to attack me. So at that point, I just said, screw it, do whatever you want. This has given me some end of chapter 2 vibes, and we know what happened to Battler at the end of chapter 2. The boat wouldn't come until the typhoon passed. They were saying on TV that it wouldn't pass until tomorrow, so I had a whole day to waste. The idea of just lazing about didn't seem very appealing. So even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. That's a very Battler thing to do. First, the dining hall, where the very first murders occurred. The 6 who were killed in the beginning really were pitiful to look at. The weapon was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split open by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. That seemed like valid reasoning. In comparison, Maria, who was the 7th body, had died in a far better and cleaner way. At a glance, there were no external wounds, and it wasn't clear how she had been killed. But there were signs that bubbles had been foaming from her mouth. And it looked like a typical death by poisoning you might see on a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given her test there? And why is she here in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother, dead? Assuming that the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes aren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a poison capsule or something and made to swallow it. That said, compared to the violently mutilated corpses scattered about this room, Maria's corpse was far too clean. With a gun, all you need to do is pull the trigger. But poison, whether injected or made to be swallowed, would take a lot more effort. Bearing in mind the culprit's brutal nature, too, I felt that Maria's death alone had clearly been given special treatment. Why was Maria alone given a sleep-like death? She was killed, so in a sense I still felt very sorry for her. There can be no doubt about that. But for some reason, the manner of Maria's murder in particular seemed very courteous to me. Maria had her hands joined on her chest, in the way that the dead often do. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? Maria was resting in peace, as though sleeping together with her mother, whose head was half crushed. For some reason, the contrast really bugged me. There were probably a lot of mysteries surrounding Maria's death, starting with the cause. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the 6 had been killed, 5 more had fallen through pitfalls and had been captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The floor was firmly laid with a majestic, if a bit worn-out carpet. It was clearly a single piece. If pitfalls are meant to open up in it, there would have to be a seam in that one place. And anyway, if there was some kind of trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked over or ran my hands over the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden there. Did you look under the carpet, bro? In the first place, it would be one thing if a single person had fallen, but it was a full 5 people. From what I could piece together from all of their stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places concealing pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So that with a single button press, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice, some kind of contraption like that? What kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion? But even so, if Dad and the rest had heard about this, maybe they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather. You bet he'd do this, he'd make this. In any event, I didn't learn anything more than that from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore the pitfalls even if I can't find them. Next to the next ones to be killed had been Jessica and George Aniki. I'd already discovered George Aniki when I was called out for my test. Battler, the word you're looking for is trapdoor, yeah. He was called out to the arbor in the rose garden and shot in the forehead, probably with a gun. As for Jessica, she was called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. I found the door to her room locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had the master keys. Rip Gorge Umineko trap hole? And the inside of the room was horrible. Oh no, Jessica! But the corpse was nothing I hadn't already familiarized myself with in the dining hall, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was dangling off the hook. Was she killed while on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half her head splattered out. Corpse discovered in her own room on the second floor of the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. Destroyed herself with her own strike with George's counterattacking type barrier. As far as I could tell by looking at the scene, it looked as though she had been killed while on the phone. But what about the blood splatter? Was there blood splatter on the walls? Oh yeah, there is. You can see it. You can see the blood splatter on the wall above the phone. So maybe, so that kind of makes the, there's something fishy going on with, oh, you've been given a few more minutes of life and then you'll die the exact same way when the minutes are up. Marissa Umineko unfortunately couldn't handle the power of the mustache. Ah, yes. Yeah, you can see the blood stain above the desk. You see the phones dangling off the desk? It's like left and up. And then, yeah, so definitely possible she could have been shot from behind. In that case, had the culprit been there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression from Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said they got me. It's probably best to assume that she had already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. But where is it? Can you find it? That's right, and she also said this. By the time you get here, I'll be a corpse with half my head spilled out. Oh yeah.
私は頭を半分ぶちまけた死体だよ
Yes, she definitely said that. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head, Well, then that doesn't make sense, does it? There's no way she could have conducted a phone call with half her head blasted off. Then she was injured seriously enough that she steeled herself for death and then died halfway through the phone call. But it feels like, with the way she was talking on the phone, she was out of danger for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over the phone if the killer is right in front of you. So did the culprit come partway through the phone call and kill her? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. No, like hell that counts for anything. The culprit had stolen a master key from one of the victims. The fact that it was locked is meaningless. But there are no external wounds other than her head. In which case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual wound that destroyed her head were two different events? Like, she was already injured on her head, but the shot obscured the original wound. And both of them were made to the same part of the body. In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and destroyed her head for real or something. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and seriously injured. And the culprit thought they'd killed her and went away for the time being. Oh! Airborne Overflow J, thank you so much for following. But then Jessica miraculously started breathing again. But then Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with a literal dying message. Or, because I don't think the thing Kirie said on the phone with him is something Kirie would have ever said with a straight face. I think the killer can mimic voices. Maybe. And so you could have the phone call with Jessica after she'd already been shot. And the killer had the phone conversation with Battler. Isn't that enough proof of magic? She was revived. Well, if we're talking non-magic, yeah. I think like most, if not all, of the phone calls were fake. And was like somebody like mimicking people's voices. And so yeah, if half of her head was shot off. Also, I'm pretty sure it was only women who ever talked with Battler on the phone. So it was probably a woman who was mimicking the voices. That's also because men ain't shit, yeah. So if there was a woman who was, I make them a pretty damn good actor, well, it's not impossible. And we already know from episode 3 that Banto is a great actress. Well, actually, maybe not great, but like convincing enough. And we're trying to figure out who's Beatrice, right? If we're looking at the non-magic winning the game from that perspective sort of thing. There's somebody doing all this, right? And probably a woman, at least in this case. Then the culprit realized that they had failed in killing her and rushed back to deliver the final blow to Jessica, who had lost consciousness from massive blood loss. That seems to make sense, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the form of that final blow. What if it was Kumasawa? It does feel so staged. Yeah, Battler, she predicted the form of the final blow because her head was already blasted out, and the killer faked her voice and said, "When you find me, half of my head is gonna be spilled out." But especially because they do it saying, "Haha, believe magic," exactly. So if it was Kumasawa, because except for like 2 scenes, she's like gone. But then the real mystery would be figuring out a way she could enter and leave the shed freely. That's the issue. So either the killer is very good at mimicking voices or the phone calls were also in it. What's the point? To make Battler believe that magic is real. Because when he goes and confirms for himself, what people told him on the phone ends up reflecting reality, so he could be tricked into thinking that the witch Beatrice is real and is the actual killer. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the form of that final blow. She was already blasted out. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica said this.
庄司兄さんダメだった。ありゃ即死だ。
George Nissan didn't make it either. Instant death that was. She said it almost as though she had witnessed George Aniki being killed. Well, the killer would have. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, the arbor that George Aniki had been called out to was very far away. You could only just make out the roof. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And most important of all, Jessica left before George Aniki, so she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test had been taken place by the arbor. How did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Because it was the killer mimicking Jessica's voice. Then, in the course of my search of the entire mansion, I found Kirie-san's corpse as well. Your real mother! Corpse discovered in a guest room inside the mansion. There was a single hole right in the center of the forehead. Seems reasonable to think that she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was rammed into her forehead, but it was difficult to imagine that this was the cause of the death. I didn't miss. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to torment her, yeah. Oh. I see. She was in an old guest room. Both mamas dead. She was in an old guest room tucked away on the first floor. This was where all of us relatives used to stay before the guest house was built. The situation with Kirie-san was just like Jessica's. She was probably killed during her phone call with me. Another woman. Valley's going 0 for 2 on moms. No! The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirie-san was collapsed beside it. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, something like a stake with an occult-like design was buried into her forehead. It was too gruesome for me, so I pulled it out. It was only after pulling it that I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. So even though it was probably a little late now, I laid it by Kirie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably understood what the stake meant. Yeah, I know this. It's the method of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. That gouge with a stake and kill thing, probably. However, the human skull is very hard. Even with all one's strength, could you really pierce it through it this sharply? That's exactly what you said about Eva's murder in episode 1. No. The way I reason it, the stake wasn't the cause of death. It was just used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed by being shot with a gun or something like George Aniki, and the stake was stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking about it that way, everything works out. But was Kirie-san really killed with a gun? She had said this on the phone as well. Kirie-san was under attack even though she was holed up inside a locked room. And this room actually was locked, and she had said something about a golden thread-like thing flying in through the keyhole and attacking her. And in fact, there were 4 places around Kirie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But still, a golden thread attacked her through a keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old locks like you see in the old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then you could understand that something might potentially have come through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, there was no hole going all the way through by construction, so that was literally a lie. So no matter how thin an object it might have been, it's impossible to imagine that it could have penetrated through the keyhole from the outside and attacked her, which means there was, you could call bullshit on every single time in episode 3 also that the thread came through the keyhole. Cylinder lock. Keyhole? Kirie-san had definitely said something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole. See, none of this stuff is anything Kirie would have said with a straight face. That's why I think it's the killer faking the voices. And spun around and around, aiming for her, attacking her. A golden thread attacking through the keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. Wait, actually, Kirie-san predicted that I probably wouldn't be able to understand all this. And not just Kirie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has been saying the same consistent thing. Grandfather is summoning witches and demons and killing people with magic. We witnessed it happening with our very own eyes. No tricks, no illusions. No choice but to believe it. They all said it with one voice. They all said it with one voice! What did I just say? when that mysterious woman calling herself Beatrice appeared. Even I pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, once my feeling of tension faded completely, I had a level enough head to think that this was way too stupid to possibly be true. In that extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger, did they just lose their heads a little and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people testified to the same effect, and on top of that, none of their opinions contradicted one another. But if it had been a single person statement, I'd be able to suspect that they didn't see what they thought they saw. Maybe it was a single person statement. But doing that now is pretty difficult. If we think about it, Goda and Kumasawa, I think, were the only people able to tell Battler in person what they saw. If they were both in on it, working together, they could try to trick Battler into thinking things are the way they are. And if they both faked hanging themselves, I mean, because he still hasn't been able to check their bodies yet. Anyway. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half destroyed. His head was corpse discovered in the vicinity of the mansion's back entrance. His head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that he was murdered with something like a powerful gun. A demon stake was rammed into the destroyed portion of his head. None can escape the Chester's golden arrows. Wait. Why are they not... What were the stake parts? There was gouge the head and kill. And then there was, like, knee, leg, chest. What was the other one? No, Saul Goodman. What? Chest, head, knee, leg, stomach. Well, then this already seems a little unorthodox. 2 stakes staked into the head. Thank you, Rip. I'm trying to think if there could be like a Japanese pun there or something. I can't check the epitaph. It hasn't been available in chapter 4 for whatever reason. Episode 4, I mean. I mean, I guess I could check it online. Oh, thank you. Oh, right. I think Cece had pinned, or maybe not pinned, but she had posted the epitaph in Japanese at one point. I think I can scroll that up to that on Discord. I could be on the wrong track that it's a pun or something, but let's see. Oh, I found it. I found it. Atama. Mune. Hiza. Ashi. What's this one? I guess hara? So would it be onaka or hara? Let's see. The kanji itself, maybe there's like onyomi or something. Hitsu, no? Hara, fuku. Ashi. Tariru, taru, tasu. Soku. That's funny that the onyomi for a foot is soku, like a sock. Mune. Muna. Yo. Atama. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yeah. Atama, Ashida, Kaburi, Oh. Doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't think it's a pun, from what I can tell. Why was the stake rammed in two different heads? Alright. Then right next to the back door I found Uncle Kraus with his head half destroyed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuadorion and somehow made it out of a secret underground passage and all the way here, he was killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-destroyed head was a stake with an occult design, just like the one that was driven into Kirie-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that the stake was the murder weapon. He was killed with a powerful gun, like the six in the dining hall. And after death, he was stuck with a stake like Kirie-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kirie-san spoke of attacked Golden Uncle Kraus, too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, which is very thin but can be moved about at will? And that it can also attack people? No way. I've never even heard of anything like that. But even so, if I voiced that suspicion to one of my relatives, perhaps they would say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make one. Since I can't refute the existence of a golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, my only options are to either accept this completely incomprehensible weapon or else to accept that these murders were committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And And right next to it were the corpses of Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan. Aww. Not Nanjo's little leg. Corpse discovered behind the mansion. His head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that he was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was lying next to the corpse. Shannon, corpse was discovered behind the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was lying next to the corpse. The witnesses understand one thing at least. It was not the stake that killed her. Yeah, these ones, they didn't even bother stabbing them in. And right next to it were the corpses of Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan. Both corpses had their heads smashed. And there was a stake lying right next to each of their destroyed heads, though they weren't stuck in. What witnesses? Yeah. Get them. All of the corpses were atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, half of it which was blown off, was very painful. This wouldn't have happened to her if you had just brought her the damn horse. That's the sin that caused 13 people to die. Then there was the well, inside which I was told was an secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuwadorion. By this time, I was beginning to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage to leave for Kuwadorion. But were they ever in Kuwadorion in the first place? There were supposedly 10 or more of these guys, but I haven't seen hide nor hair of any of them. It made a hell of a lot of sense to think they'd already escaped somewhere else. They had this typhoon to contend with. They couldn't go out to sea. Same for the forest. There was no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, there was only one place for them to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Kuwadorion. He tried bringing a donkey. The secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. Well, I think you should go explore it. By this time, I'd entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Screwing with me like this? This time I'll march into your mansion. Yeah, do it. What the hell? Damn it! The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters square. You could peer inside, but it wasn't really something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it to be anything more than a simple cover to protect against falling in. But from what Kirie-san had told me, I knew that it had been made to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage at the bottom. But the cover was fixed in place extremely firmly, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to removing it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. Maybe it was sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The underground passage in this well is the biggest piece of information I have that Kirie-san gambled her last moments trying to tell me about. Don't think you can stop me with something like this cover. The donkey drowned when he tried riding it to Rokonjima. No, poor thing. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea of where to get one, because I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed, which when we locked Goda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. But how do you get in? But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was inside, dead. In other words, this gardening storehouse was a locked room. There was no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I would have to break the shutter. I wonder if there was a tool for that somewhere. Kind of felt like I was going in circles. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the scent of the stench which had been permeating the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, had a terrible stench, and on top of that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I was able to find a fire hatchet and a massive bolt cutter. And grandfather's corpse, too, which is notably not in the study. Discovered as a burnt corpse again from the incinerator in the underground boiler room again. As there were no signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator, it seems reasonable to think that he was burned after he was murdered. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the dead to the dead. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse, just like episode 1. There's so many echoes of episode 1. Both feet had 6 toes. Yeah, actually, I might have heard that from Dad at some point long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. It was apparently an old Ushinomiya tradition for people with extra fingers or toes to be treated as a good omen, saying they had good fortune or something. And that's why grandfather was selected to be the next head or something along those lines. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. That's what I was thinking in episode 1. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I don't have a clue why he'd be dead and stuffed in a boiler in a place like this. A mysterious corpse burning and belching out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and was then thrown away at the end? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's explanation. Kinzo selected to be the next head because he has toes. Because of his toes not being the next head because the entire rest of his family died in an earthquake. Yeah, get his ass. Battler, why don't you know anything? Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about immediately taking on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. Roasted Kinzo again! I thought I should check on the condition of Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I don't think Battler ever heard Kinzo speak. And so, it's possible that, Kinzo's been dead all along theory is not completely dead. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, stuck the bolt cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Battler? Then I came face to face with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. So the only people Battler interacted with are Kumasawa, Goda, and the cousins. That's it. Goda and Ramsey, no! So they are dead, huh? Corpse discovered in the Rose Garden storehouse. It is hypothesized that he was shot in the forehead and then strung up by his neck. They themselves put their necks in the nooses. It was an interesting experience to try on occasion. Oh, that's spooky. Corpse discovered in the Rose Garden storehouse. I hypothesized that she was shot in the forehead and then strung up by her neck. As long as the locked room could be constructed, anything would have sufficed. It was Kanon! It was Kanon! Look at this. All the servants were in on it. Written by David Carradine. No. Oh, that's a bad show. The servant's uncle on the phone. No. No. It was... Kraus talked to Jessica. I don't think Battler ever directly heard him. Did he? Was it just a hello and handed it over? Or was that someone else? I feel like Battler didn't actually hear anybody on the phone except for PDA and Jessica, did he? Most of the conversation... It passed the phone to X. I just can't remember if that's exactly what happened, like who picked it up and then passed it. If it was Battler or George or what. It was revealed that Goto was using HelloFresh boxes instead of cooking. He couldn't stand the shame. Oh no! I mean, that's still cooking. They just give you the stuff. But still, it's not. He would be so humiliated. Demons, sorry. There weren't even nooses there weren't even stakes this time. Then I came face to face with Goto-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned some new facts. First, they did not die by being hanged. Their feet were solidly on the floor. Hey! They weren't even hanging. They totally could have done it themselves. And both of their foreheads showed signs that they had been shot with a gun. When I thought about what a normal noose was like, the rope seemed considerably on the long side. On top of that, the length was different each, to match the height of each person. In other words, lengths had been adjusted so that both Goto-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. So probably the whole purpose of that was to make Battler believe that they had hung themselves. Also, while the ropes carried both their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood up upright with these nooses around their necks, there would be some extra length. In other words, these ropes were a bit unsuitable to hang someone with. The direct cause of death was probably the shot to the head. Hey, pass the phone next, but it doesn't result in any information. These people were in the same room together and able to trade the phone from place to place. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those deep holes, staining their faces a deep red. Then they were hung up by their necks and left on display. That probably makes the most sense. But can you find a gun in there? If they were shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell that they were dead by peeking through the window. I think that was the whole purpose. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they had been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't get inside, they had to hang them like this so we could tell from the outside. Was this to get back at us for thinking that the two of them would surely be safe if we left the key with them? Where is the key, by the way? Do you still see it in there? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goto-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in his trouser pocket. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the tag was still attached. In other words, the gardening storehouse was a locked room after all. Is there a gun in there? And that gave rise to another question. Because this hanging was inexplicable, if they didn't commit suicide, then the nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but I can't really imagine that someone who could have tied 2 ropes to the beam from the outside. Well, Goda and Kumasawa must have done it themselves. And on top of that, they would have had to lift up the heavy corpses. There's just no way. Yeah, they put themselves there. In other words, to do all this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter was still locked. In other words, the gardening storehouse was a locked room. Goda-san had said that there was only one key for the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there were actually multiple gardening storehouse keys, and that Goda-san didn't just know about them, then this isn't even close to a locked room. But why is that? Is it that despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, these 2 corpses alone were intentionally hoisted up? Because they could fake being dead and trick you into thinking they were dead. And they could, you know, take the ropes off once you were gone and continue to kill people and then come back and kill each other. Which is why I'm asking, is there a gun in the shed? The 2 of them could have been on it because all the servants are killing everyone. Yeah, I think they're in on it. And it could, I bet it was Kumasawa doing the voices on the phone. As for the phone calls, remember Beatrice's phone call, right? Each line. Kumasawa still could have been alive then. And the way, Battler was talking in that scene, it didn't seem like he ever actually heard Kinzo's voice. He just kind of assumed Kinzo was there. Murder could have shot him from outside while they set up their bodies for presentation. That too. Sorry. Only this time. I think Goda was completely and beautifully innocent the other times. Except my theory for chapter 3, or episode 3, is that Goda was already dead and somebody pretended to be him. And then that was the guy who shot Nanjo. And so Goda was still technically innocent in episode 3 because he was replaced, according to my theory. But this time, I don't know. It could even just be one of them being in on it. It's true, Goda could be okay. It might have been just Kumasawa who did it. Although I think she probably would have had to have an accomplice, at least one, especially if there's no gun in the shed. I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. Kumasawa just steals the key from him while he's napping, gives the key to the killer. The killer opens the door, kills Goda, hangs him up, and prepares herself for display, like I said before. Yeah, that could be possible. Yeah. That could work. Goda is still innocent. I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. Assuming that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather. Might as well try double tapping them to check it's true. You can see their brains leaking out. There could be multiple keys to the shed. There could be. Assuming that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather, the deaths of 16 people had now been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. There's me and 16 corpses. Kanon-kun's corpse was the only one I hadn't been able to confirm yet. Well, it's supposed to be in the well. Maybe he can't see to the bottom through the grate. Or maybe he was an idiot and didn't actually stare down there. The key in Gota's pocket could be fake. Make it seem like it wasn't possible to get locked. It's true, now that he's fucked up the door, he won't confirm that it's actually the key. That's just high quality makeup for real, for real. Yeah, he said it was labeled. They could have taken the label off of the real key and put it onto another key and stuck it back in his pocket. And Battler didn't remember exactly what the key looked like, so he could just see the label and be like, oh, that's the key. According to Kirie-san, he was killed while climbing out of the wall and fell down into it. Well, so with the well closed up like this, it was impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its innermost depths with this inadequate light. Yeah, but now, oh, looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I dragged out of the boiler room in the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. Oh god, I know what he means by weird. It was impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. This metal... Yeah, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human's strength. Not gonna lie, Battler could remember the shape of the key by sight, and it would make him forgetting any details way more egregious. True. I can't even begin to understand that story about Kanon-kun, how Kanon-kun cut through the metal bars. Also, how did everybody get out? Are you sure it can only be opened from the inside? She told me that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and he used it to slice through the metal bars like a knife through butter. Cutting through the metal bars like butter. Like that would be a savant level of visual memory, which he doesn't have. And what's with the red laser beam? I mean, when I think of keys, I can remember the shape and color of keys, but like the individual little teeth, there's no way. What happened to all the color? It's like a imagination memory sort of thing. He's imagining something. And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he snuck in a burner or something? And used that to burn through the bars? Still, what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? That's what Battler is wondering right now. How the hell does he have one of those blades from Halo? That is literally what he's thinking about right now. Sounds exactly like the kind of laser beams that showed up in those robot anime I loved as a kid. Stuff like that actually exists? And how did Kanon-kun get that laser beam? You know what? Battler does seem like the kind of guy who would play Halo. Unfortunately, this is the 80s, so Halo isn't out yet. 5,000 degree knife versus steel bar. 12 million views. As much as I want to ask him, he's already been killed, but you can't find him! Plus, even his corpse is now at the bottom of the well, beyond this cover. But it's possible that it's not! Kanon should join the X-Men as Laser Man. Just Cyclops, but with his hand. If Kanon-kun managed to slice through those metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. Kind of feels like the locked room just now, with Goto-san locked inside the gardening storehouse holding the key. Only one person can open the door. They're locked inside. If only I had that power of Kanon-kun's, I could do something about this cover myself. Maybe the killer put that cover on. Because if it's that firm, is it really something that would just unlatch if you pushed it up from the bottom? And if so, how would Kinzo go in there to like travel in and out between the supposed tunnel to Kubadorion? There must be a way to open it. Unless that was something that was attached just now. YouTuber Kanon. I was kind of working on making an easier to read layout of the picto buttons, then you got bored trying the high quality of the image. You know what? Understandable. This will be something that will be easier in like less than a month, to be fair. I could do something about this cover myself. Just who is Kanon-kun? He couldn't really be an inhuman being capable of using a strange power, right? Bro, you can't even find the body! Even Kirie-san told me to believe in witches, and I've also met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Kanon-kun possibly be a human on the witch side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? I mean, maybe. Those were, there's Nanjo's leg and the other one is Shanon's. That's Shanon and Nanjo. Oh, treating him like the culprit simply because there is no corpse. Hashtag blame Shannon. Chair from the dining hall is possibly Kanon. And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Hey! 3-stream streak, alright. Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Kanon and making that into a human culprit theory. I will guarantee it with the red. Kanon is dead. Ooh, stretch and hydrate. Alright. I will hydrate. Stretch. Because she doesn't want Battler to bullshit his way out of. Okay, so Battler's trying to figure out a way this wasn't done with magic, and Banto wants to be like, oh no, it was done by magic, so any possible human culprit, I can't let you do that, so I'm just gonna clarify this for you, so you don't think Kanon was the regular human killer that didn't have to do with magic. Yeah, I also felt like it'd be fun if there was a little more. There's definitely room for that in the next expansion. Among the 5 in Kirie's group, he was the first to die.
つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけ。
In short, he was the 9th victim. But
死
she
体がな
didn't.
い以上カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない。
She didn't say that his body was in the well. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure that Kanon-kun is dead.
わらわが赤でささやいたところ、駒であるそなたには届かぬか。
So, my whispering in red does not reach the peace you. I always knew that. Mr. Chair is dead, huh? Yeah. You can't wait for the Dawn Trail update just so you can see Yashtola's face in 4K Ultra HD satellite camera quality. Yeah!
だ、そなたに届いた。
But it did reach you, right? She looks at the camera at the player playing this game on their computer right now. Well, no, it's because that was Beatrice in that battler didn't hear her. But yeah, there's no rules against that, but I think he legit didn't hear her. At a glance, this appeared to be a mass murder committed using something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even had testimony that something gold had floated around in the dining hall during the first 6 murders. Bro, you just proved that there were no keyholes. Oh, nice. Did you get King Bean? Or Queen Bean? The two might have been the same weapon. Then there was the locked room murder of the garden shed, and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. You kind of just AFK for the modes because you almost had enough currency for all you needed. You just listen to music? Oh. Oh, that's funny. So you just you didn't get Queen Bean, you just got all the stuff you needed for the rewards you got. Well, cool. Congratulations. There was a locked room murder of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more. Like the group of goat monsters. Before you did it, you were like, I should go for Queen Bean, but then you did like 3 runs and realized you don't want to do that. Fair. Oh no, you're gonna let Wolfie beat you out in this regard. Frames, mount minions, emote clothes, all that. Nice! The talk of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there were more. He's like, who the fuck is Ronove and Virgilia? And each and every one of them was ridiculous. He just called Ronove ridiculous. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that there was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? Because it was one person faking voices. It's not only the magic. You'll allow yourself to be beaten both in Mahjong and Fall Guys. went to see a friend who just started playing 14 Fall Guys Rhino mount, and they got so confused because the mount is like a tank, so I'm like inside it, and that friend is like, is that a pink rhino? That's hilarious. Oh my god. Okay, that it's not exactly the same, but that reminds me, the actor who plays Alphino has been streaming his playthrough, and then he got to the part where like you have to take all those Scion corpses to the graveyard, and there's a player who looks like Thancred and dressed like Thancred and is passed out on the ground pretending, and he was like, Thancred? And it was a dude pulling a prank on him, making him think Thancred was dead. I'm not one to judge. I don't know, you go see the street. Anyway, it's not only the magic. Maria's mysterious death. Jessica somehow knowing that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse, which I couldn't confirm, actually belonged to my piece of shit grandfather. And more and more. All that stuff I just don't get. I tilted the bottle and glugged it down noisily. Yeah, now he's getting drunk just like episode 2. You know what? One thing I have enjoyed is that in episode 4, there's a lot of like echoes and callbacks. Oh yeah, Kinzo's been a piece of crap for this whole episode, or at least we think so. He could actually be dead the whole time. But also, I enjoy that in this episode 4, because it's supposed to be a culmination of the question arcs. There's callbacks to all 3 episodes before. They're all in on it. I like my pretended, like when I was actually playing through it, my impression was they're all in on it. But why were they all willing to be brutally killed? So that's why I think it might be fewer people and one who can mimic voices. Alcoholic Battler, just go. Let's go. Just like episode 2, he got drunk as hell. And the last time he got drunk as hell, Beato had him get naked and get down on all fours while she yanked him around on a chain and leash. So I think Kinzo is worse than Rosa too, because I think Kinzo's the reason Rosa is the way she is. In essence, in a large part. He's trying to bring back the glory days. Yeah, now he's trying to bring back the glory days. I tilted a bottle and glugged it down noisily. I didn't have a clue what was going on. Interesting theories, keep it up. Oh, thanks. Kinzo's a creepy pervert. He does seem so. After dinner last night, we kids were shooed out of the mansion and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Hideie-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. And Jessica and George Aniki were called out to a test or whatever and killed. Hideie-san's group managed to escape the dungeon somehow, but all of them were killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. You can fix Rosa. Well, we do have a hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong contingent who's usually in chat. You don't think they'd be willing to die for this prank, but at the same time, I don't know how else they would keep up this consistent storytelling. I'll tell you, Dan, it's because the others were tricked over the phone, and we can only trust what Battler heard over the phone. And Battler only heard the voices, from what I can remember, of ladies, and then he met Beato in the flesh. So, oh my god, why are they all getting me today? And then so I think it was somebody faking voices. Unless it was part of, instead to be storytelling, but the murderer, like, okay, you're no longer part of the narrative, get backstab, idiot. That's what I thought happened to Nanjo in episode 3. I think that might have happened to whoever was in on it, but I don't think everyone was in on it, even though it feels that way. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I had done nothing except be locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident had occurred and ended before I knew it. The people who need to be on it. No, I think the cousins could have been deceived, except Maria. I think Maria was in on it. But I think it's possible George and Jessica were deceived. And might have been killed. Yo, what the fuck? The pranks are over. Ah, ouch. Guess the cousins don't count, yeah. Yeah, and the only other people who directly interacted with Battler were Goda and Kumasawa, and that's it. Interesting theory, yeah. Talking about pranks. What if this was all a social experiment and Battler was the target for it? Kind of like the Truman Show and everyone is alive. That'd be so funny. You know, I kind of got that impression just a little bit once I was going through the events. It would be a little funny. During that time, a huge incident had occurred and ended before I knew it. What could I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. No, I'm nothing but a pig. You plan on leaving only me alive? Or Beatrice was tormenting Battler. But if you... So we're trying to come up with theories from the perspective of witches don't exist? So what does this mean? She's already doing that by existing. Yeah, true. You plan on leaving only me alive? Hurry up and show yourself and come kill me already. I can't be bothered to look for you anymore. Oh, I have a theory. Maybe it wasn't Kumasawa doing the voices. Now that we know that there is a secret back entrance where you can dock boats at the back that goes into Kuwadorion, it's possible that there is a 19th person, and it was probably the Beato that Battler talked to at the mansion. And maybe she was the one faking all the voices. And if Beato really is a 19th person, then you know, she would be the person we know the least about. Maybe she is really good at mimicking voices, while still, you know, not being a witch. What would happen if somebody tried unaliving themselves? It might have happened at some point. But it's still very suspicious. So it could be a 19th person, but I think it's still very suspicious what's going on with Kumasawa and Goda. And possibly the other servants as well. They could have been in on it with her. And Hinzo. But we can't confirm for sure once again that the six-toed corpse is Kinzo. Anyway, hurry up and show yourself and come kill me already. I can't be bothered to look for you anymore. See, this is, again, like the end of episode 2. All these echoes of the first 3 episodes. You show me your true form yourself. Bikini, Kraus, Jessica, either someone faking her voice or being in on the storytelling and then getting killed later. Beatrice, who's just getting dressed up to be like, hey, do you remember what you did 6 years ago? And then leaving when he says no and also go to Kumasawa. I don't think we have proof of Kraus. I guess Jessica could have been in on it or deceived. But I still don't remember if Battler actually heard Kraus's voice on the phone. What if the 19th person isn't human? Okay, yeah. Well, the thing is we can accept all of the magic stuff, but what we're trying to figure out is ways it could not have been magic and was just done with regular human stuff. Is what we're trying to figure out. Because apparently all these murder mysteries are, it's possible to solve them without using magic as an explanation. So that's kind of what we're trying to get at right now, and with Battler too. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't had any sleep since yesterday, and I'm tired as all get out. You want to kill me? Be my guest. Doubting your fat family. Batora wouldn't like this, yeah. Well, maybe it's a human pretending to be a witch, is what I'm trying to suggest. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest on the bed. As I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. At that very moment, it was exactly midnight. Uh-oh, this is the time when people are supposed to come for you. And the sound of the bell proclaiming that it was midnight rang out. Yeah, he would know her, yeah, except from the portrait. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say to me? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch, Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight with me. We can do that in the fighting game once we're done with all 8 episodes. Time is up. What's gonna happen to him? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? And then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. So you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for an entire day. Yes. I gave you a whole day. Were you able to sufficiently exercise the rights of the human side? Playing Golden Fantasia for the sole reason of beating Rosa? Oh, so you're not a hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. But you said you could fix her. Yeah. I was bored, so I had a good go at it. Ange was a good piece. Don't you speak Ange's name. Not so easy now, Rosa, when your enemy is not a 9-year-old. If she did nothing wrong, there wouldn't be anything to fix. Okay, good point. She appeared through a miracle. and sacrificed herself to give you the tenacity for certain victory.
エンジェの名を口にするな。
Don't you speak Ange's name.
あの無残な死はそなたにとって必要なものだった。
That brutal death was something that you needed.
あの死を見なそなたは本気にならん。
If you hadn't seen that death, you would not have grown
エンジ
serious.
の幸をすき未来を自覚しなければそなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
Without the wake-up call of Ange's ill-fated fortune, the tenacity for victory would not have arisen within
エ
you.
ンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
I told you not to speak Ange's name.
つまりは必要な生贄だったというわけだ。
In short, she was a necessary sacrifice.
そうでなくてもそなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれる。
Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born within you.
わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せぬ。
The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed.
ベルンカステル教名。これは駒ではない。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。
Curse that Lady Burncastle. This was no peace. It would be more fitting to call it a trump card.
駒はどれほど活躍しようと盤上を離れることは
No matter how helpful a piece is, it will never stray from the board.
しかし切り札どんな力を発揮しようと切れば確実に捨てられる。
But a trump card, no matter how powerful its effect, is always discarded after it is used.
エンジェそなたにとって実に良き切り札だった。
Ange was truly a good trump card for you.
エンジェの名を口にするんじゃな。
Don't you speak Ange's name! At Battler's outburst of rage, Beato finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。
You know, I have no more time to spend playing around in a place like
引
this.
き分けすらエンジェを待たせてる。
Even our draws are keeping Ange waiting.
俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。
I am going to break through you, take my family, and go back home. Mark Cuban should invest in Ange Burger joint. No!
てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は1秒たりともありはしない。
I don't have a single second to waste playing witches with you.
ならどうすればいい
In that case, I assume you know
分かっている。
what must be done.
ああ、
Yeah,
お前をぶっ倒す。
I'll beat you down.
魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。
I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusions, and delusions.
さあ、おっ始めようぜ。
Alright, let's do
も
this.
う二度とごまかさせない。
I won't ever let you trick me again.
ゲーム再開だぜ。
The game's restarting. You ready?
お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
I'll tear apart the witch's veil that conceals the outright lie you are.
長いわ。
You talk too much.
素直に一言わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
All you have to do is simply say, I will kill you.
あ
Yeah.
あ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。
If those are the words you want, I'll say them for
俺
you.
が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to.
感謝する。
I thank you. She wants him to kill her. I will. I will kill you.
殺す。
Oh my god, not the giant red letters. Wait, that means it's truth? That means he will kill her? No! I will kill you.
ならばよし。
Then by all means,
始めようぞバトラー。
let us begin, Battler.
さ
Come.
あ魔女狩りの時間だ。
It is time for the witch hunt. Declarations of intent are valid red text. Okay.
わらわを追ってみろ、追い詰めてみろ、殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。
Try and chase me. Try and corner me. Try and kill me. I'm expecting a lot from you.
妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments.
上等だ
Bring it on! Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And when one's eyes were open to that brilliant light, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Dream and Discharger? Who takes the first move?
俺だ
Me.
潔し。
How brave. The rose garden where beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. Was that a proof or simply a claim that the two of them facing each other in this beautiful rose garden was the red and only truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses are passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. That flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ
I'll pierce through everything with my blue truth.
全ての一番最初から
From the very beginning of it all.
一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ
I'll start from the very first game.
了解。
Very well.
そなたのお手並みを拝見しよ
Show me your skill.
う。来い。
Come. Roses are red because that's how they grow, Battler. Oh,
いくぜ
get him. Here I go.
すでに宣言済みだがもう一度言う
Dan, doesn't this song kind of sound like it could be a noctuary? Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again.
こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ
This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game.
一番最初からあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場面を切り裂ける
I will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している
Alright, I got to get my wows ready. Ushiromiya Kinzo is already dead.
よって島の本当の人数は17人
Therefore, the true number of people on the island is 17.
そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている
By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people.
この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる
By supporting that this person X exists, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis.
これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず
Oh my
意
god!
見18人
They
全員
got
にアリバイ
Golden
があっても
Slaughter in this
犯
song.
人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる
By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it is still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out the crime even if all 18 people seem to have alibis. You could break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it is even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the locked room sealed by the receipt. Oh, I called this by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there from the beginning. Oh, that wasn't my theory, but this is cool. Unless Beato countered this with the red truth, the witch illusions of episode 1 would be completely smashed. The blue truth was valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had released stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Ouchie! Was the red blood that poured out from there her defense in the red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain from the wedge of blue truth that denied her.
悪く
Not bad.
ないだまだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ殺されてはおらぬ
But I'm still far from denied, far from killed.
この程度では足りぬ
That is not close to enough.
続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎がある
The following games contain mysteries that cannot be explained with that alone, do they not?
どの謎だ
Which mysteries?
第2のゲームの終盤
In the final stages of the second game,
でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き連れ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された
George, Goda, and Shannon barricaded themselves in Natsuhi's room and were killed.
夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ残る全ての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にある
The key by which they unlocked Natsuhi's room was locked up inside the room, and all of the remaining keys that could unlock the door were in the hands of Rosa.
犯人 X が存在しようとも密室構築は不可能な
Even if culprit X existed, it should be impossible to construct a locked room. The blue wedge piercing Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to push it out.
いいや俺の青き真実は揺るがない
No, that doesn't shake my blue truth.
犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していればあれは密室でも何でもないんだ
If culprit X was in possession of a master key, that's not even close to a locked room.
いや入手は不可能だ
No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain
マ
one.
スターキー全てはローザが管理した
All of the master keys were under Rosa's control.
だがローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない
That's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was an accomplice to the culprit.
ローザおばさんは犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し密室殺人を幇助した
Aunt Rosa handed a key over to culprit X by some method, assisting in the locked room murder.
そしてその後同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ
And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method.
甘いぜベアト
You'll have to do better than that, Beato.
こんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している
I already put forward that theory at the time.
そうであったな
So you did. Yeah, banger. Sounds like classic DDR. I know, isn't that great? The wedge that had been gradually losing its brilliance and seemed as though it was about to come out regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a moan of anguish at the pain of it. Not yet.
まだ答えん
This is still nothing.
まだだ
Not yet.
まだだ
Not yet!
さらに続けて第3のゲームだ
Continuing on to the third game.
6連結の連鎖密室ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人親父たちのホールでの死亡クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんの殺人
The 6 linked locked rooms, the murders of Auntie Rosa and Maria, the deaths of Dad and the others in the hall, and the murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt
そ
Natsuhi.
の全てはエヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ
All of them. Can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Eva was the culprit.
これは当時すでに論破済
This argument was already won back then.
みそれに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題
And even that final riddle you proposed through Eva in all caps, the witch.
南條先生殺し18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能
The murder of Dr. Nancho can be explained with an unknown person, 18th unknown person X. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, was like Goda was replaced. But this is basically along the same lines of how I was trying to figure it
こ
out.
れで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ反論はあるか
Now I've broken through the entire third game. Can you counter that?
無論
Of course.
この程度で答えはせぬわ。
This much is nothing to worry about.
ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。
In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house?
赤き真実を追加し、
I shall add to the red truth.
ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。
George did not go down the stairs of the guest house.
窓から飛び去ったの。
He flew out through the window. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Eva, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But if, as the Blue Truth claimed, she had carried Kraus and Natsuhi's corpses outside, and there was the possibility that George could have secretly gone downstairs during that gap in time and escaped. But by adding on to the red truth, Beato had disproven that. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all the windows were locked from the inside.
だからなんだ
Nancho locked the window after he left. So what?
お前の言葉通りだぞ
It's just like you said.
窓から飛び去ったんだろ
He flew out the window, right?
下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないしあの大雨だ
Even if he did jump down, you couldn't tell by the grass, and it was raining so hard.
多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう
Any light traces would have disappeared.
赤き真実を繰り返す。
I will repeat the red truth.
外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていた。
All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside.
しかもそれらの施錠はすべて外側からは不可能。
Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. Well, Nanjo or somebody else upstairs locked the window after he jumped down.
ジョージには施錠する術はない。
George had no technique by which to lock them.
青き真実を繰り返す
I will repeat the blue truth.
当時の俺も言っているぜ
I said it myself at the time.
ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後誰かがそれを施錠すればいい
In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George Aniki escaped through it.
何も難しいことはない
Nothing difficult about it. Is this not enough to resist? Is it not enough? Jessica was with Battler the entire time. Yeah, it was Nanjo. I forgot about that bit, but at the time I was like, Nanjo's in on it. Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by the strong blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて青き真実は未だ揺るがない
In all games up to the third, there is still nothing that shakes the blue truth.
ならお前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは今回の第4のゲームだけってことになる
In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the fourth game.
赤き真実に反撃していない以上、そういうことになる。
As I have not countered with the red truth, that is indeed the case.
この度のゲームでのみ魔女を証明せねばならない。
I will have to prove witches with only this game.
よか
Very well.
存分に来るがよ。
Hold nothing back.
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない。
There's nothing strange about the 6 murders in the dining hall.
18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。
The 18th person X went wild with a gun and killed everyone.
落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、
Regarding the pitfalls, there is every chance that pitfalls were truly hidden there.
キリエさんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。
And it's also possible to explain them with Kirie-san's theory, hypothesizing the existence of a poison dart shooting device X which can knock a person out instantly.
ジョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。
The murders of George, Aniki, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall.
不審な点はない。
There's nothing strange about it.
だが分かってるぜ。反撃があるんだろ。
And I know you've got a counterattack, right?
来いよ。
Bring it on!
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X を
Your
金蔵がすでに
greatest
死んでいるとの仮説に立脚している。
This 18 person X is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead.
そう来ることはわらわも分かっている。
I knew that you would make that claim.
だから金蔵を書斎より出した。
That is why I took Kinzo out of his
こ
study.
の金蔵を親族会議の全員が迎えた。
Everyone at the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, did they not?
親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
All of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo. Then why can't you say in red Kinzo was alive at the time?
そうだな。
Uh-huh.
だがじい様はずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。
But grandfather's supposedly been seriously ill, confined to his bed, hovering on the verge of death for ages, right?
やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。
Maybe if he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have paid any notice. What about that? The red text only means that everyone who was there and on the storytelling of the magical murder mystery for Battler. True. True. It can be easily be explained away like that.
俺はこう返す。
I'll come back at you with this.
そのじい様は別人の替え玉だ。
Come on, you can do it. That grandfather was a different person, a body double.
親族たちがじい様と見間違えた別人だ。
A different person who the relatives mistook for grandfather.
ならばわらわはこう返す。
Then I'll respond with this.
すべての人物が後宮金蔵を見間違わない。
No person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. Even a burnt corpse?
いかなる変装であったとしても後宮金蔵を見間違わない。
No matter what the disguise, they would not mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight.
ならばこう返す。
Then how about this? Redditor versus 4chaner. Oh my god. And how about
お前は
this?
第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を第二のゲーム時赤き真実で5本と
By
宣言する。
declaring with the red truth in the second game that the number of master keys was 5. when the first game of the number was more than 5. Oh yeah.
以後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。
You changed the premises of the later games. Yeah, that's a good one.
同じことで、第4のゲームにおいて、金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。
In the same way, there is a possibility that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game.
よって、第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもって、それ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。
Therefore, Kinzo's existence in the 4th game does not serve as proof that he existed in the previous games.
よって、食堂での6人殺しは、じい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても、何の矛盾も生じない。
Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather himself, it doesn't create any contradictions.
ならばこう返そうぜ。
Then I'll counter with this.
4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の静止設定を
Oh, that's
全て同一であ
interesting.
る。
That's interesting. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of each of the 4 games.
第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
The setup was not different for the 4th game alone. Oh, that's interesting. I've been wondering about that kind of thing. Repetition requested.
各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
Yeah! Finally, Battler, the question. Repetition requested. Kinzo was alive at the start time of every game.
復唱拒否。
Decline repetition. Oh.
答えぬよバトル。
I won't answer, Battler.
わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
I will not respond with the red truth you desire.
じじいね。俺の前に立ちふさがりやがる。
Damn it. Old man, you're standing in my way.
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, your beloved witch? My goddamn granddad wavered a division. Is he trying to be some kind of knight, blocking the way between me and Beato?
バトラーよ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。
Bachelor, are you capable of surpassing me?
至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。
I won't let you reach. I will not let you reach. Not to the heights of the Golden Witch. Oh no!
お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。
Your shallow logic cannot even surpass me alone.
死ね
Die! Kinzo turned into a dragon? Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon which came at me trying to swallow me in one mouthful. It's a ghost, someone call Luigi. He's a scaly. As I faced the roaring of the black dragon, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly.
お前なぞ一息に飲み込んでくれるわ。
I'll swallow you up in a single gulp.
消え去れ、未熟者め。
Be gone, you witless, inadequate fool!
黙りな、心底内の亡霊め。
Shut your trap, you damn undying ghost.
おう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。
Oh, so you call me a ghost.
あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。
You intend to see it through to the end, then, this theory that I am already dead.
それがお前の命取りよ。
That will be your undoing.
第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
On the first twilight of the fourth game, the darkness shall swallow you up. The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs threatened to swallow Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。
Thanks, Beatrice.
お前の第3のゲームだ。俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。
Your third game was the foothold I needed for my counterattack. What?
あばよ、クソじじい。
See ya, my old bastard.
こいつでお別れだぜ。
This is goodbye.
俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。
I lay out the following theory to demonstrate I can even apply the dead Kinzo hypothesis even to the fourth game.
よかろう。存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
So be it. Come at me with all you have, my descendant.
行くぜ、クソじじい。
Here I go, you sack of old bones.
金蔵の名は後ろ宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。
My theory is that Kinzo's name is passed on as the title of the Ushiromiya family head. Oh, interesting.
後ろ宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Ushiromiya Kinzo was already dead,
そしてその名を誰かが継承した。
and he passed on his name to someone else. Oh, like the name Beatrice? Old man too angry to die, so he turns into a dragon. Sounds about right. Sounds like a bunch of Fire Emblem characters.
全員
Everyone acknowledged it.
が承認した。それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
And therefore, all of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo. That's an interesting way to go about it.
じい様の変装をする必要さえもないのさ。
There wasn't even any need for this person to disguise themselves as grandfather,
一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから。
because everyone recognized the new Kinzo.
よって見間違えるわけもない。
Therefore, they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight.
以上の仮説が否定されない限り、
As
お
long
前
as
が死んでいるという事実は
the, as long as the
変
preceding
わらない。
as long as the preceding theory is not disproven, nothing can change the fact that you're dead.
これでとどめだぜ。
This is the final blow.
クソじじい、お前に復讐要求だ。
Old geezer, this repetition request is for you.
全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Not one person present had multiple differing names.
でき
Not one person present had differing names. Oh, my Goda was replaced in episode 3 theory is looking good. I can't not. Yeah! Defeating his grandpa. Multiple names not denied.
安らかに眠りな、クソじじい。
Rest in peace, you old grand bastard.
感謝しろよ。お前、やっと死ねたんだぜ。
You should thank me. You were finally able to die.
こいつが引導だ。食らってくたばりな。
This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead.
後ろ宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。
Ushinomiya Kinzo was already dead.
そうさ。あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。
Yeah, poor old you. Whenever we find your corpse, it's already completely burnt.
それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。
That was a gimmick to prevent discovery of the fact that time had passed since your death.
そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ
And you passed your name on to someone else.
以上の仮説でてめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず
With this
金
theory,
蔵は親族会議に登場することができる
even though you were dead, Kingzo can still appear at the family conference.
どうだよこれだチェックメイトだ
How's that? This is checkmate! Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kingzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power would never permit the ghost to recover.
あとリーチ
Got him!
金蔵今日までありがとう
Kingzo, thank you for everything.
安らか
Rest in peace.
そなた
Fatality!
忘れ
I will not forget the days I spent with you. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered. Ushinomiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, you fought for the sake of the woman you loved. Your love and madness were, without a doubt, the real thing.
バトラ
恨むな
No hard feelings.
死者は眠らせろ
Let the dead sleep.
起こすな
Don't wake them.
次こそは
You're
お前だ
next.
ぜこれでお前も最後だ
And you'll be the last. Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. Beato realized that she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ
I've gone along with you a whole bunch.
お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ
I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility to play with you.
だがそろそろお片付けの時間だぜ
But it's about time to finish things up.
家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ
I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home.
家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ
Me and my family are going home. Who's gonna tell him that we're only halfway through?
ならば殺
Then kill me.
せならばわらわを殺してみせよ
Then try and kill me.
逃げも隠れもせん今や避けることもかなわぬ
I will not run or hide. Me and my family are going home. Joke's on you. You're not. You're dead. Ooh. I will not run or hide. At this point, even dodging is beyond my capabilities.
おい後
Come on!
ろ宮バトラー
Ushinomiya Battler!
おう
You got it.
金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く
With the 18th person X from Dead Kinzo theory, everything remaining is pierced through.
第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる
George Aniki and Jessica's deaths in the fourth game can also be explained by culprit X.
地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後の
Oh
マリア
yeah, no, that's a problem with my emulator. Sorry about that. It has something to do with floating shaders or not something. That's not the right word for it. But yeah, it's an issue with my it actually used to be worse. Yeah. But I don't know what I can do about it. But it's better than it used to be, at least. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed, and the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end.
全て18人目の X で説明できる。
All of these can be explained with an 18th person X.
何もおかしなことはない。
There's nothing strange at all.
以上にて全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間にて完了する。
This concludes the explanation of the culprit with humans for all games.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
これだ。チェックメイトだ。
This here is checkmate! Several blue stakes were driven into Beatrice, who could not dodge, skewering her. Beato grabbed the stakes, trying to pull them out somehow.
食らっちまった。痛えよ。
He got me. It hurts.
こりゃ死ぬな。
Yeah, this'll kill me.
こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。
I don't pull these out, I'll die.
痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌だ。
I don't want pain. I don't want to suffer. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the blue truth to deny witches burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。
If I can't pull these out, I'll die.
これが最後の反撃。
This is the final counterattack.
ならバトラ
Then Battler.
ー、我が魔法の数々をどう説明するのか。
All of my numerous displays of magic. How do you explain those?
一番最初に登場したのは第2のゲームにおいてわらわがマリアのかぼちゃのマシュマロを直してやった時だ。
The very first time they appeared was in the second game when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow for her.
この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly, Rosa had witnessed gold butterflies gather and fix a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では信憑性がないであろう。
Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right?
だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。
That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit,
それこそが今回のゲームよ。
which is what this last game was all about.
我が眷属たちの召喚、
The summoning of my minions
そして魔法による虐殺、
and those brutal magical murders.
それらのすべてを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。
All of them were witnessed by a great many people, but they weren't witnessed by Battler.
それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。
That is itself proof that my magic exists.
これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
How do you explain that, Ushinomiya Battler?
ステイルメイト。
Stalemate. What?
魔法があるから魔法はある。
Magic exists because magic exists.
そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
I believe the rules of our brown tube trial say that kind of argument doesn't work.
そうだったな。
Yes, you're right.
誰が
No matter who
何
or how many people
魔法を目撃しようとも
witness magic
それは魔法の存在の証明にはならない。
that will never be proof of magic's existence.
俺はお前が見せてきた全ての魔法の存在するしないの遺憾にかかわらずその全てを無視して人間で説明することができる。
Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans.
それは俺の不可侵の権利である。
That's my inviolable right.
違ったか。
Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, repelling my hands away,
やはり
as I feared. I can't pull them out after all. As Battler is now. Even if I cited each individual piece of magic and demanded an explanation for each, he probably would use any means available to him to deny all of them. Not just the marshmallow magic that I showed Rosa, but all of my magical miracles. I can no longer even claim to be a witch without entering into debates about how something like a marshmallow was fixed. I am in such an inferior position that I am forced to fight over trivialities like that.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。
It might be impossible for me.
わかっている。
I knew this.
もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。
This was a game without victory from the very beginning.
なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。
So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come.
わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。
Have I fought Battler up until today just in order to lose to him?
勝てるかもしれないと始めたゲームだった。
I began these games thinking that I might be able to win.
簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中でいつかは奇跡が起こると信じてた。
Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur.
何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。
After all, I had the absolute determination to win for certain.
しかし
But now,
今やその奇跡は完全に失われた。
I have completely lost that miracle.
そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り私には万一の奇跡も絶対にない。
And absolute, certain determination resides in Battler, leaving me with no miracle for certain.
いや
No,
奇跡も絶対もない。
perhaps I should
正しい
say,
のか。
with no miracles or certainty,
勝利はなく
no victory,
引き分けによる終了もない。
and no conclusion through a draw.
唯一許された決着、敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけの。
The only resolution permitted is defeat. And until it is given to me, all I can do in this game is continue on resisting.
そうさ。私は
That's right. I'm
バトラに殺されるためだけに
fighting
戦っている
only so that I can be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. It was not me inside them. Reflected in those eyes were the figures of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back to her. He no longer sees me, even as an individual. Of course he doesn't. From the very beginning, he has been fighting to deny the individual I am. That last game, that was so much fun.
ちょっと騙しただけだったけど
All it was a little bit of a trick.
ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かったな
But for even just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other, and it was so much fun.
そうだよ
That's
そこで
right.
手を打っておけばよかったんだよ
I should have settled right there and then.
バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ
I should have continued for eternity with Battler totally fooled.
でもダメなんだよな
But that just wouldn't be any good, would it?
あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな
That just wouldn't be true victory.
これだ。チェックメイトか。
Is this checkmate,
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice? Run through with several blue stakes. Beato was still in a standing position, skewered to the ground many times over, unable to even fall over because of this. And this also happened to her in a sense in episode 3. Episode 3. All these little echoes and flashbacks. Callbacks. Unable to even fall over because of this, and still looking up into the sky, she was sewn in place. And then sewn in place again in episode 3. Her tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning for something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beato was exposed to the elements, crucified.
終わりなのか。ベアト。
Is it over? Beato.
グーの音も出ぬわ
There is nothing I can say.
まだだろ。
No way you're
お
done.
前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
You aren't a woman who will let things end with just this.
無茶を言う
Don't be unreasonable.
この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか
How can you look at me and think that this isn't over? That's because Beato, there's 4 more episodes of this game. Hello, B. Beato is getting what you want to happen to her. She got pierced by multiple stakes of like the blue truth manifesting itself. Thank you for the hydrate.
早くとどめを刺せよ
Hurry up and deliver the final blow. Thank God the font's available. Yeah.
言っちまえよ
Just say it
お前の青き真実
with your blue truth.
で以上により魔女は存在しない
Therefore, witches do not exist.
言っちまえよ
Just say it.
その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ
That single blow, take my last breath away. Ooh, Cece's here. Thank you for lurking.
ダメだな。
That's no good.
ほうわらわにこれ以上生き恥をさらせというのか
Why am I saying tears on Gumi? Because I have a sense of whatever is going on, even if we don't know the context, must be incredibly sad for Beato. And I mean, sadness isn't the same as like satisfaction from retribution, right? Oh, Rockon. Oh, Mount Rockon. Okay. It's a lot to explain, and most of it is like just inferences. But context, it's hard to figure out. It's just I can feel it. Oh, you ask me to continue subjecting myself to humiliation.
すでに決着はついておろうに
It is already settled.
立てよ。
Stand up.
俺たちの殴り合いは
Our brawl still
まだ
isn't
終わ
over.
ってない。
まだ
If only Griffith was given proper context. Without love, Griffith's motivations cannot be seen. Still, you say.
お前のそれは負けじゃない。
What I see there isn't you losing.
もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
You've just resigned. Decided you've had enough.
いいではないかよ
What's wrong with that?
投了で
Resigning.
それでそなたの勝ちだろうが
It still means your victory.
とっとと妹のところへ帰るがいい
You should return to your little sister right away.
わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていき
Just abandon me right here.
俺は言ったはずだ。
Didn't I tell you?
逃げない。
I won't run away.
そしてお前を逃がさないとな。
And I won't let you get away either.
お前は何者だ。
Who are you?
そして一体何が望みだったんだ。
And what in the world was your purpose?
それが知りたくばそなたの18番でも試せばよ
If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move?
いいいではな
Rep's
い
crying at something. What does it matter?
ただの
Just-
妄想幻想
A fantasy? An illusion?
それでいいではないか
Can't you leave it at that?
全然ダメだぜ。
That's no goddamn good at all.
俺はお前を逃がさない。
I won't let you run away. Make you pay for not coming back on the white horse like you promised. Without love, it cannot be seen.
俺はお前を
I'm
打ち
going
破る。
to defeat you.
このまま逃がしてなるもんか。
Like hell, I'm going to let you escape.
お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。
I won't let you run back into the darkness of illusions, leaving you all vague like
打
this.
ち破る。
I'm going to break through you
完全にな。
completely.
だから立て。
So, on your feet.
弱々しいふりなんかするな。
Don't act all frail like
お
that.
前はまだなんてか隠してる。
You're still hiding several moves.
俺にはわかる。
I can tell.
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれぬのか。
Why won't you just let me escape?
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンジェを。
Dad, Mom, and
いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを。
all of my cousins and all of my
そ
relatives
して使用人のみんなを。
and all of the servants.
お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。
All of those times you killed them, all those times you toyed with their lives.
その非道を俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。
I will never forget, and I will never forgive your inhumanity.
俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。
I can still feel Anja's arms on my shoulders.
俺はお前の非道を許さない。
I will not forgive your inhumanity.
だからそんなことで逃がさない。
So I won't let you get away like this. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The days when I could earn his passion by appearing frail are now a matter of the distant past. Of course, he couldn't have said that without crying. Maybe it's just the rain. You ever thought? No, I'm just kidding. He's definitely crying. Having been tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。
Never mind the wolves and sheep puzzle. This is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? Happy to see me? Aww, thank you.
どうすればいいんだよ。
What am I supposed to do? Yeah, this seems like a situation you made on your own, Beato, but I'm still not sure about the sin.
どうすれ
What should I do?
ば負けを認めるためだけに無限に戦うの。無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問か。
I guess fighting endlessly just to avoid admitting defeat is an endless torture fitting for the endless witch.
バトラに勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた
Ange
無限の魔女
Ange kind of set things up for her to be a bit broken down, along with something is hurting her that Battler isn't remembering. A mysterious bad thing Battler did that he doesn't remember. I guess endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory is part of being the Endless Witch as well. He didn't invite Maria to Disneyland. It's so sad.
こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。
Is this really the endless magic?
もう嫌だ。
I've had enough
魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんて
of endlessly
嫌だ。
being made into a witch's plaything. I've had enough.
勝ちはなく引き分け終了もない。
No victory and no conclusion with a draw.
ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は
In that case, there is only one conclusion that can release me.
魔女の道に落ちた時から
Since the time I descended to the path of witches,
悪魔と契約をしたその日から
since the day I made that contract with demons.
末路は悲劇であると。
Was it not promised that tragedy would be my ultimate fate?
どうした
What's wrong?
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ
Golden Witch Beatrice?
ロッケン島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ
If you were the ruler of Rokenjima, face your end with appropriate majesty! Lightning. The world was smashed with white, bidding last moments for the ruler of Rokenjima. The narrator is laughing. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a laugh. Then she slowly raised her face and fixed her eyes on Battler. Rep, it's your song.
愚か者め、
Fool.
そなたの健闘をたたえ、勝ちを譲ってやろうと思った。
I was considering handing you the victory in praise of your good fight.
安心したな。
You
後
shall
悔するぞ。
you shall regret your complacency.
それは譲られるものじゃね
Victory is not something for you to hand over.
えお前から奪い取るものだ
It's something I'm gonna snatch from you.
お前だってそうだろうが
And don't pretend you're any
俺
different.
が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出すそんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが
You couldn't accept victory being handed to you on a silver platter when I started saying stuff like, maybe it's all right for witches to exist. And that's exactly why you intentionally fell apart like that in the end last time.
そうさ俺は前回お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか
That's right. That one time last game, you showed mercy on me.
だからその借りをこれで返す
So now I'm making us even. Stand!
俺の仇俺の黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ
My enemy, my golden witch, Beatrice! Your golden witch battler? Oh my. The way she had that, like, happy tears for a moment there. Oh my god. That was something she wanted to hear.
バカ。
Idiot.
バカが。
You idiot!
愚か者が。
Simpleton.
二度とチャンスがあると思うな。
Don't think you'll ever get another chance. When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had been piercing her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot at the very beginning did not disappear.
まだ抜けてないぜ
You haven't pulled it out yet.
18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない
You haven't pulled out the blue truth of the 18th person X.
そなたの復唱要求の一つに応じる。
I will respond to one of your repetition requests.
そなたの推理通り、全ゲームの開始時、金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Oh my god! As you reasoned, Kingzo is already dead at the starting time for all games! Oh shit!
しかし、ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。
However, in that case, all I need to do is take one person out.
わらわはこれまで この島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。
Well, I mean, it seemed, it was kind of easy to infer at that point, but I thought he was alive for most of the time. So it's not like something I've been long harboring, but damn! However, in that case, all I need to do is take one person out. Thus far, I have been declaring that no more than 18 humans exist on this island.
それを金蔵の分一人減らす。
I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. So no more than 17 humans on this island.
この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない。
Alright! Alright! Goda being replaced in episode 3 is still on! No more than 17 humans exist on this island.
以上、つまり18人目を含める。
That excludes any 18th person.
つまり18人目の X は存在しない。
In short, this 18th person X does not exist.
これは全ゲームに共通することである。
This applies to all games. Wow. That's so huge that, like,
そら見ろ。
Kinzo was dead the whole time. Man, I goddamn knew it.
やっぱりまだ。とんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。
You still had some crazy stuff up your sleeve after all.
17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた。
This island only had 17 humans on it, but all this time it's been made to look as if there were 18.
それが1人減って17人になり、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。
Now that we've taken one off and brought it down to 17, we finally reached the correct number. So, in all likelihood, he died recently, and the 6-toed corpse that keeps getting thrown into the incinerator was his own corpse? And before there's actually 16 people, oh my god, who else doesn't exist? And that we've taken one off and brought it down to 17, we've finally reached the correct number.
これだ。お前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜かれたな。
Now, the wedge I knocked into you has been removed.
戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
We'll have to start the fight over, back from square one. Not Goda! Shanon! Oh shit, because hashtag blame Shanon. There we go, Shanon's not real. Take that, George. Can't blame Shanon if she isn't real. Does this mean George is actually innocent of all charges? Is this the truth we want to accept? The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. Gorge coming for your ass. That there was no longer anything piercing Beato. Scars on her body had disappeared completely. There, just as Battler had hoped for, stood the imposing figure of the Golden Witch who ruled Rokinjima.
さあ来いバトラー。
Now come, Battler.
もう一度最初からだ。
Once more from the beginning.
すべてについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ。
Try to break through everything with the blue truth.
わらわももはや遊ばね。逃げもせん。
I-
隠れもせん。
I too will no longer play, run, or hide.
そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負この場にて決着してくれよう
If you prove to be a good for nothing, then I shall decide this match right here and now.
わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる
I will make you forever regret not settling for the victory I handed you.
さあ第一のゲームからだ
Come, starting from the first game.
おう
Right,
第1のゲーム第1の番からだ
from the first twilight of the first game.
最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない
There is nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed in the beginning.
アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった
The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi.
有効
Valid.
だ続けるぞ次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどうか
Continue. What about the next locked room murder with Eva and
チ
Hideyoshi?
ェーンまでかかった密室であった
Even the chains set for that locked room. Oh yeah, my theory was somebody was hiding under the bed. The killer was still in the room, hiding under the bed because nobody checked under the bed. That was my theory.
赤く真実を追加
I shall add to the red truth.
二人は他殺である
Both deaths were homicides.
密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない
It is not the case that. Is it not the case? Oh wait, it is not the case that after the construction of the locked room, one of them committed suicide after murdering the other.
また殺人は執行者犠牲者が共に同室して行われた
Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. Yeah, the perpetrator was still in the room, girl. Under the bed. Nobody looked under the bed.
執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない
No method exists for the perpetrator to commit the murder from outside the room.
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する
Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi.
それは死者だ
In other words, the dead. My insane Rosa theory is coming back! Oh! Is this what people were saying way at the beginning when they said I was right about a lot of weird things? Oh, shit!
最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる
Among the first 6 corpses, there were some made unidentifiable because their faces were smashed. Oh, my insane Rosa theory, let's go!
これが実は偽装死体で犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X
One
2人を
possible
殺したとの
theory
仮説は可能だ
is that one was actually a fake corpse, and that some culprit X killed those 2 after pretending to be a victim and hiding away. Yes!
そして犯人は密室
Yes!
殺人構築後
Yes!
ベッドの下に隠
I'm
れ
a
俺たち
genius!
全員をやり過ごしたんだ
Then, after the locked room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to leave. Let's fucking go! That's what I said! This is a big hint on who the murderer is. One of the faces was totally... Oh, I'd have to reload my save. Ooh, I can! I can! I can! Let me make a new save. Ooh, way up to my episode 1s. Wait, no! No! That's not what I wanted! Oh, that's so fucking funny. I wanted to load that one. Oh my god, that's so funny. Everything is a hint at this point. Let me go there. Oh well. I'll start from the title page. Oh, that's so fucking funny. I know, that's what I'm trying to confirm, but I saved over the perfect save file for that. I don't know how many people were dead at this point. How many people were dead at this point? Motherfucker. God damn it. I can't see. I deleted the save. Had it on it. It's so fucked up. Okay. Wow. Great video game. The game said don't cheat? I guess so. Damn. The game really said don't cheat.
これが実は偽装死体で犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X。
One
二人を殺
possible
したとの
theory
仮説は可能だ。
is that one was actually a fake corpse and that some culprit X killed those two after pretending to be a victim and hiding
そして
away.
犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
Then, after the locked room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to leave. Yes! Yes! That was my solution!
よかろう、次だ。
Very well! Next!
ボイラー室にいたったカノンが殺されたな。
Kanon killed in the boiler room, correct? That one's easy. Anyone could have killed him.
赤き真実を追加する。
I shall add to the red truth.
すべての生存者にアリバイがある。
All of the survivors have alibis, but not if somebody was pretending to be dead at the beginning.
さらに死者も含めよう。
Let us include the dead as well. Well, the culprit was not dead, so that doesn't count.
つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
Okay, well that's more. I guess he killed himself. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Kanon.
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかも
Yeah,
な。
let's go Battler. If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill.
なら
Never stop
カノン君
thinking.
は自殺かもしれない。
Meaning Kanon-kun might have killed himself.
苦笑よ。
Repetition requested.
カノン君は自殺ではない。
Kanon-kun did not commit suicide.
カノンは自殺ではない。
Oh shit. And before, the answer is actually that Kanon didn't die, so nobody killed him. You know what? That's probably it, Dan. Damn. Kanon-kun did not commit suicide.
重ねるぜ。
One more.
復讐要求。
Repetition
カノン
requested.
君は他殺された。
Kanon-kun's death was a homicide.
復讐を拒否する。
I decline to repeat. Woo! Okay, so basically Kanon went down to the boiler room and he was such a hater that he was like, I'm gonna kill you right now, Beatrice. And so apparently the Beatrice manifested from golden butterflies and killed him. Is like what was the suggestion. So like you might be right. I decline to repeat.
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。
That refusal still admits the possibility of a homicide, but you've already declared in red that no one could have killed him.
つまり他殺では
In other words,
ないんだ。
it wasn't a
こ
homicide.
れは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。
This is the same as the linked locked rooms from the third game.
カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。
Kanon-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. Accident?
状況は不明だが事故死というわけさ。
Though the circumstances are unclear, he died from an accident.
胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような
By the devil's proof.
どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest.
悪魔の力を身につけたそなた、今や敵なしだ。
Oh, oh! Now that you have borrowed the power of the devil, you are without fear.
有効である。
It is valid.
ならば、その後の客間にて、源氏、蘭、
In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor
熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。
of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa?
無論、同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。
Naturally. Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them.
そしてもちろん、3人は他殺だ。
And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides. Oh, this one was creepy, Dan. So, Maria was apparently told by quote-unquote Beatrice to, you know, turn around, look at the wall, and sing a song. And so there was like creepy Maria singing coming in, yeah. And everything, the murders all happened behind her back. And she was just standing there singing until everybody came in. With blood everywhere, yeah, there was a whole CG and everything with blood everywhere. It was spooky. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides.
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。
We can explain it with the one who carried out the murder being a culprit X who used an unidentifiable corpse to disappear. Yeah!
そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。
Maria's a real one, not caring about 3 people being dead. Well, yeah, she thought they were all going to be revived in the Golden Land. In the first place, their 3 faces were also pulverized.
どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse.
身元不明死体について、その身元を全て保証する。
I guarantee the identities of all identified corpses.
すなわち、替え玉トリックは存在しない。
Therefore, there were no body double tricks. Was that just for this instance, or are you talking about the entire first game, girl?
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。
Then I can explain it with simultaneous murders.
3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。
Oh, it's hard for you to read? Oh. Well, good thing I'm reading it all out loud, I guess? Keynote unidentified corpses. Each of the 3 had a gun, pointed at another in a clockwise pattern. They blew each other's faces off at the same time.
その後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。
After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them.
これならどうだ。
How about that?
なんという暴論。
What a ridiculous argument.
気に入った。
I like it.
ならば、最後の夏日は
Then what about Natsuhi in the end?
赤き真実を追加。
I shall add to the red truth. Yeah, obviously Natsuhi didn't kill herself. There is one killer left, and they shot her in the head.
夏日は他殺である。
Natsuhi's death was a homicide.
身元不明死体は一切。 生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
There are no corpses of unknown identity, and all of the survivors have alibis.
トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。
You can explain it with an indirect murder by Trap X.
夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。
Something was done to Aunt Natsuhi's gun.
あの銃は構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた罠の銃だったとすれば説明できる。
You can explain it if that was a trap gun, built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it.
夏日の額に生まれし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
The bullet buried into Natsuhi's forehead was not fired from Natsuhi's gun. Well, with that, you're denying your own magic, Beato. You tried to make it look like she tried to shoot you, and then you deflected the bullet back at her. So that's kind of disproving the whole thing right there. Not that Battler knows that, but yeah, she's sure disproving magic. Yeah, it's fired by someone else's gun. We know there are multiple rifles on the island. And by devil's proof, unless she says it in red that there's only one gun on the island, I don't know. The bullet buried into Natsuhi's forehead was not fired from Natsuhi's gun.
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。
There is a possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was lured out by that letter of unknown contents.
そしてホールに呼び出された。
And she was called out into the hall.
そして特定の時刻に特定の場所に立つように強いられ、あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。
Then she was forced into standing at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by some Trap X which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand.
素晴らしい。
Splendid.
そなたの暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。
Your absurd arguments even feel pleasurable to me now.
敬意を表し、第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぞ。
I shall surrender the first game to you out of respect.
感服したわ。
I am impressed. Whoa, animations. All right, first game. Denied. Witches don't exist. The instant Beato admitted defeat in the first game, the stakes of blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. Oh no! Oh no! Are we finally getting small bombs? This much won't stop me. It's not over yet.
来い。第2のゲームだ。
Come, the second game. Beato just barely pulled the stakes that had pierced her chest out. But even though there was no hole left behind, it seemed to be a deep wound which let out a massive amount of blood, and an intense pain of equal measure tormented her. But Beato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel any sympathy. Just by her existing there, we will be killed and made to suffer over and over. And Ange will be burdened but with a future of isolation.
そうだ。わらはここにただ笑うだけで。
That is correct. Just by my being here and laughing, the eternal hell will continue.
そなたを妹に返しはし。
I will not give you back to your sister.
妹は彼らの家族に1000年の間泣き続ければよい。
She can spend 1,000 years crying over the family that is never to return. bastard!
情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2ゲームだ。行くぜ。
No pity, no mercy. Here goes the second game.
まずは最初の事件だ。
I'll start with the first crime.
6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については、当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。
I already saw through this locked room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel at the time.
マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了後に密かにマリアのカバンに戻したんだ。
Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over.
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで
Ooh.
誰の手にも渡っていない。
Ooh, this might be fun. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key did not pass into anyone's hands.
ジジイの主催と同じ構造で、礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性がある。
There is the possibility that the door to the chapel had an auto lock, just like Gramps' study.
つまり
Oh wait, sorry.
事件
The
前に解錠しておい
wrong
て
sound effect is
扉が
not
閉
read
まりきらな
true.
いように石でも挟んで
In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in so that it couldn't close completely.
そして鍵をマリアに預けた。
Then they gave the key to Maria.
施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なく
Because the
と
lock
の
was
仮説も
automatic,
ありえ。
it is possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed.
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
No door with an auto lock exists other than Kinzo's study. Maybe it can be locked from the inside? And one of the people who were killed somehow pretended to have candy bursting out of their stomachs. Or something? Or if it can lock from the inside. No, there was no windows anyone could get through. They had to break a window to get in. I don't remember all of the red text in regards to the chapel. No door with an auto lock exists other than Kinzo's study.
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。
Okay, this is what I was just saying, right? The victim locked the door from the inside.
6人の中に犯人がいて、5人を殺し、死んだふりをしていた。
One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. Hey, that's what I'm saying! Was there red text that said the door was locked? Well, people tried to open the door the next day and they physically couldn't open it. And I think Battler was present for some of that. I think, was he present for that? They were trying to open the door and they couldn't. And then she said and read that the key never moved from Maria's letter, from Maria's bag. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. Oh, okay.
6人は発見時にすでに全員死亡していた。
The 6 were already all dead by the time they were discovered. Was Battler? Maybe Battler wasn't present for when they were trying to open the door. Maybe it was never locked. No, he walked in with everyone else, right? And or no, was it? No, Rosa. Rosa went in by herself. and saw the Happy Halloween for Maria. Right? So maybe that kind of thing can't be confirmed. What Rosa did or didn't do. Especially if because of the key thing, like Battler was saying, Rosa was in on the murders. She could have made a show out of the key thing, but maybe the door was never locked. The six were all already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All six were pure victims. They did not take part in a mutual murder. There were no simultaneous mutual murders.
熊沢さんをはじめ当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。
There existed humans with no alibi at the time, e.g. Kumasawa-san.
そんな誰かが6人を殺し内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
If we assume that such a person killed the six and was hiding inside, then there are no problems. Oops, wrong button. There was no one hiding in that chapel. This is where the small bombs is gonna come in, isn't it? God damn. Therefore, your killer hiding in the building locked room scenario does not hold. What's wrong, Ushiromiya? Oh my god. Okay. 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 2 minutes of uwu.
What's wrong, Ushiromiya Batwa? Is that all? It's not so easy once you get to the second game, why? A tremendous exchange of white and blue truth. Oh my goodness. Wow, 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 wow. What's them? Pew pew. The steaks and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying darted at Beato one after another, and one after another Beato cut them down with her wet truth, her wet treasured sword, knocking them out of the air. But the blood she had lost in the first game was probably awful. This intense exercise was putting her under even greater strain. I couldn't see her breath growing ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch! And this time, I'll break through her! I'm not done yet! Yeah, that's no good!
全然ダメだ!
That's no goddamn good at all!
俺のヘリクツは終わっちゃ
My twisted logic isn't finished just
いね
yet!
えぜならばこれはどうだ
Then what about this?
彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて腹の中で爆発した
The food they were given had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomachs.
つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性
In other words, the crime is possible through Trap X.
気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の少数
A test of your reflexes!
悪魔の証明
The details of a bomb that they could swallow without noticing, and that could blow open
is a devil's whoop!
説明拒否
I refuse to explain! I refuse to explain! 2 minutes are up, but that was so fun. Small bomb Zulu. Truly one of the theories of all time. Yes. Yes, small bombs moment. Oh my god. Okay. But then he's like, there's all the candy in them. Happy Halloween for Maria. Well, if Rosa was in on it, gives theory. Refuses to elaborate further. Chandler. He looks so confident. Well, if it was small bombs, then if Rosa was in on it and, you know, opened the door, the chapel, and she was the first person in there, maybe she put all the candy in everybody's stomachs herself and set it up to look like it was always that way by the time everybody else got in there. Maybe even made herself throw up so that it looked like she was grossed out to see this happen to her family members. Let's cheer the guy. Wah! What the hell is that? Small bombs? But Beato failed to knock down the blue wedge and it flew at an angle like a curveball. A curveball! That's so fucking funny. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deeply into her left shoulder. However, despite being on the receiving end of it, it seemed that she couldn't stop laughing at how much of a curveball it was. Wow, she's laughing so hard at small bombs that she's not even noticing getting stabbed. Yeah, no wonder. Even I'm amazed at how screwed up this reasoning is. Ha! Laugh as much as you want. Is there a problem with it? The candy! What about the candy? None! Your wild arguments are my pleasure. She's not even gonna bother talking about the candy. And the next, the locked room with Jessica and Kanon? No problems there. Oh, this one I was really confident about, I remember. That somebody could have been hidden in there. But even though they couldn't escape. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used the master key. Not small bomb theorists, be mighty quiet after this dropped. It was one of... If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used the master key. It's not even a locked room. Post made by Small Bomb's Truth Gang. After that... There was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be Kanon. And Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I had already declared Kanon's death in red before that time. Then who was that Kanon?
Kanon-kunの死亡は赤で宣言済みならば生きているわけがない。
If Kanon-kun's death was declared in red, there's no way he was alive.
よって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。
Therefore, there is a chance that it was someone else in a disguise that would make the group that was attacked mistake this person for Kanon-kun.
カノンと誤認することは絶対にない。
They would never mistakenly think any other person was Kanon.
ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。
Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there is a possibility that Kanon's name was inherited by someone.
カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる。
You could suppose that Kanon-kun was killed. A different person succeeded his name and this person attacked them. This one's stupid too. I love how Battler loves trying to explain it with they could have been fooled rather than the simple answer of they fucking lied about it. Yeah, true. Dan, how did you... How was small bombs? A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Ow! It looked like she felt that one. Maybe it hit her in a bad spot. Yeah, I felt that too. Small bombs confirmed. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I can tell. That must have hurt like a bitch. Small bombs-atress. Small bombs-atress theory real?
またしてもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。
Once again, you've set up some human as a culprit as if it were nothing. Her flank used fang and claw?
ゲーム版上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実
Small bombs is the only truth I subscribe to. Godatrus confirmed. Wait. Oh yeah, because he would cook the food. But, oh my god, why are they all getting me today? Am I popping off or something? Magical Goda Chef? Oh, thank you for getting him, Rowan. There's like the fourth one today. Once again, you set up some human as a culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things you would never say on the game board in a million years.
しかし有効だ。
But it is valid.
その暴言心地よし。
Your verbal assault tickles me.
心地よいぞ。
Such pleasure.
痛みではない。心地よさだ。
This is not pain. It is pleasure. Beato, I think we need to talk. When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained and continued tormenting her with intense pain. You ready? I'll keep going. Beato the masochist, yeah.
第2のゲームの最後の殺人夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。
Wait. Hear me out. It's not that there's two Beatrices. It's that the cackling witch persona is something Beato uses to protect herself. It's a persona. And, persona? And, like the video game? Okay, so clearly, I mean, maybe not clearly, but it's pretty obvious to me that Beatrice went through a whole lot of horrible stuff, probably at least a little bit at the hands of Kinzo. Maybe a lot of it at the hands of Kinzo. And the cackling witch persona is a way to cope. Like nothing's that bad, nothing's that serious. But and so the kind of weak, sensitive Beatrice persona that came out in episode 2 might also be a persona to protect herself, like looking for sympathy. Maybe neither of them are like the real her. Maybe she puts up both, depending on the circumstance, to protect herself from being hurt emotionally, right? So the nothing is serious Beato ended up getting critical hit when Battler couldn't remember his sin. And so the weak Beato, her secret weapon is that she's serious as opposed to not serious. So she could take over from there and totally ice him out because she took it very seriously. Locked Inatris. Yes, there's Locked Inatris and cackling nothing is serious Atris. And I think they're both personas, both coping mechanisms. Cece, what is it? Can I feel it? What? Feel what? Beato's heartbeat? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Anyway, that's so ominous, Cece! No, like, no explanation, leaves just like small bombs. Anyway, that's what I think. Neither of them are the real Beatrice. She switches between both personas as to protect herself because she's traumatized. All right. The blue truth given for the final murders in the second game. The 3 who died in Aunt Natsuhi's room. Yeah, Ned, we are! We are! Everybody's here! Oh my god. Oh no, you just missed Small Bombs. It was with a new Woo voice too. But also, man, everybody's here except Mirinda. Everybody's here except Mirinda. I can't even do the Smash Bros. Everyone is here. Like, say it in red. Still spaghetti. Beatrice is the next persona protagonist Smash Bros. Everyone is here except Mirinda. Poor Mirinda. There's a couple other people who aren't here, but it feels like almost everyone is here. The blue truth given for the final murders in the second game. The 3 who died in Aunt Natsuhi's room should still be valid, even with the 18th person X denied. Do you have a counter argument for that in red? The spaghetti explodes. Final bosses, Battler throwing small bombs. Final boss is Master Hand, but it's Beato's hand. Oh man. If not, The second game is all mine too.
ああないぞ
No, nothing.
そのようなさまで戦うのもつまらない
It would be no fun at all to fight over such trivial matters.
くれてやる第二のゲームなど貴様にくれてやるわ
You may have it. You may have the second game. Be throwing spaghetti at the wall, see if it sticks, and fucking explodinating my house. That's what's happening with Battler right now. He's throwing spaghetti at the wall completely confidently. The instant she admitted defeat in the second game, this time 2 blue stakes gouged Beato's chest. The one he's exploding is Beatrice. This is true. The witch's lungs were gouged, and her intestines. The witch's face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Does it hurt? Hurt?
痛いいやいやすぐったいくらい
No, no, this just tickles. Oh man, she literally did the Yoshi P. Yeah, yeah.
全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればね
Compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned into a pile of scrap meat like your sister, that is?
お前もくず肉にしてやるぞ兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ
I'll make you scrap meat too. Then you two siblings can be all mixed together like ground beef and pork. Not Battler Burger too. They're opening a franchise together. How I sleep knowing small bombs is the sole truth. Oh, she's still salty. She got cucked by Ange Copatris. Oh my god. Cockatrice, closely related to the cockatrice.
ぶち殺してやるお前を同じ細切れにしてやる
I'll beat you to death! I'll tear you to bits the same way!
次だ
Next!
第3のゲームだ
The third game!
いつまでへばってやがれ
Come on! Where's your energy?
目を地獄に叩き落としてやるのは
This is where I knock you down to hell!
無論よこれくらいでへばるものか
Naturally, as if I could let this wear me out.
そうとまだまだこれからよ
Yes, it is still far from over.
さあ第3のゲームを始めようぜまずは最初の6連結の連鎖密室
Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the first 6 linked locked rooms. Oh yeah. Okay, so the dude pretending to be Goda pretended to be dead and Nanjo was in on it. So he was like, oh yeah, he's dead.
本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている
You penetrated this locked room at the time, and by all rights it should have remained that
し
way.
かしそなたは金蔵を殺してしまった
But then you went and killed off Kinzo. I know, right? Beato, those wording. At the time, I hypothesized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own locked room in the boiler room, where in the middle of carrying out some kind of scheme, he had an accident which resulted in him burning to death in the boiler. But now I've gone and declared that Gramps was already dead. So I've denied my own theory. The irony, however, there's no problem.
ジジイ以外にも犯行可能な人間は大勢いる
of people who could have committed the crime besides
親
Gramps.
族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
You could even claim that the adults who were in the middle of a family conference at the time were all in on it and committed the crime together.
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。
All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants.
個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。
The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses.
つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。
In short, all keys related to the linked locked rooms were locked inside the linked locked rooms. Wow, that's a tongue twister. In short, all keys related to the linked locked rooms were locked inside the linked locked rooms. Wow.
ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だのそんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
No key could have been returned from outside the room using a crack in the door, a crack in a window, a vent, or any place of the sort. Well, my dude disguised as Goda, pretending to be dead and Nanjo being in on it isn't contradicted by any of this so far. What? What is it? This is okay.
なら毒ガスで殺したんだ。
Huh. Let's see. I'm not sure off the top of my head. According to G-Show, it's non-processed cheese, so like no Velveeta shit. Well, let me look a little more. Okay, it seems to be like traditional, like wheels of cheese and stuff like that. Maybe it means unpasteurized? Let me see. Natural trees process. I don't know about pasteurization laws in Japan. I'm not sure if that's the distinction. It's just cheese that's not processed. What about mixed cheese? Context is bagged shredded cheese. Does it look like it's all one kind of cheese? Gas! Oh no! I was looking at the Wasei Ego, but I didn't see they're going the fucking Germa saw explanation. Then they were killed with poison gas.
鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。
Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? It might be low moisture mozzarella. I mean, I assume mixed cheese is more than one kind of cheese shredded together. Why is this coming up anyway? Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right?
密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
The murder was carried out from outside the locked room.
彼ら全員には 致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があったぞ。
All of them had fatal wounds that appeared to be gunshot wounds.
室外からの殺害は不可能だぞ。
Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible.
さらに赤を重ねようぞ。
I shall say more with the red.
金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。
When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was always in the same room as them. Yep. Yep, this is still in line with my theory.
自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
I already declared in red at the time that there were no suicides.
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後連鎖密室を構築した。
After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit constructed a linked locked room.
しかし最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。
But there was no way for the culprit to return the key for the last room to the inside of the locked room.
だが戻すことはできたぜ。
But they did manage to return it.
死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
Now that's interesting. The first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and then pull it from the corpse's pocket. She couldn't fully block that blue stakes retort. Okay, that's simple. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Pushed back by the blue wedges, unleashed one after another. Beato finally failed to block one and once again took a severe wound. Shotgun approach. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been slashed and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again. And by now her whole body was covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackled as though she was enjoying it.
エンジェル、親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。
How could a man who promised to come home to Ange with her parents speak of a theory where those parents are the culprit?
いいぜ、それでもいいんだぜ。
Fine by me. That's just fine by me, you know.
家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて。
You could be a big happy family getting their hands dirty with mass murder.
決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェルのところに帰れよ。
And return to Ange stained with blood that will never come off.
それでこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。
Isn't that perfectly fitting for the survivors of the Witch's Island?
クズ肉エンジェにぴったりだ。
Just like that mincemeat Ange. Shut up! I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. Angie Burger again, no. Don't worry about begging for your life. I'll make sure that you get the worst kind of death by my very own hands. Angie's beef? No. Yes, you're capable of it, I'm sure. I trust you to give me an end fitting for a witch who has explored the depths of cruelty over 1,000 years. Ooh, will it hurt? Will it be hard to bear? Or will it just tickle? Is this supposed to torment me? Come on, Ushinomiya Bachelor! There's still mysteries left! Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 doesn't overturn the theory that Aunt Eva is the culprit. I could crush most of the murders in the third game with that theory. Blood was dripping from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I was cornering her, and this time, completely without mercy. She's incredible 100% of the time, honestly. I was cornering her, and this time completely without mercy. This isn't a game played only to determine a winner and a loser. Yeah, we're not playing around here. Even just playing and fighting like this here delays the trip home. In her isolation, Ange will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Ange as fast as I can. You're a mess. Are you at death's door? This is still far from affecting me. Something like this? It merely tickles. Guess I don't need to show you any mercy. You were never going to in the first place. I'm going all out. I suggest you do. When our roles were reversed, I showed you no mercy. So you should do the same, given the chance. Otherwise, I'll call another isolated Ange from a different world. And this time I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear and roast her, okay? Just going all out just this once? Is he gonna ask Master for forgiveness? Which specific thing are you referencing? Shut up! Never again. Not my family. Nor my relatives. Nor any of the servants. Never again will you make any of them your toys. I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the fourth game with the blue truth. Nope, you didn't. You gotta re-explain how Nanjo was killed now that Kinzo's dead. Oh, the fourth game, the third game. Yep, that's the only one left. Alright. Somebody they're not, was working with Eva, and somebody was pretending to be someone else, pretended to be dead, and assisted Eva, and killed and killed Nanjo at the end of the game. Because if somebody was using somebody else's name, then all of Eva Beatrice's red truth can be gotten through. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo. Oh, have I already been cornered so far?
わらわも偶然の灯火であるな。
I am in a precarious state, aren't I? She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural.
ということはこの南條先生殺しの謎だけがお前が魔女であることの最後の防衛戦ってことになるな。
Which means that the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right? ASMR fall asleep to Banto cackling, yes. It would seem so.
これを破られた。わらは全ての謎を破られた。
If this is broken, it will mean that all of my mysteries have been broken.
そなたの真実を新しき赤き真実を反論するか。
Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red or present a new mystery, I will die.
追い詰められて風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぞ。
You don't look like someone who's been back to the edge of a cliff.
まだ何か隠し玉を持ってやがるな。
You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right?
さあどうか。
Well, I don't know about that.
わらは千年の長すぎる生涯を愛
I have already tired of a life too long after 1,000 years.
そなたという公的生涯を閉じるのも悪くないと思い始めている。
I've started to think that it might not be so bad to have this life ended by a worthy adversary like you, who I met at the very end of it all.
そなたならやれるよ
You can do it, I hope.
な。やってくれよ。
Do it.
頼む。殺してくれよ。
Come on, kill me.
殺してばっかりでさ。殺された試しがねえんだよ。
I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed.
お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もねえから。
Yes, hello. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once.
一回くらいは経験してみてんだよ。
I want to experience. I want to experience it at least once myself. It was a graceless show of bravado, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance look very different from her attitude. Perhaps she was still suffering from the shot she'd taken to the flank. The way she was unconsciously clutching it lacked any trace of elegance. Okay, which one was that specifically? I think that was a while ago now. Yeah, it's way before this. Oh wait, I can go... Oh, whoa. Whoa. That's too far. Oh no. Okay, okay, this is getting somewhere. Okay, this is it. They would never mistakenly think of any other person was Kanon. Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there is a possibility that Kanon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Kanon-kun was killed, a different person succeeded his name, and this person attacked them. That really got her for some reason. Maybe because the muffled Microsoft Sam in the background is really taking you out of it. Oh no. I didn't even realize it was, but now that you're saying that, I can kind of tell it is. Really muffled. I wonder why this Bluetooth in particular is so important. Well, if magic is real, that's basically what happened, right? It was a fake Kanon-kun. Someone pretending to be him that took on his name. And maybe, but that in itself doesn't prove it was magic. It could have been anybody taking on Kanon-kun's name and being recognized as him, maybe? Unless this has to do with Beatrice. That maybe this has to do with the name of Beatrice? I can't believe it. Kanon's haterism is so powerful that it's just the title of anyone who is enough of a hater. I love it. The way she was unconsciously clutching it lacked any trace of elegance. It's like how Shannon's not even her real name. That's true, they aren't their real names. It could be like a title. But there's no room for compassion. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. Orphans, apparently. In this world we live in, even people who see each other as enemies can come to understand each other if the situation changes. But absolute evil does exist. That is an evil which brings misfortune by its very existence and is to be spared no compromise. Just by continuing to exist, it is evil. I do not feel sorry for you. Just like you didn't feel sorry for any of us. No? I don't think so. I think we need to put a hold on that one. This is a mystery story, so her just inexplicably not using her real name is something to keep a note of. Right. Just like you didn't feel sorry for any of us. Still hashtag Leishan. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2. Hashtag Blink Shot keeps winning, baby. and whether I can find a much more grotesque way of killing you, see?
なあバトラーよ、少し改心するから今回も許してくれよ。
Come on, Battler, I'll reform a little, so forgive me this time too.
そしたらさ、もうちょっとマシな殺し方に変えてやるからよ。
And then I'll change the method of killing into something a little better, alright?
彼女をどんな風に殺すか、お前の希望も聞いてやるからよ。
I'll listen to how you want them to be killed and in what order, alright?
楽しいぜ、人の命をもてあそぶってのはよ。
It's so much fun toying with people's lives. Your face doesn't look like it's having much fun, Beato.
お前なら考えつくよ。エンジェルをもっともっとクズ肉にしてやる方法はよ。
I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Ange into a pile of scrap meat much more.
来い、バトラ
Come, Battler!
ー、南條殺し、暴いてみろ。
Try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder! The 18th person X was destroyed, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was declared in red that the 4 survivors at that point in time, Battler, Eva, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all unrelated to Nanjo's murder. And it was also declared that he was murdered directly, right before his eyes. All other people had the strongest alibi of having their deaths declared in red. Without using the 18th person X, I have to break through this. Was she hugging on to, that wasn't the real Kanon specifically when talking about how are you gonna solve who killed Nanjo? Oh, when she was hanging on to that? Oh my god, maybe. Maybe that's why it's a painful bit for her, because that's gonna break this wide open. Yeah, maybe that's why she was holding her flank, because she was nervous. Or not nervous, but like... Oh yeah, I guess you know what I'm talking about. Think. Don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah, this way I can break through it. Beatrice's legend of the witch is over.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったのさ。
True. The others probably were dead. Yeah! Yeah, that's what I had believed this whole time. True, the others probably were dead.
だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。
However, the time at which their deaths were declared in red was not the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Okay, this is not what I was going for, but we'll see where Battler's going with this.
厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の
You're going with
俺
timing?
とエヴァの
That
戦
was
い
one
に
of
お
the
いて
options I brought up in the moment. Yeah, I think so. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Eva after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was
つまり
found.
南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していればその感激は縫えることになる。
In other words, if someone who was alive at the time that Dr. Nanjo was killed died before Eva proclaimed that death, you can sew right through that crack.
つまりはこういうことさ。
In other words, it's like this.
エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて
The culprit was among those people who were not confirmed dead prior to Eva's declaration of the deaths.
その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。
And that person had managed to skillfully play dead in the beginning and wait for us to leave them alone. You're getting closer, Battler! You're getting closer to my Goda isn't Goda theory.
そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちが死んだと思い込ませた。
They made us think that they had died, or their death still hadn't been declared in red.
そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。
Then they killed Dr. Nanjo, and after that they died for some reason. I don't know about that last part.
そしてその後にエヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。
And then after that, Eva declared their death in red.
以上の仮説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's murder. Oh my god. He's gonna be like, how's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. Nanjo died from small bombs dust particles. No, come on. You can say something in red to that, can't you, Beato? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out one after another, and each time a blue stake or wedge appeared and impaled Beatrice's body. And that finally ended. Her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. 7-hour stream getting there. Hey, it's Nero! Nero's here! Holy shit, they actually CG'd this. Yowza. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. This is a crazy image. This was truly our Umineko no Naku Koro ni. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch at least a little bit of time before she showed any signs of life. The real Umineko is the corpses we made along the way. Battler straight up fatality Beato. Was it a fatality? I wasn't that convinced. Like, it hurts. It hurts.
You
got what you deserved.
お前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Know a portion of the pain of all those you've murdered. Even as he said that, it seemed that Battler had lost a little of his forcefulness at this extremely pitiful sight. He couldn't help but avert his eyes from a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion, even if she was his enemy. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, the battle wouldn't end.
バトラー頼むよ
Battler, I beg you. Huh? Beato let out a sob.
痛えよ。
It hurts.
すげえ痛えよ。
It really hurts.
終わらせて
End it.
終わらせて。
End it.
これでもまだ
Even now,
死ねねえんだ
I
ろ。
still can't die.
こんなに痛いのにまだ死ねねえんだよ。
It hurts so goddamn much, and I still can't die.
俺に何を求めやがる。
What are you asking me to do? It was truly so kind you would have bought that horse. Hey, he was out of the rich family for 6 years. Maybe he didn't have the capital. What are you asking me to do?
終わらせて。
End it.
この苦痛から解放して。
Release me from this pain. Beato's expression was a soggy mess of blood and tears. Certainly, Battler had been tricked by her at one point. So he could probably have suspected her expression and even her tears of being an act. Asumu's family didn't have money for a horse, so he settled for a donkey instead, and it drowned trying to cross the water, right? Oh no, it died from small bombs! Oh no, this poor donkey. However, Battler believed those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
どうする。
What do I do?
どうすればお前の痛みを終わらせられる。
What do I have to do to end your pain? Battler being exiled for 6 years and still pulling up to the yearly reunion in a custom Versace 3-piece suit. Oh. Get his ass. And then he didn't even spare any money for the white horse for Shannon. Yeah.
今から全てを晒すから。
I'm going to lay everything bare.
それがわらわの心臓。
It will be my heart.
心臓。
Oh, that would be fun. An Umineko drip tier list, but you have to use the original sprites. Your heart.
どうして
Oh, me.
ベアト。
Your disappointment is immeasurable. Imagine how disappointed Shannon is. You're not even the one who was promised to. Yeah, I did hear about Cece was trying to show me when things were from fashion magazines and stuff. Beato.
殺して
Kill me. Just
もう死ね
let me die. Were those tears of pain and torment, or else? Either way, that pitiful expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly,
エンジンのところ
go
に
back.
帰って
The end. This is what Danganronpa RP feels like. Yeah.
帰るためじゃない。
It's not so that I can go back.
お前の痛みを止めるために。お前の願いを聞く。
I'll grant your request in order to stop your pain.
ありがとう
Thank you.
バトラ
Oh, no, I want to wait to do a list until after I'm done with all the episodes. I need an extensive tier list of drip. Well, B, is this everything you wanted? Oh. With her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms as though wishing for something from heaven.
バトラなら殺せるから
I know you can kill me.
私のすべて
Everything I am.
心臓
My heart.
潰して
Crush it.
貫いて
You're it. Okay. The red light around both her arms got stronger and stronger.
おね
Please. Cece? Can I feel her heartbeat in my hand? Yeah. Ah! I know, thank you for being born. I know, internally I was like, they're playing Thanks for Being Born right now. She got that far into the word, and then her face tilted to the side a bit. Her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held up towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke in an uncharacteristically polite tone.
後ろ宮バト
Ushiromiya Battler.
今から
What?
私があなたを殺します
I will now kill you.
それで
Oh my god, Ned's really hitting the button like Steve Harvey and going, kill! And
そしてたった今この島にはあなた以外誰もいませんこの島で生きているのはあなただけです島の外の存在は一切干渉できません
And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. I understood. This was the only thing left keeping Beatrice a witch. The final mystery. Beato was holding it out to me, entreating me to solve her final mystery and kill her.
来いよ。
Come on. Well, she is speaking very politely, like in Japanese. Come on.
お前の最後の謎。
I'll accept your final
俺が受け取って
mystery.
やる。
この島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。なのに私は今ここにいて、これからあなたを
Can't believe
殺しま
Battler
す。
tripped a murder trap. A very polite murder trap. Final mystery and the final hint? But we're only halfway through the game! You are all alone on this island. And of course, I am not you. Yet, I am here, now, and am about to kill you. Was Beatrice Battler all along?
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。
Like a souped up version of the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder.
それで
So?
私は誰？
Who am I?
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
Is that your final question?
誰？
Who am I? Whoa! Then Beato exploded. Help me. Yeah, Beato, get it. Don't worry. Slowly, I too held her head. And then my piece left the game board. What are y'all doing? What is those faces? It is Akino CG. Died on the Dead Twilight. Died in 1998. She did kill herself. No. Shiromi Maria died on the 10th Twilight. Sakutaro Kinzo died on the 9th Twilight. Wait, I thought he was already dead. Kraus died on the 7th Twilight. Natsuhi the 1st. Jessica the 2nd. That Kinzo one was fucked up. So the guy pretending to be Kinzo died later. Died in the 1st Twilight. Died on the 1st Twilight. Died in the 2nd Twilight. And died in the 1st Twilight. That went by too fast. Who was pretending to be Kinzo? Died on the 1st Twilight. Died in the 6th Twilight. Ronoe Genji died on the 1st Twilight. Shanon died on the 5th Twilight. Trying to get clear from there. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Died on the 9th Twilight. Died on the 9th Twilight. Eva Beatrice. Virgilia. Ronove. Gop. Lucifer. I feel deeply unsettled. I was gonna say he triggered a trap, but he wasn't moving. I also really want to know about Beato. We can find out what was called in the OST after this. Konogi. That's the guy I think it was. I should be unsettled? Oh god, what you guys are so creepy with your comments. Battler is all alone and yet he was killed. Ooh. Beato is a Umineko. And one of them fucking dropped down and killed him. Battler had an aneurysm from trying to have a thought. Beatrice, is her aneurysm? Is his aneurysm? Whoa! That's your final riddle for the question arcs? Y'all. The thought of which has triggered poor Battler. Oh no. Alright, let's see. That music was... What was it? No, that's not it. Oh well, it's fine. Remember your sin of 6 years ago, denying Umineko Beatrice his sandwich when she's trying to swoop down and take it. See you on Shiru if you catch you next stream. Alright! Yeah, there is still a question mark part. You're gonna need one of those ending explain YouTubers explain this whole thing to me at the end. Oh man. Alright, anyway, I gotta go to the bathroom and then I'll do the question marks. Hopefully that's not terribly long, is it? She was denied her foot long, that's what all of this happened. That's why all of this happened. All right, you guys were having fun. We'll do a Discord call while cross-referencing the manga. Oh my god. It has to be one of the servants, assuming there's a consistent mastermind. You should read the end screen for episode 1. Mastermind, who would that be though? That consistent mastermind was the one to write the message bottles because the person would have to be trusted enough by Maria to write into her diary. I feel like, okay, I've seen a meme that had players after they finish episode 4 and it's like all of these like Pepe Sylvia, like crazy like things connecting to each other. I totally understand now, because if I need to go back from the beginning and really start thinking over who Beatrice is, that sounds hard, and I need to sleep on it. Welcome to the tea party of the unhuman. New music, unknown fragment number, a lot of numbers. Big ol' fragment. Scattered over the big bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate coins. A fork was stuck into the shortcake, peeking out of a gift box. And there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on the side table. But the venomous color of the drink poured into the glass matched none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing them together. You can come up with a list of things the mastermind needs to have and then cross out the options that don't fit till we have the murderer. Say this, if I solve Nanjo's murder, almost everything will be answered. Okay, I still think Okanogi murdered Goda beforehand. I still think Okanogi, if Eva killed most of them, including, and Okanogi was invested in her financial interests as like a friend, and being part of the Ushinomiya group afterwards. So he killed Goda beforehand, pretended, and then assumed the identity of Goda, and then nobody knows Goda because he's a brand new servant on the island. Okanogi killed the most dangerous of them all, Magical Chef Goda. And so he was working with Eva and Hideyoshi to, get all the money. And then, Nanjo was also an accomplice, probably because he was promised money. And at that point, we know now Kinzo was already dead, so Nanjo doesn't have much emotional stake in the family. No. This isn't Goda slander. In this theory, Goda's already dead. Bless his soul. He was a pure heart. It's like one of the first Twilight murders of Game 3 was the mastermind, and they fix any murders that aren't already explained by Eva. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One of the servants, because the servants were all killed in those 6 rooms. All you need to do to seal yourself in is to play dead, and then have Nanjo, who's in on it, examine you and declare you dead. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want, because everybody was like really shutting themselves up for the 3rd game. And nobody was keeping track of guns. Like, after people started dying, all the guns started vanishing. Nancho being in on it makes things a lot easier. And I thought his behavior during episode 3 was a bit shifty, honestly. Fake, yeah, well, I mean, he wasn't doing autopsies. He was making declarations of death, right? Having one of the parent Ushidamiya is plausible, but less likely. Well, I mean, in episode 3, at least, with Eva, things can already be explained if she was a killer. So, that of course things went a little awry because Hideyoshi died, but then Hideyoshi was probably killed by Hidie or Rudolph in the shootout. And, everyone tied to Kinzo, really. So, if Okonoki was pretending to be Goda, which is why that flank really hurt her, because he assumed a new name. Pretending to be Goda. So the red text, Goda is dead, is still valid. Even though he went and killed Nancho right in front of him. That was my theory. I don't think it's been denied yet. You want to suspect any of the parents, Kraus and Natsu, are the obvious ones to check first because of Kinzo? I guess they would know Kinzo. At least Kraus would know Kinzo was dead. Natsuhi. Wow, that really does recontextualize a lot of things. Now that we know for sure that Kinzo has been dead all along. Nanjo innately has a lot of power in this game when you think about it. Yeah, that's kind of a classic murder mystery novel thing, right? Like the doctor's the killer. Or in on it. We're about to face another banger. Ooh, about everyone trying to really go to safe. We have all the servants are consistently part of the fold. Either because they're working on it together or because the mastermind has more direct access to Strog for arm them into compliance. How dare he pretend to be magical chef Koda? Yeah. It doesn't hurt that they are also going to interact with magic more often. The servants? Yes, that's true. Which I've been using the flag as this person will die before the next time they see Battler, or they're on the mastermind side. Or they could simply have been fooled. But probably what you're saying is true more often than not. Natsu is the perfect amount of neurotic that she knew Kinzo was dead and she has no idea Kinzo is dead are both compelling. That's where I'm at right now with Natsuhi. Exactly! Shannon and Kano in particular both talk a lot about magic and about their place remembering previous loops, which they shouldn't. Yeah! Who hired Goda? Natsuhi. Oh my god, my brain is Swiss cheese at the moment. Sean. Like if I had to make an actual guess at this moment, unironically it would be Shannon. Which just makes Dan Stalks Rising Let's Go. They're on N. Oh yeah! Yeah, that's true. They're talking about they're on Endwalker. How are they doing? They finished with Elpis? Nice. That's where they ended? Cool. Ooh, they're in for it. Next time. Alright. Anyway. Lots of crying. Oh, yeah, yeah. I cried too. All right. I actually cried today. Y'all, I didn't, it was really early on, but when Ange brought Sakutaro back to life, that was the first time I actually like cried and couldn't stop it playing this game. Yeah. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing them together. Yeah, it did. Yeah, Ange bringing Sakutaro back got me. Oh, a mini mystery? How was Ange able to do that kind of thing? What was Battler's Civ 6 years ago? The horse, lol. Well, Beatrice choked on, okay, Ange choked on, I mean, not Ange, Beato choked on the red text that there was only one Sakutaro in the world. So, it's possible that Rosa had made two of them. Maybe she regretted what she did at one point and made another one because Rosa tends to regret what she does after she punishes Maria, whether it's from guilt or how she should act or whatever. So maybe she started making another one out of guilt and never went through with giving it to her. And then well, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, right? I think that was the whole point of Ange's little side thing. Not that he was made by Rosa? Oh. Good point. But the thing is that when Maria touched him, she remembered the texture. Aw, Dan, it's like really early in the VOD. You can just watch the VOD later and you can see me cry on stream. But the Ange that learned that wasn't the Ange that summoned him, right? Well, okay, there's that. There's that. Can't be true, it's just the red truth. Ange just made her own Sakutaro. I mean, okay. The thing is, Maria, when she touched him, like, his fabric, the texture, the stitches, all came back to her. Like, she very purely felt that this was the real Sakutaro. And I mean, you could just say seeing Rosa with love, you probably would smile. I mean, if you want to be less emotional about it, it's not easy to get the exact same fabric twice, especially if the person who bought it the first time is already dead, you know? Or, well, yeah. So I don't think it's as simple as Ange just made her own Sakutaro. But anyway, but even a magical explanation of Ange reviving Sakutaro wasn't clear. Like, it was impossible even magically, for Beato. And I think the whole point of Ange in the future was the whole without love it cannot be seen thing. She learned to see people, everything turned around for her, and she found her power, so to speak, when she started empathizing with people. So, Beato, even though she said, like in episode 2, that love is the thing that, you know, binds everything together, is what's in magic. Magical to context, you would just say Ange is better at bringing people back from the dead because she understands who they were. Oh, I like that. I like that. I think Beato has a pretty good understanding of all of these people, but I don't think she sees them with love. And I think it's like her trauma and that she's broken. And that these personas she's been putting up that are protecting her by not being really frank and real with anything. Well, I mean, that's not completely true, but I think Ange was able, even magically, able to do magic that was impossible for Beato. Because if, oh yeah, so in episode 2, right? Beato introduced the whole concept of without love it cannot be seen, right? So then that scene where she like fucking goes off on Shannon for like you know, believing in love with George and stuff like that, reminded me, like, it stuck with me because she was directly, you know, contradicting herself, but she was contradicting herself in an emotional fit, right? Which I think reflected stuff going on with her. So I think she's aware of like love when it comes to magic, but she can't actually use it because she's lost it. Because she's lost the love. She had the anger and the sadness. Ange said, you need love and anger and sadness for magic. But Beato was lacking love, even though she knows it's necessary. So that's why Ange was able to do magic that she wasn't capable of, because she had lost love. That's my theory about why Ange was able to bring back Sakutaro magically. Beato can reassemble bodies but can't bring their souls back. Ange knows the core of the person they bring back so she can. Yeah, I suppose. Maria knows the mastermind because the mastermind interacts with her as Beatrice the Golden Witch. That's what I've been assuming this whole time. And so when Maria was like, bring Sakutaro back later, She clearly can't just suddenly fix a stuffed toy she doesn't have access to. Oh. So she was like, I guess his mama denied his existence, sorry. Yeah, it did come off as an excuse. And Ange called that out in the scene, which you can watch in the VOD later. Ange literally did call that out as an excuse, yeah. Alright. The bed, there's jelly beans on the bed, there's fucked up drinks. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing them together. The taste aside, that was a lot of fun to do. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful, big pillows stuffed with dreams. And on this big bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Berncastle lay face down. I've seen this CG in the opening, and I kept wondering when it would happen, and it's right at the end of everything, huh? And Lambda Delta lay face up, hugging a pillow and relaxing. Strongest lesbian couple.
This one was a real rush, wasn't it? ベアトがゲームやめるとか言い出して、かなり焦ったわ。
I got really anxious when Beato said she'd stop the game.
これだけのゲームを始めておいて、投げっぱなしで終えようとするなんて、失礼な魔女よね。
But Angel, on the other hand, has all the magical beings as imaginary friends with no tangible form, so of course you can't just imagine them being here. What a rude witch to start a game of this scale and try to end it by throwing it away.
エンジェ、いい駒だったじゃない。
Wasn't Ange a good piece?
とんずらしたベアトを引きずり戻して、ゲームを再開させてくれたわ。
After Beato ran for it, Ange dragged her back and made her resume the game.
バトラをやる気にさせすぎちゃったのはさすがに参ったけどね。
It's too bad that she gave Battler a bit too much enthusiasm, though.
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたから。
Because she knew Battler is weak against emotions.
確かに。
No kidding.
あいつ、敵であるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
He looked like he might even go easy on his enemy Beato.
前回の流れから下手するとベアトに同情しておかしな方向にゲームを流すかもしれないって危惧してたの。
Based on the previous game, I was uneasy that he might start to feel compassion for Beato and take the game in an odd direction.
エンジェはバトラがゴールを誤解した時に再誘導するための切り札よ。
Ange was a trump card to get Battler back on track if and when he mistook his goal.
本当はもっとサポートさせて、それから切りたかった。
Wait, I just realized the leitmotif for Hope is in here. In truth, I just wanted to have her support him a bit more before playing her out.
いきなり切らされたわ。
She really did play and discard herself right away.
仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
What a waste for a piece that required so much preparation.
例の名乗っちゃダメルール、枷にしておいてよかった。
Yeah, I like the... You know, I'm really impressed that they keep up with the leitmotifs when there's so many different artists doing the music. I think that's really cool. I'm so glad I shackled her with the rule about not giving her name.
あれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍でベアとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ。
If I hadn't set that up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up and won in the blink of an eye.
一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけど、
I thought it was my chance to apply a lot of pressure at once.
あんたのマークがきつくてうまく活かせなかったわ。
But you were watching her so closely that I couldn't make the best use of her.
ああ、もったいない駒だった。
Oh, what a waste that piece was.
当然でしょ。あんなずるい駒とっととリタイアしてくれないと困るわ。
Well, yeah, that piece was super OP. I needed her out of there like yesterday.
まあ結果的にゲーム中断を阻止する活躍をしてくれたし、それは私にとっても助かることだった。
Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the game from being suspended, I guess, and that helps me out too.
互いの利害が一致する活躍をしてくれたという意味においては本当に素晴らしい駒だったわよ。
Her actions ended up matching both of our interests, so in that sense, she really was a wonderful piece.
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから、簡単に私の言いなりになってくれたわ。
She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said.
駒にするなら、バカか直情型よね。
An idiot or an impulsive type. One of those two is always best for a piece.
ああ、本当に惜しい駒だったわ。
Ah, that piece really could have been so much more.
その子も今じゃひき肉。
And now she's mincemeat.
ねえ、後で一緒にそれでハンバーグ作りましょうよ。
No! Don't land the Delta making Ange burgers into reality. Fuck that. Oh no. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of that later on.
餃子の方が好きだっけ？
Oh, wait, didn't you like gyoza more? No, Ange gyoza. Ange burger is canon. No.
妹味ってどんな味かしら？笑える。
I wonder what little sister tastes like. So funny.
あんた、そんな余裕でいいの？
Is it really all right for you to be so relaxed? Ange burger, salty tear flavored. No!
エンジェのおかげでバトラは奮起。
Battler got fired up thanks to Ange.
ベアとを猛追し始め、今やだいぶ私が有利なゲーム展開だと思うけど。
He started going after Beato like a madman, and now the game has taken a big turn to my advantage, I'd say.
というかバトラ、今回でこれまでのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃない？
In fact, didn't Battler just solve almost all of the mysteries so far?
はあ？とんでもない。
Huh? Not even close.
バトラの青き真実なんてほとんど外れてるわよ。
Almost all of Battler's blue truth is wrong.
ベアとのぬるい赤なんて隙間だらけだもの。
Beato's wishy-washy red is full of holes.
多少は知恵の回る子だったら適当にへりくつ並べりゃ簡単にすり抜けられるわ。
Anyone with half a brain could slip through it easily just by rattling off some random BS.
ああ、本当にイライラしたわよ。
Ah, that really ticked me off.
私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるわ。
If that had been me, I'd have made sure to cut down every one of those things with the red.
あら、そうだったの？
Oh, really?
私はてっきりあれらが正解だと思ってたわ。
I was under the impression that those were all of the correct answers.
小型爆弾を飲み込ませて云々はさすがにどうかと思ったけど。
Well, of course, I did have my suspicions about all of that stuff to do with swallowing small bombs.
バトラの青き真実だって全部が有効になってはいないわ。
And Battler's blue truths, not all of them were even valid.
ベアとは第一のゲームにおいて身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。
Beato stated clearly that within the first game she guarantees the identities of all the corpses. You know, I noticed that, but I figured that she was giving up at that point because she just wanted Battler to kill her. So eventually she was letting it up on purpose. Oh yeah, sorry, the lesbian witches are about to make things harder. No, I figured that was too easy, honestly. It didn't feel satisfying. Except for the bit about episode 1. That made me happy. I was satisfied with episode 1. But episode 2 and 3 and 4, they could do a lot better. Beto stated clearly that within the first game, she guarantees the identities of all identified
これ
corpses.
によりバトラのエヴァ秀吉の密室殺人の犯人は偽装死体を演じた何者かという推理は破られてるのよ。
That breaks Battler's reasoning about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi locked room murder about someone who used a fake corpse. Okay. Okay, that is a little fucked up. Well, here we go. If it's not possible, unidentified corpses. Oh. So if somebody who was identified was pretending. Okay, one of the reasons I wanted to load an old save was something I was pretty sure I remembered Rosa's face was only half gone. And so I was like, could you tell it was her? I couldn't remember if Rosa's face was completely covered or not. But I was pretty sure Rosa's face was half gone. So maybe my insane Rosa theory is panning out after all. But of course, now we can say, now that we know, well, the Battler doesn't know, but at least I know that there's a secret back entrance to the island. A killer could have just come in through there. Wait, no, that's not... I can't do that, because Beato said there's no more than 17 people on the island. Okay, sorry, I can't do that. Rosa Triss for episode 1 and 2, at least. I don't think so much for episode 3 and 4. Anyway. Rosa Triss versus within the first game part also be in red too. But did she say it in red? That breaks Battler's reasoning about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi locked room murder being someone who used a fake corpse. Alright, Lambda Delta is, Lambda and Burncastle were talking about how, Lambda Delta was a little pissed off that, a lot of Battler's blue text was straight up wrong, and she was pissed that Beato wasn't even attempting to, like, really fight it. And so she said in red, so, since Beato guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses in red, that already kicked out some of Battler's reasoning in episode 1. Because the lesbian witches are poking holes in Battler's theories. The one last knife twist set a clue for the human reader, yeah. Next, he said that Kanon's death in the boiler room was probably an accident, but... What kind of accident can end up with him driving a stake into his own chest? He fell over and it was pointing up. They do that in horror movies all the time. How dumb is that? I'll slice it with that red treasured sword or whatever. Yeah, but Battler can't hear you. We can, though. Which I guess, yeah, I guess this is for our benefit. Or making it harder for us.
カノンは事故死ではない。
Kanon did not die in an accident.
その次の客までの源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとかいう相打ち殺人も滑稽だわ。
For the next one, the murders of the three, including Genji in the parlor, the thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time is laughable.
源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。
Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were not killers. They didn't kill anybody.
最後の夏日殺しのトラップ X もバカバカしいわ。
The final trap X for Natsu's murder is really dumb, too.
夏日を射殺したのはトラップじゃなく、ちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いてしっかり射殺したのよ。
The thing that shot Natsuhi wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. Lambda just going in, she is.
ご愁傷様。
My condolences. Yes, this is all game one that you didn't read much of, yeah.
あんたダメよ。
Stop that.
そんなことあたり
You mustn't say something like that in red. Well, lol, now get bodied battler, yeah.
あの子夏日の銃弾を魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだから。
That kid's trying to make it so that she killed Natsuhi by bouncing Natsuhi's bullet back at her with magic.
あらあらいけない。そうだったわね。
Oopsie, you're right, I forgot.
第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。
Even his blue truths for the second game were too naive. Small bombs!
礼拝堂での6人の殺害時、犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。
Ooh, that's spicy. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel.
あいつ、何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわよね。
That guy tries to explain every little thing with Trap X.
トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束？
What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? Alright, I still think Rosa set up the candy. Because if the culprit was inside the chapel and they weren't hiding, they couldn't have stuffed their own stomach with candy. So if the killer of the first 6 murders only killed those 6 and sat themselves in the chair and cut open their own stomach, a guy uses a simple explanation for everything that works until proven otherwise. How dare he? Yeah, Lambda Delta don't play that way because she's the witch of certainty. So that's what I think. I think the killer killed everyone and then themselves. Oh no, was it said in red that it wasn't suicide? It says the culprit wasn't hiding. If anything, Battler really needs to just make these kind of sweeping explanations. He did a few scenes ago. Whoever killed the 6 in the chapel, I figured if the chapel was closed and There was no, I think Beato said in red nobody was hiding in the chapel. There's probably a list of the red text somewhere. You want to look it up? Yeah, same. So, I don't remember it all for the chapel, but if killing themselves wasn't part of it, then one person killed everybody in the chapel, set themselves up at the tables, and then killed themselves, and then Rosa was an accomplice. So she went in there and stuffed everybody's guts with candy. Because that's not somebody anybody could have done. Under the red text. Wiki's a damn landmine? Okay. Alright. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche?
使用人室で男女と熊沢が殺された事件のカノンの名前を世襲したとかいうのも滑稽だわ。
And in the incident where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, it's ludicrous to say that someone inherited Kanon's name.
カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本人のみ。
The only one who can go by the name of Kanon is the person himself.
異なる人間が名乗ることはできない。
No other human can adopt that name. Yeah, if that was the blue truth that really hurt Beato, I think it probably says something about herself. Look at all this red text about how to lock or unlock a door, and there's no red text as to whether the door is locked in the first place. Yeah, well, it was the next morning, but it was Rosa. But I think it might be questionable how much Battler actually interacted with the locked door, because I can't remember that much. But my big point was Rosa went in by herself at first, because she's the one who found the key. So I think she would have set up the way the bodies looked, stuff with candy and stuff. But anyway.
夏日の部屋のローザからマスターキーを借りたという推理もダメダメ。
If Rosa lied, yeah. And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa for Natsuhi's room is also worthless.
ローザがマスターキーを管理して以降、それらすべては一度たりとも彼女の手を離れていない。
After the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands.
夏日の部屋を開錠した時にバトラに貸し出した際を除いてね。
Except for the time she lent one to Battler to unlock Natsuhi's room.
まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。
I could go on, but this is just enough just for a quick look, I guess.
軽くも何も、あんた第一と第二のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実。
A quick look.
否定しちゃったじゃない。
You've just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board.
あらあら、なんてこと。
My, what a thing.
バトラがそれを聞いたら、そっとしちゃうわね。
Battler would faint if he heard that.
ね。
See?
ベアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないの
Beato
よ。
wasn't cornered at all. I kind of had a feeling she was just letting it happen.
あの子、やっぱりなかなかの役者だわ。
I always thought she was a pretty good actress. Hey, see? There's people saying she's a pretty good actress, so maybe she can mimic people's voices.
きっと今回のゲームでは、一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて。
I'm sure the plan is to make it look like she got cornered this game.
次のゲームあたりでバサーッと赤で一刀両断にしてバト トラをびっくり仰天させる作戦でしょうよ。
And then sometime next game, swish, she'll slice it in half with a single red stroke and make Battler's eyes pop out.
それできっとまた大笑いしながら言うんだわ。
And then I'm sure she'll say it with a huge grin on her face.
魔女はピンチになんかなりませんって。
A witch is never in trouble. Well, Landa sells it. It has to be exactly opposite. Yeah.
じゃああのベアとの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は全部演技なの？
Then that whole tragic feeling, as though Beato was getting cornered, was all an act.
そうに決まってるじゃない。
Obviously? Lambda saying this like there is absolutely 100% a non-natural explanation for these. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
あいつ本当に大女優よね。
She really is a great actress,
全然追い詰められてなんかいないのに。
even though she wasn't cornered at all.
最終回顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。
It felt like a last episode climax that put everyone to shame.
今年の助演女優賞はあいつに決定ね。
She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year.
ああ、もちろん主演は私だけど。
Oh, but of course I'm the star.
ベルンでもいいわよ。
Or it could be you, Fern.
私を殺してみたいなことを言って最後に大きな謎を出したわよ。
At the end, she said things like "kill me" and laid out a big riddle.
それを解かれたらベアとは
By
今度こそ
definition
おし
means
ま
so
い
long as you're
の
throwing
排
ideas
水
at
の
the wall,
陣じ
you
ゃな
can
いの。
literally never lose. Yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but there was a lot where that was pretty much spilled out. But I think the point was, it's not enough to end the game. Like, Beato was like, even after all of this, I still can't die. Like, she wanted to die, but she physically, just couldn't. So, it's impossible to finish the game unless Battler figures out the truth of Beatrice, is the impression I was getting. So you literally can throw bullshit at the wall for all of the murders. But there's one more thing you have to do, or else the game's not gonna end. Which I guess means she set this whole thing up to get Battler to solve who she is. I guess so. Because, well, we'll have to figure that out, I guess. Wasn't that her last stand? With Beato to be finished for good if that riddle was solved?
Yeah.
No way!
あら、ベルンまで騙されてるの？
You were tricked too, Burn!
あんなの排水の陣でもなんでもない。
That wasn't even close to a last stand.
ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい奥の手を温存してるわ。
Beato still has some hellishly brutal moves she's keeping hidden.
最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？
When she stuck out both arms to give the final riddle, did you notice how she brought her right arm back down?
ああ、そういえ
Oh, now that you mention it.
ばあれはそういう意味だったわけ。
So that's what that meant.
そういうわけ。
Sure
あ
is!
の子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。
She still had plenty of hidden moves left.
そして何も謎は解かれちゃいない。
Wants her damn horse. Slash for him to taste his dishes for all eternity. I don't have a funny motive for Rosatrice. Oh, funny. Yes, Shannon wants her damn horse. Goda for him to taste his dishes for all eternity. You don't have a funny motive for Rosatrice. Oh god. Yeah. sure is. She still had plenty of hidden moves left, and none of the mysteries have been solved.
それをまるで全て完歩されて次回最終回
That tension, as though she'd been completely seen
みたい
through.
なテンションにしちゃうなんて
And it was like, tune in to next time for the final episode.
つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ
Even in the context of a non-magical answer, it's kind of weird that Beatrice is putting on this whole murder plan as a puzzle to be solved in the first place. Yeah, this is especially weird when you consider Kinzo is dead. So it's not even him that's setting this up. Somebody else is definitely setting this up. Tune in next time for the final episode. She truly is a genius at acting.
早くバトルをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ
Lambda is right, it's about to get crazy. Ooh, sign me up. I'm so ready. She truly is a genius at acting. Oh, I can't wait to see her knock Battler back down to rock bottom.
あの子前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦で
She's really taken to that north wind and the sun
彼を
strategy
締めちゃったんじゃない
from the last game, I think.
バトラきっとまたベアトに同情してコロッと引っかかるわよ
I bet Battler will sympathize with Beato again and fall for it completely.
女の涙は一粒で男を騙せるからね実に安上がりでお得よね
A woman's single tear can trick a man, after all. Now that's value, don't you think?
バトラまたその手に引っかかっちゃうかしら
I wonder if Battler will get caught by that move again.
二度と同情しないように私がバトラーを焚きつけない
The answer art characters will test my vocal cords. I'm so fucking ready! I'll have to make extra tea! I must do my part too, and light a fire under Battler to never feel sympathy for her again. Man, Battler is gonna have to fight against both of these witches to get to the heart of what's going on with Beatrice. One wife should always leave Battler as one of the last victims in her murder stories. Yeah. Well, I guess the whole thing at the end is like, I'm on the island and about to kill you, but you're the only one on the island. Maybe it was like Battler was Beatrice all along, and he was always left alive because he did it. It's gonna be a wild ride to the get. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. That's a repeating thing in all the episodes, huh? Probably just a coincidence. Wow, okay, that's not suspicious at all. Dude, why did that one timeline be like, hey Battler, do you remember doing that thing you did 6 years ago, and what was she planning on doing if you did? That seemed like... Well... Anyway, I should keep going. My head is turning into Swiss cheese. I wonder if Battler will get caught by that move again. I must do my part too and light a fire under Battler to never feel sympathy for her again.
当分はエンジェのひき肉で焚きつけられそうだけどね
Although Ange's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well for the time being.
エンジ味のハンバーグでパワーアップ
A power up from an Ange flavored hamburger? No! Too much information coming from right and left. It's more like I'm getting too tired to have coherent thoughts. I think I'll just have to mull over everything. Was she like I still want Battler's to do despite everything, so I guess if he figures out it's me, I'll just let him win. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that. And that's still under the assumption that hashtag blame Shannon is correct. Dan, you're not seeing it with love. Without love, it cannot be seen. You're trying to reach chat, also doing a hunt train. I believe in you, CC. Well, I would never mislead you. Wow. Yeah. I think I just continue reading for now and reflect my thoughts after you get your rest. Okay.
もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。
Of course, I won't be beaten either.
ここからバトラと拮抗するくらいに盛り返せるよ。ベアと
I'll be giving Beato my full
徹
support
底的にサポートするもの。
so she can make enough of a comeback to compete with Battler.
負けないわよ、ベアとは。
She won't lose, Beato.
負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよってきっちり脅してるもん。
I mean, I've threatened her with a wonderful penalty if she does.
あんたの罰ゲーム本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。
Your penalties are genuinely no joke, so you should go a little easy.
ベルに次に罰ゲームをできるときはこうしようって決めてるのがあるの。
I've decided what to do next time I get to give you a penalty burn.
聞きたい聞きたい。
Wanna hear?
嫌よ。
No.
もう聞いてよ。
Come on, listen.
あのね
Okay, here we go.
ベルを素敵なお城に閉じ込めてあげるの。
I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle.
そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて一辺は12キロメートル。
The castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls, 12 kilometers to a side. Holy shit.
高さは10メートルあるの。
With a height of 10 meters.
魔法とズルは禁止。
No magic and no cheating allowed.
とても飛び越せないわよね。
That's really not something you can jump over, right?
14億4000万竜兵。
Oh my god, how do I? Okay, I can do this. 1,440,000,000 meters cubed.
話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。
You can stop there. I already know what you're going to say.
そこをね毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。
And that place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. And she just goes, oh, well, grats, dude. I killed everyone already, but grats. I really don't think that's it. But what is it is something I have to figure out for sure.
それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルを閉じ込めてその宝石で埋め殺すの。
And I'll lock you in it until the castle walls are packed with them, and you've been buried to death with gems.
素敵なロマンチックな罰ゲームでしょ。
Isn't that a wonderful romantic penalty?
一辺を5倍にしていいから高さを10分の1にしてくれたら今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。
I'll let you multiply the length of the walls by 5 if you make the height 1/10 of its current height. And you can even shut me in it right now.
本当？
Really?
36億竜兵になるわよ。
That would make it 3,600,000,000 meters cubed, you know?
罰ゲームが倍以上の期間になるわよ。
The penalty would take more than twice as long.
そんなにも長い間虜になってくれるのね。
Oh, you'll be my prisoner for such a long time.
ベル大好き。愛してる。
You don't understand the aspect of the non-magical explanation of those timelines? Yeah, what the point of it all is in a non-magical sense? True. True. I'm kind of at a loss too. Well, maybe magic does exist, but Battler needs to win the game, so we need to just keep bullshitting everything.
I love you, Burn. I really love you.
Lambda Delta playfully clung to Burn Castle, who yawned, looking bored, as she stroked Lambda Delta under the chin as though playing with a cat. Oh my god. Burn Castle's really scratching under Lambda Delta's chin like a cat.
ベルンはバトラの勝利にかけてて、
So you're betting on Battler to win.
私は二人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。
And I'm betting on the two of them getting draws forever.
それで誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてないの？
Isn't anyone going to bet on Beato to win? I mean, that's really lonely, isn't it? Nobody's on Beato's side. Rotobe? If an in-universe was not magic, it feels like they're trying to be stopped. Like they're the fucking Riddler. Yeah. Yeah. I think they are. But what does it mean?
かけないわ。
Will it be this Baturaman? Batman. Baturaman. It won't be me.
勝率ゼロだもん。
Kill me before I kill everyone? Question mark? It won't be me. Her chances of winning are 0.
奇跡の魔女に奇跡ゼロって言われるのも本当にお気の毒。
It must hurt to be told by the Witch of Miracles that there's 0 chance of a miracle. Yeah, you two are being really mean right now. Shit.
私もかけないけどね。
I wouldn't bet on her either, of course.
絶対。
For certain.
絶対の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのもお気の毒ね。
It must hurt to be told by the Witch of Certainty. That's certainly no good as well. Unusually for them, they giggle together.
このゲームどういう決着に終わるかしら。
I wonder what kind of conclusion this game's gonna have. Well, she did say that the person with the qualifications to stop her was Ushiro Miyakinzo's grandson, and down that line. So if we're going with that line of logic, maybe it has something to do with, you know, the gold and the inheritance and stuff like that. Maybe she's part of something she can't get out of. George would be the one to stop her? Oh my god. I wonder what kind of conclusion this game's gonna have.
さすがにそれだけは読めないわ。
Now that, at least, we can't predict.
だから楽しいわけだし。
That's why it's fun, after all.
もう逃げも中断も許さない。
I won't allow any more escaping or suspending the game.
絶対にゲームを続けさせる。逃がさない。
I'll make them continue the game for certain. And I won't let them run away. I'm cracking up imagining George as the hero of this story for some reason. Yeah.
これからどんな風に展開
In fact, presenting the whole family and promising to stop if they saw the epitaph is similar.
想像もつかないけれど。
Yeah. It's like there's something she's obligated to do and she can't get out of it unless somebody solves the mysteries and stops her. But what is that in a non-magical sense? What kind of thing would bind you to do something like that in real life? I'd have to really think. Anyway. Well, it must have something to do with Battler's sin. Because it's like, because of your sin, all these people died. Stay back. Battler, I'm about to George, like I'm about to morb.
I'll make them continue the game for certain, and I won't let them run away. I can't even imagine how things are gonna unfold now.
Me neither. I can't wait. I can't wait. Proceeds to scream like a monkey.
絶対にありえない決着の仕方だけはわかるわ。
But I do know one way it's certainly not going to end.
ベアトが勝って終わることだけはないわ。
At the very least.
ね。
We know it won't end with Beato's victory.
だって。
I mean, think about it.
私もベルンも。
Neither you nor
ど
I
っちもベアトの勝利にかけてないんだもん。
are betting on Beato to come out the winner.
Yeah, you guys are so mean.
つまり、ベアトが勝ちそうになったら、私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。
Which means if it looks like Beato is gonna win, she'll be making enemies of both of us great witches.
Yeah! That's so mean! That's such a horrible position to be in. What's the motive? What's the heart of this story? Yeah!
そういうことね。
I really gotta think about that. Pretty much.
私たちの力が最も均衡するのは、引き分けとバトラ有利の中間で均衡している場合のみ。
Our powers are most in balance only when things are somewhere between a draw and Battler's advantage. What kind of terrible thing can you blame a fucking 12-year-old for? Your desire to kill 17 other people? Maybe there's a hint there with Maria. Like, ripping apart a stuffed animal. For most people, you would say your mom ripping your stuffed animal is not justification for killing your mother hundreds of times. Maybe Battler broke something that was really important to the mastermind. But it's something you can't understand on its face, which is why he can't remember it. Maybe it was something that seemed really innocent and normal. Maybe it's also a hint with what Ange said to Maria to hurt her. He broke Goda's magical spatula. Is Battler's sin tempting Shannon into unfaithfulness? Damn. How could anyone resist the breast sommelier coming in with that white horse to take her away, magical Goda chef? If something truly heinous, he would remember it. Exactly. I think it seems like something innocent. Or just, you know, nothing to kill 17 people over. But in a way that's undetectable, it's really unforgivable. You know, like when Ange as a little kid cruelly told Maria that, you know, magic isn't real, like her alliance is stupid. You know, nobody would think that's that bad. But then she only realized how horrible it was after she empathized with Maria. And same with Sakutaro. But if that's the straw that broke the camel's back, what's the rest of the straw? Now that's the question. I think I should rewatch Battler's test. Yeah, like, I know it has nothing to do, it's not between Battler and Beatrice. In red? Oh! 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 Okay, so she was, okay, so during that scene, she said in red that the incident. Yes, I know, yeah, okay, so, I need to turn the music down in my headphones a little so I can think. All right, so, I need to drink some water. Okay. So, Beatrice said in red during that scene with Battler's test that the sin has nothing to do with Battler, Ushinomiya Battler, and Beatrice. But she was really holding her flank when he threw the blue that, you know, names can be inherited. And you can pretend to be someone else. Maybe Beatrice isn't Beatrice at all. And the thing with her and Virgilia is a lie. And if the thing that happened was between Battler and her, maybe Beatrice, okay, so if Beatrice is not Beatrice, and it wouldn't contradict the red if it was something personal between Battler and that person, because they aren't Beatrice. And so that's why she's so insecure about the identities and, you know, taking on somebody else's name. Because that's what she's doing. She's pretending to be Kinzo's witch, who died years ago and couldn't possibly be the person carrying out these murders. So that's why... Why are you saying that? We already have examples of people using names that aren't theirs. Yeah. So anyway, that would be the reason why Beatrice's final question, who am I, would be important in terms of Battler's test. Which is really funny when Landa says you can't use someone else's name. Like, yes, you can. They do. Yeah. But since she said it in red, it was probably not the case for that exact instance with Kanon. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen with somebody else. If it tips too much in Beato's favor, both of us will align along the same vector and drag Beato back. Battler Ushinomiya is using Battler Ushinomiya's name. Yeah, that's a good example. Also, so the instant Beato finds herself on top, she'll have both of us as enemies to deal with. Oh, that's so lonely and awful to be in Beato's position.
ベルンと京都楽しい
A common front with Burr sounds fun!
ありがとう。
Thanks.
でもコンペイトーのお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。
But I'm not taking a Competo candy bath with you. Damn.
コンペイトーのシャワーを浴びながら
Aw, but I thought we could take a Competo shower together. That's like getting hailed on. That sounds awful.
とろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに
Well, I cover you all over with melted marshmallows. This is getting a little... Chanon already has 2 names. Taking on the name of Beatrice the Golden Witch wouldn't even be doubling the amount of names she has. This is true.
日の出
That poor girl. Thanks, Burncastle. That's what I'm thinking.
あの子は私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえてきた生きたおもちゃお人形だわ。
Lambda, don't make Burn into a Rice Krispie treat. Oh my god. She's a living toy. A doll that you caught so that you can play with me.
私
No
お
edible
人
burn.
形遊び
Don't
が
eat the
上手
kitty.
なの
I'm good at playing with dolls.
ほんと上手に遊べるのよ
I really can play with them well, you know? Is this a Higurashi
飽
thing?
きずに一つのおもちゃで何百年も遊べるのが自慢なの
I'm proud of being able to get hundreds of years of playtime out of a single toy without getting tired of it.
ある時は味方しある時は敵対し
We subscribe to the fact that magic isn't real, then the Beatrice who fell off a fucking cliff is also using someone else's name. Yes. You're her ally at some times, and oppose her at others.
永遠にもてあそび続ける
Toying with her forever.
かわいそうにねあの子はもう私たちのお人形
I feel sorry for her. That kid is our doll now. What do you mean Beato is Lambda Delta and Burncastle's adopted child now? They're her moms.
そういうことよあの子は私たちのお人形
That's right. That kid is our doll.
私たち二人の望む末路しか用意さ
So
れて
no
ない
matter what, this has nothing to do with Battler and Beatrice means fuck all? Yes. That's what I'm saying. No end is prepared for her, except the ones the 2 of us wish for.
つまり私によって永遠に引き分けが繰り返されるか
So I can say for sure that this can only end with either an eternal draw because of
ベ
me.
ルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかでしか終わらないと断言できる
Or Beato being defeated and destroyed because of you. No wonder Beato was crying.
ベアトが勝って終わるようなことは
Virgilia isn't be happy hearing that. That whole thing is weird. What the fuck is going on with Virgilia? As far as this game ending with Beato's victory goes,
奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ
I will proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles.
なら私は絶対の魔女として宣言するわ
And I'll proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty.
ベアトは絶対に勝利できない
Beato certainly cannot win,
そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない
and there will be absolutely no miracles. Fuck is going on, Virgilia? Mackerel, probably, yeah. But they couldn't say it in red. Man! Burncastle! Her face! My god. You ran out of Tina's Laffertines. They're so mean to her. Poor Beato. Working as intended. No. Man, they're so mean to her. And that Burncastle face. God, you're waiting for the right time to use that. Man. That was a lot to absorb. Really great episode in Tea Party Theories too. Thanks for oh yes, of course. I guess we are almost done. But man, episode 4 is Kino. You know, I'm starting to agree. There's a lot going on there. It does leave you hanging and does make you want more. Because I think it really was starting to show its hand as like what you're really after here. It's not simply solving murders. All I can imagine is that meaning of Emmerich with a fat ass, like everyone's so mean to me. Tied with episode X. What's episode X? Man, don't battler me. Secret. God damn it. Is it really spoilers to say a number? Ah. Oh, wait, is episode X like a thing? It's not just a replacement for whatever number? Wow, thanks, Cece. Huh. Now the conclusion of episode 4, you now have all the pieces to solve the main mystery. Shit, really? Really? The fuck? What? Man, yeah, everybody was going fucking crazy with their conspiracy charts after this first came out, huh? But it is really hard. New elements added. I still have episode 5 and 6. What happens in 7 and 8? Oh, it's the cliffs! Why is it the cliffs where that one Beatrice fucking died? All the pieces are in place, but Ryukishi isn't so cruel as to let you flail after this. After that, just check your answers episode. Right, I also need to do that test Mirinda had me bookmark too. Man. There's all these movies we haven't unlocked. Damn. You look closely, you can see Rosa crying on what the fuck just happened. Can we? That'd be really funny. Oh, what? What? Look at it. This is all these funky pictures of Maria. It was so funny. The test is fucked affectionate. Oh no. Mirinda's test or the test given to Battler? The CGs. Every question asked so far in a paste bin. We're in this test. Oh. Damn. Episode was hard to read for you? In what way? The best CG in the game! The Maria scenes really made you take multiple breaks. Yeah, that was really rough. The Ange and Maria stuff was really rough. The best in the entire game, Major Battler L. Oh yeah. I mean, B never stopped calling him L after this. Part of me wants to actually read through the whole thing on your own to solve who the mastermind is. Yeah, you certainly can if you want. The rest of you doesn't want to deal with this prose. Aww. Battler's working his ass in fear. They're squaring up. Hands and knees is crazy word. Yeah. The coronation. Ronove. I really like Ronove. I was with Eva Beatrice. And you're breaking in. They are fire. And jumping off the building. They said she died in 1998. Maybe this is when she died. Beatrice fit top 3. Tao, I'm about to stop. I made it through everything. So we're just like going over what we already saw. Oh great. This is your wallpaper? This is your wallpaper? Or is it Ange? Small bombs. That's how we're going. Congrats, thanks. It's crazy. Wow, there was a shit ton of CGs from just episode 4. Look, for episodes 1 through 3, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 CGs. Episode 4 alone, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 CGs. That's crazy. Oh wait, these count too? Okay, that's not true then. These were from episode 3 up until the dragon. These are all from episode 3. I guess that counts. This one is from episode 4. This is a mystery. This one, oh yeah, the murders. This one was episode 1. Okay, never mind then. Episode 1, this is when Hideyoshi was killed. Every single time he'd be like, we're still here. Episode 4 is a bit much sometimes. The heart of it is very good and there's a lot of very good stuff in it. I agree with that, CC. It is a bit much. It's very telling that it's the longest one in terms of word count. You need to clip the magic cut bus bit. That laugh was infectious. Oh, that's sweet. All of Ange's CG's eyes beat. You got 8 banger CGs. Yeah. You're doing other stuff every time you're like, we're still here. The Switch releases all the short stories. Yes, so I will do those. It does. Many of which have their own CGs. You've seen some things, gag things, Battler on a bit. What? Like CGs? This was game. All right, this was Maria when Nanjo Kumasawa and who was the third one? Genji were all killed, and then she was singing in the corner. At least one, I think. What? This was when everybody walked in to see everybody killed. Okay, so maybe Rosa didn't go in by herself. She went in with everybody else. So who the fuck set up the candy then? This was episode 2. No, episode. Yeah, episode 2. This was Shannon's death, episode 2. This was Rosa and Maria's death in episode 3. Yeah, there's the Moon Rabbits. OC was basically like, aw, fuck, yeah. That was everybody in the 3. It's also episode 3. This is episode 4. Oh no, this is episode 4. This is Jessica in episode 4. We saw this today. Episode 4. Episode 4. Kanon going with his laser sword. Oh, right. I can do this. Right. Rosa with a gun. Rosa with a gun. Rosa with a gun. It might be from the fighting game. Oh. George kick. Kid like Salo, can't blame him. Gop. Kick. Yeah, her stilettos do look a little... Actually, no, there's no way that could go through someone's forehead. Maybe she's got demon strength. This is the best Gop face. George looks like a frog. Get him. Jessica! With her brass knuckles. George versus local stripper. Run away! Best CGs! Yeah! Run away! KDA! Best KDA! Oh! Best CG in the game! Let's go! Rudolph. A gun. Everyone with a gun. KDA with a gun. Rudolph with a gun. Natsuhi with a gun. Rosa with a gun. Shoot me, please. KDA, shoot me, please. Cece. Natsuhi with gun is also valid. Scary woman. WKDA, yeah. Eva going off on Natsuhi's scene. This is from really earlier. This is like the first CG that was shown in game, I think. Oh yeah, of course, Eva with a gun. I really like those CGs though. Oh, I didn't know the soles of their shoes were color-coded. They're just holding hands. Isle Master bunnies. Did all those guns look so off? Sawed off 12 gauges? Yeah, get their asses. Chigoto with an AK-47 win. Real. I think that's it so far. Oh! Oh! Package collection. It's everybody. He's holding Beato. Hey, look, even Natsuhi's got a headache. Oh, people I haven't met yet. Oh, I think this must be art for the game. Witches versus humans, that's what it says. versus truth. Okay, I gotta translate the first one. The second one is truth. Yeah, it was my major, but I forgot what this one was. The PSP cover, you think? Oh yeah, we got 4 of the portraits. Eva Beatrice is a good portrait. Oh yeah, and this one was the episode 4 one. Alliance. Ronave looks so funny. And there's 4 more. I like how it seems like the stakes are coming out of the frame. Oh, they're grayed out. I can't actually see them. The golden... anyway. That's probably good for now. So I am looking forward to... Now, why? Why for everything? So we've got all the information. That's why it's called the question arcs, huh? Anyway. Oh, maybe I can answer some of my questions. Oh, I can look at characters by episode. I'm gonna execute them. Execute. Wait, I gotta execute, Rosa. Yep, her whole face was gone. So maybe Rosa Triss is not true. Okay, what about Shannon? Hashtag blame Shannon is still living! I'm not ready for Chudo. Dan! Hashtag blame Shannon may be real for episode 1. Hashtag blame Shannon stonks, cause like you guys were pointing out that she can free my cheek. Shannon. Dan keeps winning. That unidentified corpses she can guarantee. She couldn't guarantee the ones that were identifiable. Tell the questioner, because everyone keeps switching up their allegiances and I have no idea how or why. Yeah. So, it was never said in red that any of the identifiable bodies could have faked their death and been the killer. Alright, so Shannon... Who else? Who else was killed in there? It was Kraus, definitely. Kraus? Kraus killer, episode 1? Eva... No. They were alive. Rudolph and Kirie were both dead. Yeah, they're unidentifiable. Kraus Triss! Was that the 6? I'm missing someone. Was it? Genji was still alive. That was Nansho. Inzo obviously doesn't sound. Natsuhi was alive. It was Goda or Kumasawa. Was it Goda who was the 6th person? Yes, it must have been. All right, Goda. Fucking rip. All right, so the killer from episode 1 is Kraus or hashtag blame Shannon. Goda, yes, thank you. I remembered. You salty about something? Would he be sour Kraus? Oh, how deeply fucked up if Kraus shot Natsuhi at the end of episode 1, though. Yeah, it would be. Well, you know, one thing that was brought up, one thing that happened and was never brought up again was that in episode 1, there was a scene where Kraus showed Natsuhi a gold bar to show that the gold existed as described. I mean, if Natsuhi was the only one with that secret, I mean... Alright. What was something else I wanted to check? So 2. Well, everybody died the same way. The first 6, they all died the same way. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm good. My beloved cat, wet cat fail wife, I know. Well, I'm looking forward to episode 5 next time. There she is, that blue-haired girl that's in all the memes. I've been waiting for her. We had to get 200 hours before I see the blue-haired chick who is in all the memes. Details are, there's a keyword. Keyword is something to do with Kinzo's beloved hometown. Oh, to solve the epitaph, right. Which I don't know how to said, and the word can also be found on a map. Yeah. The blue-haired redacted rat emoji and chopsticks emoji? Is that what you want to do to her? You want to pick her up like a rat? Like by the tail with a pair of chopsticks? Good morning. Please enjoy the game with its new game master. Ooh, I'm so excited for a new game master. I say that the game has already reached its climax. Huh? Really? The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I'm sure there's something you can spot from a clearer perspective. Ooh, this sounds exciting. Its difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? Suspicious. Nice title, right? End of the Golden Witch. Poor Beato. Really says something when you've seen more memes of Beatrice than the blue-haired one. Well, yeah, maybe it was a bit much if I said all the memes. Maybe not all the memes, but definitely I've seen the blue-haired girl's sneering face before on the internet. Anyway, you know what the word you could use the keyboard on and how this helps if you know where to open a secret passage? Yeah, I don't know either. I know that people were saying that one's difficult if you don't know kanji. And it's difficult to translate into English in a way that will help you to find where it is. But anyway, I am sleepy. It is late. This stream has been going on for 9 hours. There's a video on YouTube right now. Oh, on the epitaph, but it doesn't spoil it? Of someone solving the epitaph after chapter 4 in English. Oh, is that the one with no Japanese fluency? Okay, that's what you guys were talking about, that it was really scary. Oh no! I don't actually want to open it! Fuck! No! Stop! Cease! Stop! Stop! Stop. Okay. I just fucking quit the game. I may have a better chance of solving the epitaph if I really sit down with a dictionary and go for it. But when will I feel like doing that? I guess I'll try one of these days. As I was researching it, it had the picture of the door. It says it won't open outside, 1 quadrillion chance it might have something to do with it. I feel like that was the chapel. But that kind of contradicts what happened in episode 2. But, alright, anyway. Where to send y'all off to? Owlin is on playing Super Ghosts and Ghouls. How spooky. Like if the keyword was used at the door. Epitaph is really fun. Oh boy. Imagine if one in quadrillion chance meant you had to roll a die until it got to a specific number. That's an Uchikoshi thing to do. And how do you use the keyword at the door? Kill it? I don't know. I don't know. My brain is tired. I'm rating Owlin. Thank you guys so much. The finale really broke open the brain games and what you should be thinking about, so that was cool. All right. Thank you guys so much. It's Skeep time. Thank you guys so much. And have a good night. Have a very good night.